Ah, yes. Never get tired of how easy it is to go left button, and I'm all good. YouTube, it sort of works like that again. Eh, you know, not necessary. Let me do the usual. Post links everywhere. My Discord. No longer being lazy. Quite a bit late today, but I mean, I'll incredibly like the minute. Yes, sort of do. Sort of. Discord though. That's so many people recommend. All the fun little setup in the background. Times. I wish YouTube just had a stream URL you just went to and you didn't have to do all the stuff. You just do the thing. And go to the last place. Hey Fox. Always chilling. Posting my link to all the places that I need to let everyone know. Time to spend another 8+ hours playing with dolls. That should get me started. Where I'm supposed to. Like places to post my stream like that, you know. Yeah, Power Stones or something. The Infinity Gauntlet of influence places. I should probably start posting on X as well. I have followers on there, kinda. I mean, they follow me. Yes, they count. They seem to care much about what I do, so how much they count is, of course, up for debate. I did go through and play around with some settings to improve the speed of the game. That's not been doable. Even streaming, I'm at over 40 FPS, though sometimes when you move around, it does reduce it a bit, so I have a feeling these particles are incredibly heavy. Makes sense, they're huge, so. But you can see it's definitely better. I redid the LODs, add all the stuff back to it. That makes a big difference because it reduces the number of things that are running by quite a bit. I'm gonna have 820 loaded. Let's smooth this off to the side a bit, see an idea. Shrink this a bit. Yeah, instead of it being like the 4,000 plus, it's just changing the number of actors that are loaded in the corner there. It's like 800, but still feels like a lot. But there's just a really heavy amount of actors in each thing, so there's not a lot of things I can do about it. Nature of the beast when working indoors, I suppose. Still. Definitely better than last night where I was struggling to get, oh, 20. Could also be the stream time though. Important things. Huh. I played during that. Well, whatever. The yard's about to start. Oh, well, I was getting like 40 something FPS because I had everything to the H load now, so I don't have to deal with as many problems. I don't know if I want this anymore. I kind of... I do want to way over here. You just jump down, but I might have it be a loop around to get over there. Then have more Empress stuff going on like this. Just plants that can grow and do things. I'm not really certain about this thing. The trees are just really rough. Plus they go down kind of into here too, so I don't really like that either. I'm definitely going to do some reworking on this room today. Either way. I clearly have to move these because there's a pole now in the way. Or move the pole over some. Here's an idea. What if all the water is just connected in a giant pool thing and you're just going over bridges over it? And you just eliminate the ground entirely except for near the door. I don't hate it. But... No, as always the case, let's just start building and see what happens. I mean, I have these here. I could just do this. I had a thing over here, though, but I could make it where you have to jump over the water, which I think is just way cooler than this setup. Let's just build that. Let's just make dreams come true, because if there's one thing I've learned, is that it's better to just start building. Because once you start building, you know, cool stuff happens. But if you just sit there and stare at it like some sort of an idiot, you know, nothing cool ever comes about. I'll have to have a third water source, basically, I think, because of this little hole here. I think what I do is grab one of these here, move it over here, and I'm just going to make a small section that is meant to be for the to hold the water in. Maybe I just do that whole thing there. Though having this all connect is kind of cool. Well, get to building. Since this room is in the demo, it therefore is pretty important that I make it happen. You know? Just a bit. Important. Plus, water works as a kill zone, so having kill zones for Poppet that look normal, well, as normal as this place can ever look, not a bad thing. We just delete this one entirely and just move this over here. Add this underneath here. We put like a third one here. Rotate this. Then I can have the Empress hide a bunch of things in here. These ones don't do it from every direction. Be something along these lines here. We eliminate stairs because we hate stairs. Eliminate this because it's lame. Need to exist. No matter how I do this, I'm gonna have to have 3 water zones. Best way to do it with water zones is we could have one long one out here and then 2 small ones. That's one way to do it. I could have 2 long ones and then another long one in the center, which would probably look the weirdest of the lot, I think. Probably would. It's probably not the way to do it. Probably want to do it this way. Let's shrink this down. Put a water thing here, push it all the way to the wall. It's going to be something of a seam no matter how I do this. But whatever. Still slightly larger than I want it to be. The axis we're bending on is the green one. Like 4.7. And then let's dupe it. We'll have an area down on the other side that is not covered by water. This way I just have a huge kill zone to play with. That has a thing right there, so it should be fine. There's a waterfall. I do this. Now this one's got to go farther forward. It's just how it's going to have to be. I grab this one. I'm going to just make it the big one. Takes up most of the room. Gives her a lot more reason to fight up top too, which is good. A lot of distance to cover here. We're down this side here. I just move it over. Along this lines. There's a line in the water though, they're a different height. Huh. I hate that. Let's go over a slight amount. Maintain the illusion a little better. By that I mean I grabbed the wrong thing. I guess there's a grippy thing on it. I do kind of want to limit where those are at, so I'm going to do those because I don't really want to grabbing onto certain things. That's not too bad looking. I didn't really see the seam. I mean, maybe kind of. But more flooded rooms. It's not too bad. This needs to be lowered down, but or I can just raise these things up too. Maybe make a ramp down to it or something, if possible. Or even just make this thing swivel all the way down, but I kind of want to be able to go out to here too. Get onto these things. Those need to be lowered. That jump's a little rough. Maybe not that much. 9. I've still got to finish building that, but I'm probably gonna have you jump on a bunch of, you know, random mushroom pads or like lily pads to get to like the Empress out here or something. I gotta gamify it a little more in some cases. It just didn't have the gamify feel where you could easily get everywhere. Now this room is not like that at all. It's different. I do need a way down though to here. Like there has to be a way to get to this door. There's no way for the humans to get there, and that makes 0 sense. I'd prefer. Well, it can't be this way unless I go like around like this. I could do a loop like this through here. Then we get around like that. This door. It's not a bad idea. I don't hate it. Oh, this isn't a spline anyway. We're getting rid of these non-spline thingies because I hate them. And most of the staircases because, again, I just kind of hate them. They don't play very well, so I prefer not to deal with them if I can avoid it. So quiet night. Happens. I wonder if the weekend would be a better time to stream. I kind of wonder about that. Kind of fixes that a little bit. I was getting a huge amount of traffic for that brief period of time. That was surprising how much traffic I was getting. But to be fair, it's only been a short period of time, the whole thing I've been doing the streaming thing, so who knows on any of it. It's just wild that people are even interested, and I'm so grateful they are. Definitely changes my entire view of this game. From the, is this a good idea to make, to, you know, this ain't so bad. Maybe people do like this idea. Also, what is going on with you? Questions. Like it's just bent in a weird way or something. If we can't fix some of whatever's going on here. Good, man. Much better. Instead of being that monstrosity that was going on. Tomatoes can still be floating here. Random tomatoes for no apparent reason. Alright, so now we have that done. Let me quick save. I think I want to eliminate these stairs and just turn it into a ramp. Like I say, by the end of this, my entire toy factory is going to be very wheelchair accessible, apparently. Because I really hate stairs. A lot. They're not fun. Move it to the side here. Maybe I can get a better something going on with it. Up a little so it's less terrible. There are kind of limits on how much you can bend these things, or it gets a little ridiculous. So we like to pretty much bend them to the limit, you know? Taking it to the limit, yo. Door has to open though, so there's that. Oh, well, I'll still hit the ground too, so there's that as well. And push all this down some too to make it less of a ridiculous climb. I mean, it's not like Charlotte would care. She's a ghost, but you know, for normal humans, it'd be kind of weird to walk this place. I start moving it down faster over here. Oh, it's more like it's down bad, not down good. So, you know, there's that. That's obviously not a thing that can happen right there. I gotta move the whole thing out some too. Give myself a little more range to make this turn. This way I can get a bit more of an angle going on here. Maybe the biggest angle. Okay, so you got to be really strong for it to be wheelchair accessible in my place. That's fine. You got to get your wheelchair up this. That's okay. Nobody said it was an easy path up there, just that it's a path up there. You could technically get a wheelchair up. Probably. Maybe. How bad is this angle? Probably terrible. I gotta fix this little part here, but otherwise, not horrible. And it opens too, so I can get rid of all those god-awful stairs. And I can have weird things to jump out on here, so the Empress plants can do stuff. Including secret areas that are just hidden out there that you can really only reach as the Poppet because of the fact that she's a... Actually, I don't think I'm even having these. I can just have her jump out to these. You can't reach this, though. It needs to be lower. Still, it's an excuse to have areas that Poppet can go that people wouldn't go. Which is awesome. Yeah. Gotta sneak in stuff. Player doesn't get too comfortable. Do this. Reduce this on height a little bit, maybe. Problem is this one here that's just a little wonky. Kind of rotate this a little so it's a little crappy looking. That's true. Move that up a little bit. Kind of flatten this a little. That's a little better. Still the occasional weird one, but on average, not the worst. I hate everything I just did there. It still bows a bit though that I don't like. This here just isn't quite what it needs to be. I potentially want yet another point. Maybe I want less points. I don't want that point. Yeah. Now, I need probably this point here, I imagine. I definitely need that point there. I can kind of move those a bit and just move them around a little. This one's just a terrible location. At some point, it kind of bend it a little. We're just going to go and remove those points. It was better off before I started adding that point. This location's still way better than I previously had. A little wonky and weird, but better to backpedal to the point that's way nicer than the point that is just absolutely terrible. Maybe I'll move it over a little more, give myself a little more space to play with. I can make it a little nicer. Maybe. Stuff just ain't going good. Moving it over the side entirely a bit here. Moving to the side did not help. Happening is this is just a ridiculous thing here. Eliminate this one real fast. Then add more in to make it a little better of a bend. Had a much better setup there, I guess, but then I screwed it up. You know what? Oh, fuck. I'll make it work. This one's just off the rockers here. Do that and kind of bring it over more. Move just tiny bit over, and now it's suddenly a problem. Much of it's going to come down to this broken mess here. A little farther away from there, that also makes it tend to be a little nicer, though. Eventually, I could just go farther out, too. We're getting closer. Back to where it's getting almost like it's supposed to be. Sometimes you gotta extend them out a bit so they get a little less wonky. Didn't quite fix my problem. Almost like stairs in a way. Unintentionally. Unintentionally indeed. Okay, so bending these takes forever. But moving it over the side here is actually kind of fixing the problem, so there you go. We got a bit of problem there, though. Now we're basically at a not bad point here. Or as I tell. Just a slight bit of wonkiness there, but now you can actually fight on these ramps too, which is something I like quite a bit. You can just have enemies all over the place and just battling you. I have something down here too. I don't have a lot of puzzles with the cubes I was thinking about. I really can't do much with them. It's kind of weird. Nor is actually small enough that the cubes are actually a way to get through them. I'll think about that. Like I can make something slightly higher and then force you to carry cubes and throw in places. Not in this room. This room I'm not going to throw cubes because it's too easy to throw the cube in the water and screw everything up. Overall, I kind of like this setup. But watch those dodges, huh? Wrong button. Flying into the water. Die 1,000 deaths. Pretty much a Tuesday. Those I put kill zones in too. Grab one of those from below. It's actually kind of sinister when it's just this weird white stuff. That's an interesting idea. I could put white mist over things too. Like even like a downward mist thing. Kind of like I was trying to do yesterday, except for instead of trying to cover everything with it, we just cover small areas, just for looks. The purpose of this is largely to just make kill zones. We'll put it in the Safari room. Careful that this doesn't go into the place the player is supposed to be. Only fall over dead because they happen to touch a kill thing that happened sticking through a wall. That would not go over well. It does need to go all the way to the edges though. Clearly does not. I guess I can actually see. Dark to tell if this is hitting the wall or not. It most certainly isn't. Okay. It is now. Probably at these edges. Close and not even close. Perfect. Better to be failing on both sides. That's actually true. Failing on both sides because it's easier to expand it out. Get close to what you want. Very good. Right at the top. Sure. Small ones. Small. Mm -hmm. Mm -hmm. It doesn't like the white stuff. Oh my. Looks like it's slightly too high over the water, isn't it? Also, this doesn't hit the edge here, does it? Wow. Pretty much a big failure on my part there. It doesn't even fit either. Huh. It's actually above the water. I probably move it down some. Right about there, so it looks like it's that. Let me get this number here and put it on the other one. Have issues. I've got to fix the water to itself now. Actually, I'm going to fix this water first. See it more effectively. Fine. And fix this one too. This one just needs to be moved over. I think it's actually wide enough as is. Like it. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't stick into that room. Perfectly fine. Good. Hmm. Apparently followers got removed. I was looking at the 192 followers and it's like, well, it says the goal started at 210. I don't know. They got weirded out. Some of the accounts probably got deleted or whatever. I'll let Twitch decide what is a follower. They know better. Yeah. Still thingy, it's not gonna find it. Here's this. Here. Still playing way bigger. Still planes can overlap for all I care. It's fine. Not gonna ruin the world. All I really care about is are they in another room or not? They aren't. They are. Problematic. Be fine. Sure. Eee. Playing that deep, so you can't even see below it. See what happens, or she just dies in the water. That's okay. This one don't need to be that deep, I guess. Though it will probably have some sort of secret area. Though I'm probably getting rid of these. These look terrible. How much I kind of like the idea of them. Yeah. The room's getting a rework. Like this just is. This is just the. Why do I have? Why not have just some sort of winding to go through, which is, I think. Plus, you can fight on it. This is like kind of like a jumping problem, sort of, but I'd rather make it a dedicated jumping thing and not. This is just weird. Play is weird. Let's say I start getting rid of this crap. I don't like it. Get rid of all this bizarre things. I might keep that. I don't know. We don't need this stuff. This What? Discord link. I'll remember to tell people in advance this time. We're like an hour plus in. It's only been 40 minutes in this time. As well do that in advance. And I remember. Otherwise I'll forget and no, sucks. Don't do it. 0 out of 10, don't do it. Alright, so I'll put my lighting back to what it is now that I've placed the water where it's supposed to be. My glowing mushrooms and make this a much cooler looking room. So let's add more splines, shall we? This I'm probably just going to take 3 splines, run straight across because the I don't see why you need to have all these. I guess it loads a whole spline, I don't know. But you can't really bend it or make it cool. It's kind of lame. Sorta. Remove all these. Because also at the very end I had to do this crap too to make it look, work. Lines just ignore all those problems and just say, no, we're good. Stuff can be really weird in my world and I'm totally accepting of that because it's fine. We're just going to run all the way to the end real fast. In the chat for that reason. All over here, and then I'm just going to put spline points basically every one of these to make it look normal. Roughly. Those days where I don't feel my best. Happens. Very excited about streaming and working on these though. Sometimes I have like a day or two a month where it's usually every couple weeks. There's just like for the health problems just kind of return a bit and I'm miserable for it. It is what it is. Do I even need 3 tables out of it? I just have a couple to potentially if I want. Like one at the end and like one near here or something. A couple little tables. A little party area, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I could just take one of these and just move it over like this too and just start turning it. And this one follows a somewhat straight path, kinda. Go for water in a bit here. Drink too much tea. Yes. Alright. Move this back, move it up. Like here or something. So we kind of get a thing going. Move this one up too. Try this one as well. And then I can kind of bend this one around however I want. So it's interesting, I guess. I would like. How much are we going to bend it, I guess, is the question. Bend it quite a bit, actually. Move it over. Get a bunch of these going. Thought this was a break in it. The wood there, I was like, what's happening here? This seems bad. 0 out of 10. Not a good plan. Oh. That set up like this. I like the weird broken world more, or like where things are bent in weird ways. Then I like the more regular stuff here. Gotta be bent and strange. We're all a little strange here. That's my theory. That'll fix that. And you can go up to here. There's a landing with those. Probably just gonna get rid of it. I like it. Bizarre and weird. I just put the things underneath them and then start running rails in places. Keep my game on rails. Hiding things from myself again. Okay, not agreeing with me. Perfect. Wanted. This isn't too bad. And I can make some sort of way to get to the Empress. Problem is you could jump to the Empress from here, right? Pretty certain that's an issue. I'll need a way to prevent that from happening. Yeah, you just jump down here. Which is fine, I guess. I mean, if that's a way to get to the Empress, well, I don't want that. How am I going to prevent this? I could have a deck going underneath here. Just have like a second story up here that's more of like an actual regular story thing. True, I could do that. Then I won't need this bending path though. I want to make it straighter and just run it up. I could have like a second set of decks here and then the Empress grows underneath in a little mushroom thingy. An idea. I kind of like having, you know, these double story things here though. That's true. Where's this go? It goes into here? Okay, yeah. So you can go from here. Oh, through the library thing to get into there. Into a secret pipe area. If you have the moon. Maybe. It's all about where the Empress is. The Empress could be underneath here too. In this back corner, which makes it hard to reach. Wouldn't be a bad decision. I could just move back there. This clearly should not be there. Put one down here. Let's move it over here so it can be 5.5 is out. I just need my plugins, and I can switch to megalights. Ugly emitting lights can be removed from existence. One tomato just seems so weird, just hiding under the thing. Glowing tomato. Unselectable glowing tomato. Delete. And delete. Don't want to delete it, but I have questions. And none of them have good answers. Okay. There's not even underwater post process here. I'll have to add that as well. There's one right there. One right there, but not one right here. Guess we're doing this one slightly different than the other one. I don't feel like moving all three of them just to do this when I could just move the one. Oh, I guess I have to redo it both of them anyway because the other underwater one doesn't even reach. Whatever. Room does not need to make sense. Well, not a huge amount of sense anyway. Maybe a little sense, but not a huge amount. Just taking way far out, like it is. Now this way, most certainly is. It'd be nice if there was a way to just have all these tied together. I suppose there is. It's just multiple blueprints working together would have to do it. The viewers just jump all over the place. Watching is like, maybe. More viewers? Yeah, viewers. I like viewers. So let me do that. I don't have an area down there. I still need a way down to here, though, is the issue. Like, I can't just have no way down to that. That makes no sense. I need another spline to do that. That could work. Ram it into this here. Hey, Fox. How's it going? Quiet night tonight. There's people watching. Not a lot of chatters tonight. That means I just get work done? Yes, indeed. Then when they show up, they can be like, oh my god, look at all the stuff you've done in your game. Like, yes. Yes. I've done much. It's cool. Look at it. As I completely redesigned this room I spent all this time on because it wasn't very gamified. It'll be gamified by the time I'm done this time, though. I'm going to lean hard on that Empress mechanic. In this room. I mean, it's the room you get it, so of course I'm going to lean pretty hard in this room. Gotta give you a reason to use your new toy. It's no fun if I don't. No fun indeed. Like a really... These paths are a little bit much, probably, I think. Like, you're gonna run down this path, and it's gonna be... Well, I'm gonna put some sort of rails, so I guess you can use the rails, but they're pretty much all health hazards. Okay, though. We're fine with health hazards. No other place to put this stuff, so this is not going to be there. Mostly there'll be secret areas out here that you have to try to jump to from those things, but you can jump from above and try to land on things. I'm probably moving this underneath here. You can't easily jump down to it. You have to earn your way to it, but you don't got to earn that much. You can just jump from above. But the nature of the beast on the multi-tiered levels, I'll have to keep that in mind. Yep. Quietest of nights. Wonder if I'd have even better viewership on the weekends. I don't really want to stream more than 5 nights a week because it's just there's too many other things going on my day. But they don't have to be weekdays. But also do the weekend. There are no stairs in my world. I'm removing them all. They look kind of rickety. Probably because it's kind of like raised up a bit and that looks kind of bizarre and weird. Like, why is it raised up when the other ones are not? Probably comes down to this whole setup here being a bit wonky. Here, move this in some, it would play around a little bit with it, but honestly, moving out seems better. Like with this one, I probably need to move it out some. Really do some affixing. Fixes that one, but kind of messes that one up. But I can keep pushing it down. Trickle down design here. Keep moving things until it makes it work. Let the future children of the spline figure it out. Just to kind of even it out a bit. Also turn this, though. Can't turn it much. Really can't turn it much. It's a bit wonky. Wherever you like slice it, it's just a bit weird from that location. I could move the whole thing over some, but I don't really want to blank the waterfall, so. You can still get in and out of the door, though, that's right, so. This is really wonky. Oh, well, you know. Some things are just bizarre and weird, and we don't question it. We just call it square and move on. Okay, so setup's not bad, but let's make some things to do with the Empress. I'm just gonna use a flower, not this glowing flower thing. I don't know. I could use the glowing flower thing, but it's really hard to tell what it's doing, so grab the Empress pot and move it over here. Go grow in a little mushroom forest. Actually really high up. Maybe like 0.8. Room platforms can be significantly lower here. Go Bowerbird real fast. I'm right back. I need to get some water anyway. Didn't want to unmute before I was done munching a bit of food. Oh, give me one moment. Yes. I guess I can't lock you too much out of areas. I want a reason to use the Empress, besides jumping in the pot and discovering you can't get out without the Empress's help. I might not use this pot. This pot kind of sucks because it's got nothing in the bottom of it. Just boring. I also should recycle the same textures if I can a lot of the time. Because I don't think having different pots all over the place for like flowers and things makes a huge difference. So I guess this one you can't get out if you can get out easily, so maybe I do have a different one there. Okay, fine. Which is the flower I use for the Empress. Well, I guess I'm going to use it entirely. Let's test it out. What happens? They're actually removing followers. Okay, so maybe they're cleaning out the junk followers for me. That's helpful of them. I've was definitely meaning to do that on that person, like, you know, did the ghetto follow thing, but you know what? I didn't do it. Meant to. Make the pot a little small, but you can get out of the pot now, so from there I can have that a thing. You just use the Empress thingy to get out. What if I do it after this? I do like this. You get really trapped in here though. Also don't have any sanity left. Maybe I keep sanity around this thing. I really wanted you to jump in the pot and then you use the Empress to get out. I think what's happening is they're banning the various stupid accounts that followed me, so Twitch might just auto clean things up because of that. Because I had that big 100 follow thing and I never got around to removing them all. So it's like, well, maybe if I just do this. Oh, didn't. The flower over to the side. Could also be a little planter box too. Yeah. Like instead of doing it this way, I could make it even more complicated and have like a little garden open. I don't want to be able to jump down off it, this into it. Or don't I? Hear me out. What if that is the way to get in? What if I make it where you drop down into this? And then the only way to get back is to use the Empress to grow plants. And I'll just leave this one over here they can get to just because. But otherwise, I just go, yeah. An idea. It's like, I hate it. I don't hate it at all. Just one weird thing about that is why is there a hole here to jump down? Telegraphing that like that? Also, this water doesn't reach over here all the way, does it? Thought I fixed that. Yes, I did not. That goes too far. Hmm. I didn't think it reached all the way over. But it clearly does. Not on this side, so I need to make it just slightly bigger. 6.6 maybe. Not like insanely bigger, but just big enough. Oh, but not ready to just randomly play some games. I haven't actually done that in a long time. I really just am so obsessive on what I do that I don't tend to ever change it up. Probably should though. So instead of having a crappy pot there, have a little Empress theme. Because you can jump down into the Empress box. And get out of the Empress box without growing plants. Option, well, I'd rather they have to fall into it. Let's make it interesting to get stuff, you know? Don't make it little, like, you know, boring. Let's do the wild stuff. Wild. Put both these and move to the side a bit. We're going to be a giant mushroom that you jump down on. The Empress is sitting there. Instead of the box. So the box seems almost weird. Why put a box there? You can't even reach it. How is anyone supposed to water anything in the box? Pour things off the side? That doesn't seem very logical. No, I hate that. These more of these mushrooms. These mushrooms have a flat mushroom. Nice, and they're huge. They're designed to be, you know, made huge as opposed to less than Empress. Yeah. Yeah, I want to just browse to a regular one here. Mushroom trees. There's all the other mushrooms are so tiny that they have no details when you blow them up to these sizes, so these probably are the best mushrooms, weirdly enough. And omega flat mushrooms around here are not too bad. The only problem though is I want to establish that some things can easily grow. I mean, I guess technically if you mouse over it, but I want to make it so certain plants, you know, obviously can grow and ones that can't. Maybe emissive plants grow. I also haven't made a plant that emits light though. That counts as a light source. I suppose I could put that into the Empress stuff, so make the Empress stuff a light source potentially too. It would be a lot easier than having other things around here. Also, I'm gonna tweak this a bit because it's just tripping out right there. Graphical glitch has been bugging me for a minute. We just do this, and suddenly it's not a big deal. What'll probably end up happening is I'll end up making a custom thing for those. These things here, just because they're super stretched, they look terrible. Also, that's sticking on both sides. I don't care if it's sticking through that much. I only care if it's sticking through a place where the player would go. And it seems like it is doing fine. All right, so There are these giant mushrooms. Oh, hey, Sete Protections. How's it going? First time seeing Unreal Engine in action. Oh, hell. Hello there. Welcome to Unreal Engine. It's amazing in every conceivable way and a lot less work than I ever thought it would be. I'll even give you the tour of what's going on as well, right? Show you all the cool things that a solo dev can do in Unreal Engine. Mesh is down there. What I'm doing is putting it out a nav mesh, and that's how the AI knows where it can go. Otherwise, it can't walk over anything. Well, there are ways to make it move without that, but if you want to have the built-in AI move to things, drop those down. Doesn't work if you want them to fly, though. That's a bad decision. Guess it's annoying. I'm just using the FPS command there. Yeah, the game making is called Poppet Quest, and you play as Poppet, the doll here. She is a woman who was killed and her soul was put into a doll's body, and she's trying to escape this factory. Toy factory. She uses tarot cards as her weapons. This is the Fool. It's like her basic weapon. Oh, the first of the weapons. Giant sucker. The main mechanic of the game is I'll use up her thing. This is her dodge. She has a curse stat. Treat it like her mana. Curse power is everything in the building, like all the toys. And if you go into the darkness, you get your curse back. However, your sanity drops. If your sanity hits 0, you die. Well, the curse takes you over, so it's basically like that. Go back into the light. Sanity comes back, but you don't recover any curse. You're gonna have to balance between going between the two. Basic rundown. The game's like around maybe 20% done. So forgive any weirdness to it. This is Patrick. It says so. I made him meaner. Really mean. So this is the star. I trade sanity for health, or health for sanity. Oh, thank you. As your sanity goes down, the music changes and the light starts to go away. This is the magician. It manipulates things in the environment, such as turning on lights. Now, it also will pick up objects so you can throw them. He spits stuff in a second phase. Summons little minions. So I killed it. So it was hitting it the right time. Okay, he'll summon a lot of those minions in a second. In his third form, he gets much. Ow. Mean. Yeah, it summons these here. These things are great because they blow up. He jumps around like a crazy person in this, and I'm gonna give him ape noises just because it's funny. They're on top of each other. Why? Also, you can photobomb from the menu. It just takes a picture of whatever she's currently doing. I'm gonna let you people name it and save it later. You're saying you're intimidated from it. A lot of people are, because it's the AAA engine. People go, "Oh my god, I could never use it." And I had the same thing. I actually tried out Unity first, and Unity was way harder to use. I was like, "Why in the world am I using this?" I had no idea. I was like, I thought, if the Unity's this hard, Unreal must be ridiculous. No, Unreal's actually the easiest of the engines by a lot. It has a super move where it gets large. I'm used to win. I said his health really low and my damage really high. Oh. Yeah, I'll show you the ropes of Unreal, and you can, you know, judge for yourself. But the good news is you don't ever have to know how to program in Unreal, because you just use blueprints for everything. I don't even know a lick of C++, not a bit, nothing. Ow. He has so many helpers. Got him. He died. I didn't even show you his bite. How sad. Oh, 1 second. Yeah, so let me bring up a blueprint here, and I'll explain to you more of the basics of what's going on. Most of the code in this game is literally it's got a built-in manager for all the files and stuff, so you don't have to do anything too crazy. I have used engines that don't have that, and all I have to say is why? Most of my code for this game is in, well, not that Poppet. That's the menu Poppet. Nobody cares about menu Poppet. But the way coding works in this will start with event begin play. Like say this here at the beginning of the play, it'll start with this node. It's okay. So what happens when this blueprint runs? This blueprint is the player, so it's going to obviously run right there. Okay, well, I'm going to have it run a delay for a second because there's other things I want to resolve before this. So I just go, yeah, just wait 1 second. And I have like a sequence. This is a really complicated blueprint for stuff. And the sequence just says, hey, you know, do this, and then we do that, and that. And I just have things that happen at the start. It's like, okay, well, this is my loading system, but we'll make it something simpler than this here. Actually, I'm going to pick something simpler than the player. The player is ridiculous. Let's do something simple like a launcher. There's a lot of the code, like the player is half the game, so it's ridiculous how complicated the player actually is. Like, let's start with, you know, something simple like the landmine here. And what I do is I just go, okay, well, I want to have like, you know, some sort of collider. So I just go, okay, a collision. Okay, what do you want? You know, and it's like, okay, well, maybe I want a sphere collision. Sure. Now with a sphere collision, you go, okay, neat. You can add events for it, such as overlap and overlap. A bunch of weird things. Most people just do this or hit, but then just say, okay, well, when the player hits this sphere, you just start drawing out and doing something. It's like, okay, well, I usually do things like actor has target, things like that. So I just go, okay, well, the other actor, I want to see if they have a tag. You could get the player character, see if it's them. Any way to check this. And then, you know, I have like branches. Just like, okay, well, do the same thing. Actor has tag. My player character's name is Poppet, so, you know, I gave her the tag Poppet. You just drag the value. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to make a branch. A branch is just an if statement. Hey, Jason Ernesto. Pretty good. Pretty good. Just showing one of the people on YouTube that you don't actually have to code. Like, you don't have to type out code. It's just done. Yeah, it's just exactly what it is. Like, it's the coding is like I guess it's wrong to say you don't ever have to code in here. What it is node-based coding. Like, you make blueprints for things and you put the blueprints places, and you can simply just drag out and start following things and just add stuff, you know. So just going over this, it's like, okay, well, this if statement, and I'm setting a variable here. The other actor, I just wanted to keep it for later. You want to add a variable, you can add it down here, you know. So I want this variable plus, okay, what do you want to add? You name it anything you like, and you can go down the list of any conceivable variable in the world. Maybe it's a Poppet variable. That's the actual actor. You get an object reference to her, now it's a reference to her, you know. These are options. Nice. U5 for VFX. Yeah, I need to get into some of that later on, but you know. Right now, we're all about game dev. I'm just showing off how much easier the engine is than people give it credit for. Because, you know, a lot of people just think this engine is the most complicated thing ever, and it's really not the most complicated thing ever. I mean, that's wrong. It can do everything, it seems like, but you don't need to do everything, so it's kind of a um, not as complicated as people make it out to be. Yeah, you know, you say you just want to put something in the world, you can just start dragging it in the world, and suddenly now the player has to deal with it. Like, you don't have to do anything special. It's just like, oh, it's in the world now. Now suddenly those are part of the game. Oh, nice. Yeah, if you've US RPG Maker, yeah, if you've used the concepts of programming don't change. But see, you just drag it out here, and now look, now it's just the thing I have to deal with. It's now just part of the world. Admittedly, there's no top to that particular thing there, but that's just the nature of that thing. These are my friendly landmines. You can jump on them. Say thank you. That's how I save in the game. Do I go into these boxes? Hey JG, how's it going? Just showing off to a person on YouTube that the engine's not as hard as people make it out to be. Yeah, so just have just find how to make a particular type of game, anything you want, you know. Because there's a whole tutorial series in, like, you know, on YouTube for Unreal to how to make X game. And, like, you know, if you're coming from RPG Maker community, I'm assuming you'll pick like how to make an RPG in there. Maybe like an action RPG or something, because those are probably easier. And just kind of follow it. Just follow it for that. They'll quickly go over the basics of the coding, and it's not really much of coding because you never have to type out anything. Your event commands you're used to are just replaced with nodes. They just drag from place to place to place. Yeah, Jason, it's simulations this are crazy. Like, everything they can do. The water is just they have like it's like Niagara water or something like that now, or something like that. That's like it just automatically does the simulations for you. I was playing around with it, but I think I have one. Wrap it real fast. Some sort of water thing. And it's a BP. Is it? No. Ocean. What did I call it? I forgot. Ah, this water surface thing. Yeah, this thing. Like, this got added in this 5.4, right? I was testing it. I haven't found a way to make it look good moving around. Like, I want the motion on it yet, and I don't quite have a good way yet. But this was so simple to set up, and just look. Look at how cool that is. And it's just a material. Were you? Nice. Gotta sell all the stuff, yo. Yeah, this is the new water they added in. Oh, you're curious about the asset importing and management? Well, first off, you have an entire, you know, thing here, so you can just, you know, it's just a file manager, right? You want to drag something somewhere, you just drag it to another file. It's like, okay, well, I want it here, I want it there. Anywhere you want to put something, you can just drag them. So I just pick up, you know, the music box here and be like, oh, it's going to backgrounds now. Move here. Now it's over in backgrounds. Obviously, I don't want it in there, but, you know, you get an idea. You can just pick up things and move them around. So that's very helpful. No, the engine, when you first start, I think it does have a bunch of assets. That's true. What you'd want to do, everything here. You just open up the Fab market. So you want to go to Fab, and then the Unreal Engine stuff. And just go over here, select price, and select free. And here's all the assets they give you to play with to start with. I'm not going to scroll the end of it because there's over 2,000 of them. All kinds of crazy things. But let's say you want this, you know, fantasy provincial thing with all these, you know, cool models like that. It's already in my library. I own this item, but it's free, so, you know. Yeah, you just download it to the thing. You're like, okay, download it. And where do you want it, you know? Pick, oh, so you got to pick what it is here, but in most cases, though, I would just view it in my library because I've already got it, actually. Thanks for the follow, Jason. Let me go in this thing here. So, yeah, I just have it here, and it's right here. Fantasy. Oh, my bad. You can sort by categories. I had removed a bunch of the categories. Fantasy provincial. Too lazy to type it all. Yeah, here it is. I just add it to the project I want. The various ones there. Pick a project and go, yep, add to project, and it just puts it in there. I'm not going to add it again because I don't want to add that there, but also every month, since they just switched to Fab, this changed a little bit, but every month we just go to, I believe it's the Discover page. They have a free for the month limited thingies here, and these are free if you actually add them to your account before the time runs out. And they're doing it now twice a month. There's actually a forest animals pack too, in case you need some forest animals. I obviously already took it, because I'm not crazy. You also can get all the free megapixel scan things too, which there's a huge amount of those, by just simply clicking the button that would appear right here. So go there, and there's like for 10,000 assets for this. You can build a whole world. It's like most of those AAA games you see, they're using the mega scans. They look realistic. Hey Lippis, how's it going? My person on YouTube, all about the glories of Unreal Engine and how there's a bajillion free stats. The only reason, like, basically there's only one reason you shouldn't use Unreal Engine, and I'll tell you it right now. Does your computer suck? You're trying to do everything on a potato? Unreal Engine is not going to be your friend. If you're trying to use a potato to do it, use Unreal Engine 4, because the resource requirements are like a fifth the requirements of Unreal Engine 5. But otherwise, your computer is like, you know, passable. Like I ran 4 on a, like, was like a 1080 or something like that. But you're going to probably want, like, you know, at least like a 3060 or something to run 5. Did I move to 5.5? No, I installed it. The plugin for Daz to Unreal only works for the preview version. I need a better update of the plugin. Oh yeah, Unreal's amazing. It's like, it's not, I'll just show you things like that. You can just do so many things that you never have to do things. Like, you never have to do anything special. It's just no coding, just move things around, do things, and there's tens of thousands of free assets just to play with. But yeah, give you an idea of more of the game too. Anyway, back to 5.5. I'm missing a bunch of plugins. The Daz to Unreal plugin that lets Poppet even work in the first place is not available. Do that for the release version of 5.5. It works for the preview, but once I have that, that's important. And then there's like 2 other plugins that are just necessary. I got an announcement today that the guy who made the dialogue plugin that I needed fixed has decided to discontinue it, which sucks because he discontinued it and the version doesn't even work. So that sucks. I gotta have to get a new dialogue plugin. So that'll be fun. Oh, yeah, showing out the magician here. It lets you manipulate stuff in the environment, creating platforms. And the fool can break things, so. Most people's PCs can handle Unreal 4. I would give it a shot. I mean, it's free. I have this set to not load at a good enough distance, so you can't see the city. I'll show you the rest of the city in a second. I'm trying to test to improve performance. Yeah, I then have a nav mesh down, so you can't, they can't move around to fight, but these are some of the other enemies. Yeah, you get an idea of the weird stuff in the game, all the wandering around. Boing, boing. Oh, mean. Oh yeah. And if you have any questions about Unreal Engine, I'm more than happy to help. You know, I mean, just drop by. I stream basically 5 nights a week, pretty much around the same time. So I'm running out of things. So no, make the jump quick. Danny was almost out, so I was looking at the chat. Awesome. Well, I mean, keep checking back. I'm gonna pull people from the Discord to test it, so if you want to test it at some point, then when I get to that point, it'll be there. Gotta get that key in order to open this door. The magician could open doors if you have the key. If not, well, you know. The old toy maze that I never go through. Show you other fun mechanics. For all the people who haven't seen them. We love new people. Yeah, well, that's the other thing to know about Unreal Engine that Lepus is saying, that, you know, it also comes down to the resources you're using. If you're using AAA resources and you expect your game or the engine to require less than AAA specs to even build your game, that's crazy because the game you're building is a AAA game. If you built some 2D thing, it's not going to require as much, you know. So let me show you some of the fun mechanics here. This is the Hanged Man. It's a bubble wand. It's a second weapon. I need to up the spawn rate here. The bubbles things. I need to improve the bubble size on things. I made some of them. I'll respond back to notification in a second. Yep. I like the satisfying pop of the bubble wand. It needs to do some work. It's not actually game ready yet by any stretch. But it's getting there. Ow. Like it has a range issue too. This is the Hierophant room. These are possessed objects. They won't do anything for you. They don't like you. But if the Hierophant's active, they turn into platforms. It drains your curse, but you know, as long as you get there, you'll win. Just don't finish, don't turn it off if you're not somewhere safe. There you go. Yes. Keep it going until you are safe. Boing, boing, boing. Very. I'm going to skip some of these. A bit laggy, but that's also because I'm streaming, and streaming, my computer is only so strong. But yeah, as I was saying, the if you want to make a game and you just use, like, you know, like voxel graphics or something, or even stylized graphics that with like low poly counts, it really reduces the requirements the game or the engine has on your computer. This game has some pretty high-end assets, so you know. Made the box. This model's not in the game yet, so it's just a picture representing her. One day though. I just made a new mechanic, the Empress. Like this is the Hierophant. This is the Hierophant, yeah. So it's I'll think about it for a second. I was gonna say a different name, but no, it's the Hierophant. Yeah, often you just get the key to the next room and lets you open places. You can also open cupboards with it too, in case you want. Pull yourself up. This is my yellow paint. You know, whenever you see this, you can climb it. But I'll show the Empress stuff, because I like the Empress. Also, there was a notification. What was a notification? Well, thanks for the sub. Is it time? Oh. Oh. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Subs on YouTube. Yes. Gotta build them YouTube numbers. One day I can make the fat YouTube bucks. Never happening on YouTube. Okay. This selector is terrible. Don't stab me. That's mean. So, the Empress lets you grow and shrink plants. There's lots of, you know, potted plants around here. And you just get to play around them. The magician can open windows. I haven't shown you the city thing. Oh, I'm dumb. No, I didn't put a kill thing in it. Liquids kill Poppet. That was dumb. Let me show you the city before I do that. This is actually the city when the load thing isn't set super low. It's a steampunk game, so you can really get an idea. I'm trying to optimize, so I'm going to have to play around with it a bit, and I'm trying to change the view distance, but the problem is when you go out on there, it looks way better if that's not the case. This is my toy factory that I've been building. Whimsy Wonders Toy Factory. Anyway. I will not jump to my death on this thing here. Where was it? Over here, okay. Try this again, but this time with feeling. Empress back out. The reason I loaded is because I have it set to, it'll spawn me all the way back at the start of the game since I don't have a save point set. And I'm not walking the whole distance. Why is it not? Okay. A little finicky. She has a flower on her head to represent the Empress. It's, I might come up with something better later. Come to me platform. I usually like to ride them up. You don't have to ride them up. You could actually just jump on them, but riding up on them is fun, so I do it. Pull yourself up. You can shrink them too, as you can see. Hour shift ahead of you? That sucks. Yeah. Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah. Anytime you want to learn more about it, just, drop on by. I'm happy to chat all about the engine. Yes, I am. Here's a Patrick key. Open this door. Apparently strength does double jump, but I might take that out because the Empress is more fun. I might make the pumpkins growable instead. Because that just seems way cooler to me than, double jump, which is boring. Boring mechanic. Yeah, thanks for the sub. Oh. Like say, just check back. I stream 5 nights a week and I stream a lot because I'm always working on my game, so you'll learn all kinds of weird things because I make all sorts of stuff in Unreal. Yes, I do. You can even see all the other cool areas, like the other biomes and things that I'm building that, for a much weirder world. Metroidvania, so there's a lot of going on, a lot of strangeness. Oh, thanks for following Necrodex777. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I was making all the assets myself. I make some. Yeah. Some. Only some. Yeah. Yeah. I'm responsible for Poppet. I'm responsible for Tinka, the ghost that lives in the paintings. Most of the female characters, since the bad guy is largely based on Jack the Ripper, and he kills females, except for instead of this, instead of dissecting them, he puts their souls into dolls. So, unsurprisingly, I had to make a lot of female models. They also represent a lot of the bosses because they've all been driven insane by the curse, and you're the newest of the victims, so you haven't quite got there yet. So hopefully you can make it out before, the curse takes you to. Just a fun-looking pirate area. Show it off to those people who haven't seen it. I'm gonna keep working on it, but some areas, like there's human areas over here, and then This is just the double jump here for testing. I actually have multiple enemies. I just really like these because they blow up, so I put them everywhere because I think it's funny, and I just get chuckles out of it. But they're not going to be in this area. I actually need to get a multiple things, like more enemies for this kind of area. But I'm waiting on the next fab sale, because if there's one thing I'm going to buy more of, it's going to be characters and not... I don't need a lot more environments, I just need more characters. And I am not making all of them. I want this game done sometime, you know, in the next, hopefully, year. In for next October, so, you know. I really don't want to have to hand make everything in Blender. There's another weird enemy over here, though. That's not even on the ground. This is an area that's not even going to be in the demo, so... These launch chickens, they look like little... They're fodder enemies. They're not very bright. They need a lot of work, apparently. As you can see, they need a lot of work. They can hurt you, though. They're not worthless, but they could use some help. Really debating on the Hermit. I don't know if I want to give him a teleport that's even a short distance, because teleporting is so dangerous. It would be cool if you could just teleport there, as you could see, though. At like a big cost or something. I don't know. I think I can come up with something better than that. But yeah, that's kind of about where I'm at on all these things here. I've been reworking this area over here for the Empress because, well, I need a place where you get the Empress, which is probably going to be on top of a giant mushroom. And I was just debating on which mushroom, or a lily pad. You could be on a lily pad. That's true. You could just be sitting on a lily pad. What I kind of wanted to do was make it so that you have to drop down to get to it. And then there's no way back up without using the Empress to grow plants in order to reach your way back. Which I think would be significantly cooler than, you know, what else is going on? Look at this giant flower one here. So this way, that's something. I have a little mini plant here. Like, let's say I put this here and then put the Empress on it. And just put a bunch of little plants over here. One of the problems I have, though, is I have to have a way to differentiate whether or not you can really grow them or not. That's more visual than just, oh, look, you moused over it, or you like targeted it and you can't, because it sucks. So I'm kind of an argument on that. Let me delete the nav meshes. I don't need those. Did I miss any messages? I do tend to miss things when I'm showing stuff off. Nope. So yeah, I'm thinking that maybe I just have these flower ones that are unable to grow, just to kind of make like the Empress stuff over here, and I'll put some glowing stuff over here to kind of show it off. Maybe I could put it on top of a giant mushroom. It might be that things of a certain size just can't be grown. So this should probably be a light at that point. I need to make a special light for this area, so I need to just decide something is a light. The question is do I make a universal thingy? Like, do I take the Empress and just say, okay, well, it can also have light stuff built into it? I mean, not horrible. Or I could just do a regular light. I have regular lights I can use. Let's see. I think the protector light can have a mesh. I think. No. It could. I'm gonna get rid of misses eventually. There with mesh. It'll get into it if it does, if you have a empty mesh, static mesh. Sure. And then on the construction script, that mesh. Second. I turned the microphone on, it was blowing my nose, and I was like, oh. I was making a protector light. My protector lights, you know, make it so Papa doesn't die. I'm gonna have to up the view distance in this room so you can actually see that stuff, because it just vanishes. That's not very good. It's kind of a problem without walls in the way. It does restrict a lot. Especially with how close things are in this area. Like it's a very full building. I guess I gotta go about this distance and just make the assumption that's just how it's gonna be. So they'll probably see over here and try to figure it out, and they could probably figure out how to fall to get to it. That's maybe... I mean, they'll have to think about it. I need to fix that. Do I trust in the player to be smart enough to try to fall there? I mean, I guess I'm going to. Because, you know, I can't just spell everything out. Like, these are pretty spelled out. It's just going to go over to a thing here. They'll get an idea and they'll be able to view more of it. And they'll obviously see the floating tarot card over there because you can see it from the distance. These mushrooms don't have a lot of detail. I don't like them very much. This one just sucks. Nice. This is itchy today. So, put that there. These are the protector thingies. I'm gonna need to just change these up. Like, they just... I can't have... Like, if you can fall through it, the answer is just no. A lot of these things are gonna have to be much more complicated collision-wise, unfortunately, at the end of the day. Probably just remove the simple collision. why it needs 2 collisions when it's just going to be a problem. This isn't even at the right water level, is it? It's just floating. Cool. Alright, so then the plan is to have Empress thingies to get back. So we'll grab an Empress thingy. But I'm going to swap it out with the lily pad instead. Browse to assets so I can find the other ones like it. Select the lily pad over there, do this, go to details. Oop. Unfortunately, the lily pads are really tiny, so. But I'm okay with them being tiny, actually, thinking about it. Like, let's say they're like, you know, little guy. Actually, they can just be 1 in 5. Fine, right? Because the player won't be able to do anything with them as a 1. Like, they won't be able to jump far enough, but with a 5, they should be able to. So let's do that. You have to test distances, of course, but let's just put a bunch of little ones around here so you kind of gotta jump across. Could have them go on more of a loop for it if I want. Just be that guy. I'm okay with being that guy. Hot duplication action going on here. I should probably make the waterfalls lethal to Poppet too, I guess. Or maybe I'll let you jump through them just to be nice. But she really doesn't like water because she's a sack doll, so that. It wasn't a sack doll, and she was a porcelain doll, she wouldn't care. I have absolutely no idea if this is the correct distance. We'll find out. He's actually floating with the water, I think. Oh no. Oh no, they're floating. 1 second. I get the feeling it's just all these ones anyway. Okay, you see, I'm trying to click the Empress plants, not whatever just happened there. All right, so he's right here. Now I can just drag him down to the right level real quick. Maybe something along those lines, just a little bit above the water. Also, while I'm at it, these should all be in the Sapphire room if they're not already. They are now. Give me an extra one here just to kind of get the job done. All right, let's see if this even works. Oh, actually, let me check the collision on these. It might have the worst collision under the sun. I don't know. It could have no collision too. I mean, to be fair, most people did not expect, you know, people to use them as platforms. But I think those people just lack vision, you know? That looks perfect. Looks like a healthy pizza crust. You know, and it also looks like it tastes terrible at the same time, you know? All right. This all the way too. Have it in the way. Oh, you know what didn't have collision? This. Oops. Well, it was half smart. And half completely stupid. Yes. Yes, indeed. What is the collision for this? Oh, there is no collision. Ah, 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 ah. On the plus side, I know that my instant kill water is perfectly doing great. Well, it's got a kill plane under it. It's not even a... The water itself is not actually the kill thingy. Technically, if you could pass through that plane, you would be able to go in the water without dying. Guess I didn't check the collision. There you go. Apparently these things are not as good as I want them to be at all. Well, we'll try the last ditch effort before we just go to complex and move on. Sometimes you just gotta accept that, you know, if you're gonna use it as a level thingy, you're gonna have to make it complex. One of the things that's awkward is that it moves just as a mesh. So because of that, well, I guess the material itself moves. The collision's always going to look a little weird, I think. But, I mean, what can you do, you know? There are exceptions that need to be made. It's a little better. Never mind. I stand corrected. Well, F that. Complex is simple. Let's move on. That actually looks like it's less things anyway. Makes me wonder if I can do that on these two. Might need to. Just because it'll do like some weird thing where you fall through stuff. I don't know how to tell, but it actually looks like that's probably worse than just complex thing. Let's just use it. Yeah, this looks like so much less. Well, I guess not around the sides there, but just not having the holes is pretty spicy, I hear. Goes anywhere. I could manually try to add collision, but I also don't hate myself, so there's that problem. Like, if you hate yourself, you could do that, but I don't, so, you know. Not gonna. Maybe at some point, like, near the... If I need to do some serious optimization, we'll start talking about things like that. That's really far away. I didn't realize how far away that was. Like, hard to select. Well, first of all, let's see if I can even make this jump. I most certainly can. But targeting is super hard. Also, the camera going in there is kind of weird. Okay, so I want to make a change to how the Empress plays out here. On the UI itself, it needs to have a targeting reticle or something. Just to make my life a lot easier to actually see what's going on, because without that, it's really hard to target. You're just kind of guessing, and everything else has a targeting reticle. Even the freaking Fool has a targeting reticle, and I'm probably taking out the Fool ability to even launch a projectile because, well, honestly, it's not that cool. I'm gonna go ahead and copy this image for right here. I don't see any reason to change up my reticle for anything else. Empress. And we'll just go ahead and paste it right here. That'll show up right there, makes it a little easier. Anchor to the center. Alignments at that, so let's go ahead and... Actually, this one's positioned in that same area, right? No, it's not. It's just position centered. I don't know why it's pasted to not the central position, but okay. That should make it easier to see things. Maybe I'll change it to a different looking icon later, but it's just so hard to actually use it. Might become Poppet's official hair. I've left it on her for quite a while. Shows off her face better than the other hair. What am I missing here? Should just be visible the whole time. Why is it not? I didn't see it. The sets are visible, right? Sure. Oh. That's because it's two separate HUDs. Two separate HUDs. Duh. What this HUD is the one that appears on top of the object when it's actually moused over. What I really need to do is have a different HUD whose sole purpose is largely be just like the Fool. And then I need to apply it to Poppet when she switches to it. On her ability select, where we equip weapon, I require a HUD. So we're just going to go ahead and copy pasta. Actually, you know, I could actually save these added viewports here. I could also just drag all these into here and have the weapon HUD thingy, but probably technically better. Whatever. Alright, so the Empress is here. It's possible I want to have differences in the code later, but fine, I'll save it, so let me move them all at once. Plugin is bizarre. Alright, and I can just connect it up to this line right here, because I made a little connector. Alright, so now... Okay. Figure it out eventually. Yes, indeed. Let's get this here. Suit up the Empress. That's a lot easier to target. Hard to see where to go though. Might need to be kind and include like some lights or something, or maybe have you jump on the light thing. They're kind of hard to see at that distance. I don't think I like that. You can make the jump, but they're so tiny. Maybe instead I just make them like a 2. Oh, I'm going to change them all though. It sucks. I hate this. Thanks, I hate it. That makes them a little easier to see though. And that's why I set it up like this, so I could change them all as I see fit. I can actually have these ones be different sizes too. This one could be like a 3 or something. I guess they have like a slightly varied size there. Interesting. I didn't realize that was a thing. Interesting indeed. Anyway. It could be a 3. make it hard to jump on it by putting it to the side, but at least you have a light so you're not running out of sandy, because it seems like this is way harder than I was expecting. Way harder than I was expecting. But at least this way you'll have that nearby to work with. Maybe just leave it as it is to make this like a 2. This one seems significantly closer by a bit. Gotta remember, like, one of the problems I really have is that I'm not very good at the these are going to turn out slightly different when they redo it. That's the thing. I'm not very good at coming up with good difficulty scaling. I think I often just have a good idea for something and I just kind of work with it. And you know, yeah, problem. Then I got to build everything else up. But to be fair, it's not like I have extensive knowledge of designing platformers either, so over time I'm just gonna have to get better at it. I also work on the whatever I find fun thing. You know, if I'm enjoying it, then I keep it in. If I hate it, I cut it out. Just seems like the better way to do things in my mind. You know, I figure if I hate it, then the player probably won't like it either. And if I love it, then the player's probably also gonna love it. Well, hopefully my target audience loves it, because, you know, if you're not my target audience, like, you know, you're like, I only play Fortnite. Well, game's probably not for you. Play it, but you can always tell the kind of people who aren't into my kind of game. Well, it's pretty easy, you know, if you feel like the whole weird imaginative thing, you know, like Alice Madness Returns, Little Nightmares type of strange worlds, and you like, you know, kooky, macabre things, you know, if The Nightmare Before Christmas is something you would like, that world's going to work for you. If, however, you are all about real-time, you know, current year stuff and guns, probably not. Well, there's a lot of physics in this game, so. I remember the person who's like, I like space sims. Yeah, that guy's probably not going to like this. There is, in fact, no space sim portion of this game. There might be some flight sim thingy a little, but probably not. I'm not really going to simulate too much, because I'm probably to give you like a balloon backpack to act as the chariot. Or maybe just a little blimp. What if it's a little blimp that just shoots things at people? That'd be sweet. Oh, attack blimp. Could even use it for boss fights. Maybe I'm doing that. And then, you know, just I could just pop it out for it. Because you wouldn't really be able to see her sticking out of it anyway. I would assume you would be staring at the blimp. Because it would probably just be one of these blimps. I'm just going to copy one and drag it down rather than get all the way up to it. I just click something. Okay, I had something else selected too. Oh, that's right. Now when you right click, it auto selects one of those things. It's so dumb. Paste it here then. Sure. Yeah, like you'd probably see the top of it, I would imagine. So let's shrink it down here. How big is it in relation to Poppet? Go put it on the rooftop here. I get an idea of that. Oh, it's huge by comparison to Poppet. They could give her a hot air balloon, but let's be real here. Who the hell wants a hot air balloon over a little blimp? Really? You know you'd rather have a blimp every time. Technically, this is about the right size for her to fit inside it. I mean, it's stuck in the ground, sure. But if you're playing as it, like, this would be too big in the room. I'd probably want to swap her out for, like, a mini blimp. And have her, like, ride the mini blimp around. have it fire, like, you know, maybe it has a laser in the front. It could be almost like a laser, it just goes pew pew pew. Some sort of weapon. More fun than the ghost form thingy, I guess. Even that would be too big, though. Because, you know, if she's this big, then the blimp would need to be maybe like a few times her size, but maybe something like 0.2. I have to scale it, but oh, it's not even that cool looking of a blimp, is it? I think I have a cool looking blimp, but you wouldn't be able to see her in it anyway, so you could fly the little toy blimp around and shoot things. Like, pew 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 pew. You probably just end up seeing mostly this, honestly, or maybe like from the sides. You wouldn't really be able to see very much. It's not very cool looking from the top, you know? Cool looking from the bottom, but you'd like summon it and it wouldn't be able to do a lot with it. I didn't think the chariot would be this hard to come up with an idea for that works really well, but a lot of times the chariot just seems like on paper it sounds really fun, and then in practice it doesn't seem that great. Like the whole car thing that you could drive around wasn't very fun, but it sounded like it'd be really fun to drive a little car around and, you know, hit toys and things, and it turned out to just have such incredibly terrible physics and play really weird. But this wouldn't really fit a lot of places. Okay, let's take the blimp, and I guess you could fly to rooms like this. It'd be okay in rooms like this. The big rooms. Probably pretty hard to get through a lot of areas otherwise. But like around here it'd be okay. You could just, you know, fly around and shoot things, I guess, but it wouldn't be, I don't know how good it would be in this kind of an area. Might still be fun. I do like the idea of having a little airship. This one, you'd have special physics. Well, you'd have to give it like flight physics. I'd probably just replace Poppet's model with, you know, this temporarily. This isn't even a skeletal mesh, though. And it would have no animation thing, so I'd have to make my own animation for it. Is that even cool? Like, I could probably actually quickly do this, actually. I'm going to test this out. This is actually a blueprint, too, for that matter. Because they assembled it for me. I think. Yeah. Oh, they did. Oh. Not as cool as I was hoping. Well, one of the things I don't want to do is tie this directly to that. But how big are you? Surprisingly small. Hmm. Let's test this out. That is the Poppet menu. I don't care about that. Apparently rigged up to ghost form. We can just swap it in there. Like instead of having this emitter thing. Hey Fox, how's it going? I'm gonna see about giving the player a little Zeppelin to fly around. I guess I kind of am, aren't I? Hang out and chat during work. Didn't think about it like that, but you're not wrong. You're really not wrong. I mean, that's right. Next cube, go over. Hey, what you doing? Look over the side of the cubicle. It's just like, you just go, it's like, what's going on, buddy? Boss comes by. It's like, I'll be right back. Boss gone. Who's she? Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't do the same for you because, well, like I said, the copyrighted music and streaming to YouTube just... Okay, cool. Oh, you don't have the copyrighted music going? Yeah, well, I mean, like, yeah. Well, that's just why I had to mute it, because, you know, like I say, the copyrighted music alone, like 30 seconds of that, and YouTube just gives me a strike. Yeah. That's why I just go, oh, yeah, just keep it on the back. But I've made mistakes. I foolishly watched like a brief portion of an abridged. It was like Sword Art Online abridged. And in the background, I couldn't even tell. I thought it was safe because it was an abridged thing and it had already been on YouTube. And Sony immediately copyright struck me. I was like, okay, it was a copyright claim. But either way, I was just like, wow, I didn't even hear the music in that. Oh, yeah. I'm playing with the Empress more. I was going to give it out here, and then this is not even remotely refined, but I'm going to give out the Empress here, and then you're supposed to fall from up there to get it, and then from that point on, you can have to use the Empress to get back. And that's kind of the plan going on here. I don't know if these distances are even jumpable for that matter. I started to realize this isn't even jumpable. I was always in the middle of it and I got sidetracked. Hide and seek working, did you? Nice, nice. Now you just gotta be like, you know, get him to go like tag you're it and all that. It's just like a weird little game of waifu tag. You're like, this for some reason I feel like needs pillows. Oh, thanks for the follow, 4N4C0D4. Huh. Yeah, it's a thing. Didn't look around yet though. I just go use forwards like. I actually did the thing in the animation graph to make it where they would move only their head to look at the player. I have that. Tinka does it, and in the painting world, it was. What was the code for that? Got it somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. It's in our animation blueprint. I just was too lazy to remember I put an animation blueprint, so. Yes. Oh. I found out this thing, and this is actually probably going to be really useful to you too. You know all Epic's paragons? You might think, oh, it's just a character or whatever. No. The paragons are loaded down with a huge amount of unique animations. There's so many. That's where all these came from. I just copied the paragon animations right off of it. I was like, yeah. I'm just like, oh my god, really? Oh yeah, I have it set on the update animation to get the socket location of the head of the player. Right? And then how do I have it twice? Interesting. Oh, as character. Okay, so it's getting its own head location, and then it gets the player's head location, and it gets the find lookout rotation, and it just sets that over and over. And then what did I change this here? That's on the event graph, and then on the anim graph. Got it? I did this so long ago. Oh yeah, transform bone right here. So it's just, you know, take your catch pose, local the component, and then transform bone, and just look at rotation. Just set the transform bone to whatever it is you want to do. In this case, the head. And from that point on, it'll just look. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Just get a look at rotation of two bones, you know, just looking at each other, and then on the two different actors, modify bone. I had to look all that up. I just oh, you can't stealth after that. You know, I mean, maybe they're checking. They're just like eyes in the back of their head. They're like, "You gonna stealth kill me?" You know, too late. Got to give them some time to really get there and get back to being okay with it. Maybe they go back to like playing cards or something, or drinking with their friends. Maybe. I was gonna give Poppet a Zeppelin. We're just gonna. Yes, I'm just gonna add the blueprint, a child blueprint. This is a lame way to do it, but I want to test this out, so I don't care. There's definitely a better way. Oh, all the animations. These are actually tied to the wrong skeleton. Wait, what? What this? How did you get tied to the wrong skeleton? No, you don't tie these two characters together, thank you. That is not what I want in my life. I'm okay with two women doing things. You know, listen. They might fight when they're alone together, so we gotta separate them a bit. Now the simple reality is at that point, if those two are tied together, then it'll load them both at the same time, and that is not what I want. These characters are already big enough. And she's already huge because the NPC's huge, plus she's already got a very large mesh. That's interesting. I need to optimize the crap out of her. She never got optimization. And it shows. Also, her hair is broken anyway, so I'm probably going to have to remove her hair. And add it on in post. Anyway, I'm going to add a Zeppelin. Zeppelin. But I'm too lazy to manually find it. I'm going to do this and browse to it. I'm going to pop it. I have no idea if this will be fun, so my problem is that it might be dumb, just like the car thing sounded way more fun, and then I tested and it was dumb. This is stupid. 0 out of 10, do not like. Let's add the Zeppelin here. Child blueprint. Zeppelin. Go. Zeppelin. Cannot see. Called it. You should call it BP Zeppelin. Why did it appear then? There you go. Sometimes I'm just blind. That's true. Always told me all those years of doing that would make me go blind. I guess they were right. All right, so where are we at location-wise? It's obviously huge. Can I just change the collision outright of this? I don't think I can do that. This is a problem I was having earlier of trying to manipulate the variables of child blueprints. Like in game, you can activate a child blueprint, but having the parent access the blueprint's variables has not worked up to this point. So I think the reality is I gotta manually build a Zeppelin. So let's add a scene. Call this the Zepp scene. Everyone's hit to the Zepp scene. And then I'm going to take all these blueprint thingies. And I'm just going to add them under this. Problem solved. Well, if it actually went under the scene. So let's say I do this. Wish I could fuse them all into one mesh, but it doesn't quite work like that with static ones, I don't think. That's okay. We'll make dreams come true. All right, so then for each of these, that visibility, and this is the goes from active thing shared. We're just going to ditch the particle, I guess. Yeah. I'm just going to turn this into a macro. On set collision. Or it can actually be a function, that's fine too. Let's just move it into a function. Perhaps the function failed. Why for fail? Oh, I know why. You'd have to go like this. Now we'll do it. And then I'm just going to duplicate a bunch of crap. Sure. Zeppelin. Oh, Zeppelin. All right, and Zeppelin's going to have one input, and the input's just going to be a active, just active. On this one, it will be active. Put this to a variable. And then let's just get active. Dump it onto here and here. Get all tricky here. Sadly, there's quite a few parts to this, so what we're going to do is mostly just copy paste these over and over. And then change out the last thing so I don't got to do anything special. Like 6 parts. Oh. I'm a doofus. Set collision. Collision enabled. Blah, 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 blah. Make my life a little easier here. So what I'm going to do here is then I'm just going to set it over here based on which one there, and then I'm just going to have, you know, these all the way down there so I don't have to have it over and over and over. So if active, the collision is going to be collision enabled query in physics, I suppose, and then if false, no collision. I also have to change it on the player too. There's no collision on that. It's just, do you have the collision or is it Pop that has the collision? I think Poppet has the collision. Oh. This one doesn't have any. Hey, line up it. How's it going? Thank you for saying I'm doing great. Doing my thing. Enjoying my life, y'all. Collision. Actually, I'll just that collision enabled here. Drifter, no collision. Previous one is furry only, no physics collision. Sure. Need that. It has to be like this. This one's the no collision. I will make the Zeppelin dream a reality. But I realize there's a lot of meshes involved with this. I have to flop them back and forth, and I'm not sure this is going to be all that cool by comparison. It might just be lame. But I was originally going to take the Chariot to do something like this and replace the Death Tarot with a weapon of some sort. It just sounds like cooler as a weapon. Like, I guess Death turning into a ghost and flying around is its own thing, but the problem with the ghost is then I got to explain why you can't fly through certain things, and I don't have an explanation for why a ghost can't fly through certain things. I don't have an explanation at all. I mean, I have an explanation why you can't leave the building, but not why you couldn't just phase through the floor or something, and that would be a problem. So I do have an explanation for why the blimp can't phase through the floor. That's true. That is most certainly true, but I do not have one for the other. No collision on those, but Skeletal Mesh actually has the true collision on it, right? Yeah, query and physics. Okay, and then from this point on, it's just go through each of the thingies and set it based on whether or not it's a collision type for each of the parts. I could technically add each part to an array and then do it for each, I guess. Is that really faster than just doing it? Probably not. I can just copy paste this thing 6 times and that's fine. It's not like I'm gonna add more parts to the Zeppelin, probably. I might, but you know, whatever. I'll burn that bridge when I get there. Yes. Burn, little bridge, burn. Fire will solve this problem. We're gonna have the new Zeppelin measure. Would have been nice if I could tie them all together easily, but whatever. For purposes of testing, copy, pasta, copy, not copying. It wants me to save instead. Sometimes it likes that. It gets feisty. I also just drag it out too. Okay. Well, first off, all these need to be like set to no collision and not visible. Facing the right direction, that's good. I might also shrink the Zeppelin size too, but anyway. fix. Yeah, it might have been better to do it the other way. Well, make it work first and then make it work better second. That's my working theory. Because there's no need to make the perfect working thing because I might not like it, in which case I just wasted time trying to make it work perfectly when in reality I didn't even like it. You want to go out of your way to just make a working anything, a prototype, and then if it turns out it's awesome, you can make the prototype way better. Okay, so we do this, and that should be all the parts. There. Let me go back to the tarot graph. Do that, and we're just replacing this ghost form particle with a thingy here. This is the ghost form active, so this means that this would be that. Also, if it's out of spirit, we do this, but it's out of spirit's not even a thing anymore. It'd probably be like out of curse or something, but I don't think I can put a limit on it yet. And then finish just skips the ghost form particle stuff. Like this. Okay. Let's see how it looks after all that. The flight of the blimp. The Poppet one. Okay, network error. Try again. Wait, what? Player was broken for our Twitch. I was like going, but. Okay. So let's. Apparently the Death Tarot. I didn't swap which one it was, but that's perfectly fine. Well, I need to move the camera back because you can't see. So let me move the camera back. Camera only goes so far back. Pop my neck there. I put everything in here, so with a quick, singular thing, I can change everything without all the extra effort. Still not that neat. But the other thing wasn't very neat either. I think I'm actually changing the length of the spring arm. Yeah, that's right. Arm length. The default is 400. This is when it's active, right? So let's set this one here to like 1,000 or something. Let's make it really long. And then we're gonna just put the other one back at 400. As you know, that's what we want. I could set it to a variable, but I don't think I need to. Well, there might actually be an arm. Well, there's another arm length thing. Whatever. I'll just do it this way. 40 is ridiculous and not going to work. I may shrink the size of the blimp too. Like at some point, it's just so big. It might just need to be like Poppet sized or like slightly bigger than Poppet. It's actually not even a bad idea. Well, the scene's visible, but I guess it doesn't do all the children. Let's shrink it down some. I really do think that it might just be a little bit big. Because, you know, if it's too big, it won't fit anywhere, and then it's just dumb. I haven't checked the collision on these. I wonder what it's like. Probably gonna hit everything. Hopefully it's really simple collision, but let's see. That's some weird collision there, buddy. But we'll see how it plays out. I might not need to change anything, in which case I'm not going to. I'm using complex as simple form. Okay. Fair enough. That shouldn't be a problem then at all. Let me set all the visibility back to non-existent for these. Yeah. Not going to work so hot if it's visible all the time. Then it will just kind of break and look stupid. Do this, and then use the depth arrow. Beep, beep. It doesn't really angle though, so let's have it mouse wheeled up and down. I probably need to make some sort of flight controls to make it angle, make it cool. I guess I don't hate it. Oh, I'll turn it off, by the way. I don't think it needs an anim graph, but it's not a skeletal mesh, so I'll have to make something like that. I can change the scene angle, right? I can set the rotation of it like slightly up. Maybe like 10 up or something. Like that, and that would change the rotation of all these since they're attached to the scene. Doesn't really change the move velocity though. Where did I put the movement for this? Oh, it's actually under just the movement for the regular thing, like it's a movement graph. I guess that shouldn't be surprising. It's on the camera, I think. Oh, I got rid of turn character, sure. It adds pitch there. It doesn't go with momentum though. It's not like a car. I think that's the issue and that's why I didn't like about the car thing was that it moved kind of like a really crappy car. It would always fall over to the sides. It was top heavy and weird. It wasn't fun to turn. I mean, it definitely felt like there was mobility to it, but how do I make a thing seem like it's actually a vehicle of some sort? Like give it the look of being up and down. Because all this is doing is just adding that, but then it's not really well, actually that's not really doing what I think it's doing, right? It's just moving up. Oh, that's not where it is. Oh, there you go. Camera and zoom. This is a mess. Hey, Lepus, how's it going? I was thinking about adding a blimp. This is a catastrophe going on here. What was I doing? Why is it a catastrophe? Oh, I see. I don't need this crap. Morph targets, I don't care about any of that stuff. Catastrophe. Catastrophe. Alternate look, catastrophe. No, don't need that. This adds movement input. How do I give it momentum? I don't quite know how to do that. I'll have to think about it, but the plan was this. My test idea, I'll show it to you. Half asleep? Maybe. Yeah, with weird ideas, I test them, and sometimes they're just so bad I don't ever like them. So, yeah, it summons a blimp. But the problem is I don't really have a way to give it momentum or anything, so it's kind of... I don't know how fun it would be, really. You can fly it around, but it doesn't have momentum, so... I guess it sort of does. But it has about the momentum you'd expect of, just slight momentum. Maybe because there's nothing to actually run on top of, so it's just moving around. Well, I was going to replace the ghost form thingy, because the problem I have with it is a ghost can fly through things. So why can't she fly through, you know, walls, the floor, you know... I was considering having the chariot be a vehicle. But I'll have to tweak with how to move it so that it acts like an actual vehicle. Because I think it'd be kind of cool if it could like fire like, you know, lasers or something at the things. Like, if it had like projectiles or something. I might shrink it down though. Even more. It seems cool to have it big, but the simple reality is it doesn't fit in a lot of places. So I don't know how good it would be. So I'm testing these out, but that's what I was thinking. I was going to replace the Death Terror with some kind of a weapon because, I mean, you know, having death be a weapon doesn't sound like a bad plan. I was going to have like maybe 6 weapons in the game. That's probably a little too small to be fun. Because you clearly wouldn't fit in it. It'd fit places though. A little Poppet thingy. I could have like a battle against the well, if there are little toy things there, it might be fun to have battles against the other little blimps, right? To take them out and have Poppets one be a different color. Maybe I do make it smaller because it actually fits in places and is more fun. It's like... It might be kind of fun. I mean, who doesn't want an airship? You probably didn't think you were getting an airship in this game, right? So, actually, at this size, can it fly through pipes? Well, it could if there was a hole in the pipe. Jeez, aren't I just a killjoy? Lock the pipe off. I'm going to this pipe then. People suck. I'm going to that pipe. Honk. Yeah, you can fly through the pipes. Now it has to be this size, because flying through the pipe seems kind of cool. Bet you never thought you'd see a blimp flying through the pipes, right? Oh, there's a hole there. It's not very nice flying through the pipes, but the concept isn't so bad. Oh. Woohoo! Oh. Yeah, have airship battles. That'd be kind of cool. Plus, I don't have to buy any additional assets. I just get to use the blimp I already have. I'll put like a particle on the back and she'll be able to fly around. Give her some custom things on her thing so it looks all cool. It also has to have a giant chariot tarot on it too, right? Because, you know, all of her things have to have tarots on them. Yeah, I kind of like that. And then she can just turn back. Maybe. Want to turn back? Oh, okay, I didn't have it equipped. That's what it was. I turned it off. She flies for a second, then falls. It's kind of awkward, but I need to change the movement faster so she falls. Still. Meow. 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 It's too small for her, but the fact that it fits in places makes it more fun. So there's the argument there on that one. It does kind of slowly float places if you move a direction, so that's kind of nice. So at least I got that going for me. Because it is flying movement. So it does have its own movement of sorts. The only thing I need to figure out is having it slowly adjust its direction. So what I'm probably going to do let me find out what this is saying first. I want to know what the numbers we're working with are before I have some idea of exactly what I'm looking at. Because as it is, I don't quite know what the results are. But from there, I can set up a thing that every time this changes, I could adjust things. Like I could set this as a variable and then have an event that's perpetually looping while it's active, testing this out. I could just replace the ghost form with this instead, because the ghost form's like, even though I recycled the same particle for it for her other thing, so it actually was no additional overhead to use the other thing. But again, like I said, I could never come up with an answer. So all right, so basically, if it's positive or negative, that's the thing. So it'll just adjust based on that. So I could just set if like the let's do this. We're just gonna promote this to a variable. I guess over here. Oh, it's the flat action value, sure. And we're just gonna set this. I guess I could set it the whole time. I set it the whole time. That sets arm length. But I guess I can just set it so it can act, and then I might have use for it either way. I don't know if I do, but let's clean this up a little because it's a freaking mess. Actually, yeah, go ahead and set that here because then I can do this. Oh. Then I can do this and just clean it up so it's no, that's ugly. And then just run this into here instead. And I get to get rid of all this garbage. I'm not gonna lie. Nice. It was kind of ugly. Lots of stuff that didn't need to be in here. Like so. This down here. Grab the spring arm and do this so it's less ugly. Oh, just the code itself was just a giant spaghetti mess. So I'm just sitting here and cleaning it up so it's more readable. I mean, you saw it a moment ago, it was a complete catastrophe. Now it's actually pretty readable, all things considered. I could put this on the other side, that make it slightly more readable, but Some of my earlier code, you know, not as readable. No, it's pretty easy to read. All right, so I don't need that. I already have that. I don't need the Zeppelin thingy. So we're going to start an additional event on the tarot thingy here that happens upon activating, and then stops when it's no longer active. Oh, is there a connection issue? It looks like there was briefly. Thing. Well, it looks like there's a restream issue. Okay, so the plan here, first, plan here is to go into the tarot graph. Probably going to be to immediately take this and move it over to, I'm just going to leave it here right now. I'm going to change things up in a bit, but we'll make a custom event. And this one's just going to be called Chariot Active. Yeah, it definitely helps. And here we're gonna, what's the ordering on this? There's the important thing. I'm gonna get rid of this. I don't need it. So for this graph here, when do I set this active? I set it right here, so I can just get the value. Honestly, this is slowly getting turned into the other thing anyway. Like this thing here actually has a bunch of the stuff for the Zeppelin already, so it's almost unnecessary to have 90% of this. I'm pretty certain I'm getting rid of the ghost form thingy anyway. I might as well just get rid of this ghost form particle thingy. Because I already like the blimp more. And why am I launching the character? I don't know why I'm launching the character. This is when you turn it off. Or when you turn on, so the character's not being launched at all. Because this is 0. Weird. Alright, so this thing here is what makes Poppet turn invisible. We took out the ghost from particle system, so none of that matters. The ability's called Ghostly. We don't have a ghost form particle, it's just checking if it's valid, so I don't need that. Originally I was going to have this thing with changing based upon if the tarot death is active, but the simple reality is doesn't matter. So at the end of this, we're just going to do this instead. I'm going to restructure this ability to be not terrible. We'll set it to falling instead of walking. I don't need any of this crap. This was made quite a while ago, and a lot has changed since then, so none of this is necessary. Or I used to have like a dash thing, and I don't have a dash anymore. Oh, it's already fast enough. She just needs running faster. Give you abilities so you can move faster. So we'll clean this up. This can easily get turned into a much better ability here. And I'll make the Zeppelin cooler too, because, you know, it's just more fun to fly a Zeppelin than to turn into a weird, you know, spiritual ball and fly around. Like, it's just, one of these seems way better than the other. The only time the ghost thingy would be cool is if you actually plan on being able to fly through things like a ghost. That particle is never there. Oh, I see. No, this is wrong. This is flying. This is falling. As soon as she lands, it'll switch to something else anyway. That movement mode, I don't know why I'm setting that twice. That's bizarre and weird. This is much closer to what I need. There is no reference to spirit anymore, right? I guess I have, no, I have a spirit thing, I just don't use it. I'll leave it for now. I'm not gonna cost spirits, I don't care. I'm gonna base everything on the curse or sanity. And this ability will cost curse, so it doesn't matter. Most of the abilities will cost curse. Sanity is not always going to be a thing you can pay. Let's get me closer to this. Let's just put it on the chariot and get rid of the crappy car thing. I think it was just a freaking nightmare. That's getting fixed. As you can see, the chariot had a lot going on. And it just was terrible. Okay, so I don't need all this crap. Code was broken anyway. I was going to have the ability to launch the car, so I might give a dash thingy to the chariot. I'm not giving this out for a really long time, so, you know. So we're just going to check and see if this is actually active. Do this. I don't think I need anything else in here. Yeah, I did the changes to the input system. It was just stupid. I'm just going to change this here at the end of this thing. That here. Here. None of this other crap matters. I do need one other thing from over here, though. Guess I already grabbed the Zeppelin thing. Fair enough. Grab that event, move it over here. All this crap and move it into here. This has been a long time coming. Because it's going to be too much fun not to have. Maybe for the city areas, I'll have that instead. Like, instead of having a car, because it'll make it more like, free level, some of that, I'll have, like, you know, you flying around and shooting things more, make it more of a flight thingy. Be kind of neat. I don't hate it. I mean, it's not amazing, but I don't hate it. I'm questioning why I stream on YouTube. Half the time I look over at the YouTube thing, there's just nobody on it. It's like, don't even give me views. I might just start putting a video saying I'm streaming on Twitch on there, and then, you know, use the other restream thingy to stream on like Rumble or something. With an audience there as well. Old YouTube. Nothing will make you feel like your project doesn't matter as much as putting your information on YouTube. Oh, Out of Spirit no longer has an event. Kind of get rid of it, didn't I? What's even the point of this spirit thing here? Where does it even go? It isn't used anywhere. Why does it exist then? Because it was the 4th stat and it wasn't going to be used for dodging, but it just seems so stupid. Like, why do I even have it? I don't need it. You're going to pay your curse to dodge, that's fine too. I figure 3 resource stats is more than enough, because I'm more than willing to let you use your health as a resource. I played Magic the Gathering. I've played Black decks. I know about paying life for resources. I'm down. Anything to win. That wasn't connected, I noticed. Why is there a delay on that? There's nothing after the delay. It's pointless. So set it not active, do that. Clean it up a little bit. All right, so on the Zeppelin thingy, I call an event chariot active. Wait, am I calling it there? No. I'm going to base it on the variable in here, so if I call it there, it's not going to work right. I need to call it after this. I see why there's a delay after that. I'm fine with that. It'd be fine without even a delay on this one. It's just setting a variable. Put a chariot active here, and then say from start. Could have recycled the same timeline and just played it in reverse. I don't know why I didn't do that. Just dumb, I guess. All right. And then this one here, we're gonna do this. If it's not active, it's just gonna end, so I don't care. I'll have to give it a projectile too to shoot, just to be that guy, as you know. You don't have a way to fight in it, it's not fun. All right. So we'll say greater than 0. So what we're gonna do, first we're gonna get the velocity. Get actor velocity. That's just actor velocity. I always get to this, and it's not. Velocity. Does it get character velocity? I always mix this one up. Oh, it's just get velocity. Sure. Let's say if the velocity is, let's do greater. Can I not get forward vector? Or just forward vector. Let's see, vector length, I think. And then I can go this into here. I have this code somewhere, and I probably should just look it up, so I don't have to be that guy. But if it's greater than 0.1, I'm gonna do one more branch here. This is going to be my ghetto thing that moves it up and down. So a branch here. If true, we'll get to that. Flight action value is greater than 0. We're going to take this Zep scene here and set rotation. Rotation's fine, I guess. We're rotating this one by 10. Okay, so we'll say 15. All right, let's. I have no idea how this is going to look, but I'm hoping that it'll rotate the whole thing up by 15 and then down by 15, depending upon whether or not you're moving one way or the other. However, if your velocity is not that, The thing is, when does it ever return to flat? Because it'll adjust that, but I think it'll return to flat almost immediately. We'll see. Either way, I'm going to set the rotation on this to this thing here and set 0 if it's not actually moving. And then, assuming all that is golden, we want a sequence. True. First, we're doing this. It's just easier than putting this at the end of the stuff here. Okay. Not delay, I clicked the wrong thing. Point 2 is fine. Okay. And then chariot active. So this will loop as long as the chariot's active, but won't do anything otherwise. Just destroy itself right here. Possible this may have to go on the movement graph, though. It's true. We'll see. It'll. Problem is, it never sets to 0 unless you stop moving. I could have a thing that slowly changes this back, actually. I might do that. I'm just going over in my head how it would pan out. Let's go to the tarot graph again. And I think what I'm going to do is on this here, I'm going to set it back to, what's that flat action value to 0? So unless you're constantly doing it, it won't continuously change it. But because it seems like it'd be kind of too short, we'll just do like 1 second. Also 1 second. Let's see if all that code monstrosity works. I mean, it might. Seems pretty sound, but it's possible I missed something and all that. Oh, it's the chariot. Problems with that? Sure. Oh. Well, the rotation's wrong. It does go up, though. Oh, I see. I gotta make a change here. Let me make a quick change. The change needs to be done to the movement thingy. I forgot about this. Also, I guess it's rotating the wrong way. Let me fix that. Movement graph. I forgot to change this one. That's important. That was close. Then we're down to this. Let's see here. What is the current rotation of the scene? It's the 90 degrees thing I'm missing. I might want to do this in the other direction. We'll see how it pans out. I might need to do that in the other direction. I might want to check the velocity afterwards. Or maybe I don't care about the velocity. If I'm resetting the value here, I don't know if I care about the velocity at all. I don't think I do. I'll have to see. This is going to take some additional logic to make it happen, but you know, as long as it's fun, I don't super care. I'll have to do like banking and things like that based upon stuff, so we'll get there. Okay, well, I guess it's negative 90. Even then, it's not actually doing what I want. Yeah, but it's definitely been reverted all the way to backwards, so clearly I have once again come up with a slight problem here. Maybe well, I don't want to do relative. I could do relative. This is like negative 90. I could do relative instead. I should have said actor. Why am I setting for just this scene here? It should involve everything with Puppet being, you know, moved around, so it shouldn't actually just be that, just the whole actor. If that's the case, then I don't care about the Zeppelin scene. What I care about is this being negative 90. And this just being 15 and not 15. Oh. I'm a goofball. I forgot to put a negative in front of that, by the way. That's why it was always going the same direction. That portion of the code was working fine. I just told it to do the same thing on both, so it clearly was not going to do anything special. Happens. I'm also going to want to do this here. Sets to 0 and then sets like this if it's basically every second, so you have to continuously move it if you're going to do that. It might not work out well to do it this way, but we're testing. I also can give it like a little smoke thing behind it too, for that matter. Like, I don't hate it. Incoming ad break in 7 seconds. Well, I guess I'm gonna take a bio break real fast, and if that's the case, because it's starting now. Okay, I'll be right back. So let's do a quick test. Yes, indeed. Let us test. Test indeed. I can't wait until the new version of UE is usable for me. Like when I get all this stuff available. Button. I do what I want. It's going down. Does it go up? There's a quick rotation thingy that's not correct. I don't like that. Yeah, I need the plugins to be updated. I can't use them otherwise. It's like, bummer. It should be greater than 0. But it's doing a quick rotation to the side. And I don't know why. I mean, I guess the Zeppelin scene is kind of off to the side itself, but maybe this should not be set to the side at all. These are all negative 90. This scene is not, though. Yeah. It's going to change a lot when it's available. That's for sure. I think because of the scene itself is being set weird. I guess I'm just going to put on here. Oh, because all these have a different look to them. They should all be like negative 90. That may be part of the problem, because the scene is screwing things up with its own separate little thing. It'd be nicer if I keep the scene together, but if that needs to be at negative 90 in order to get the job done, it's kinda crap indeed. So also what I kind of want is a smoke thing. You know, there was a Western one I think that had pretty good things for it. It's like a Western town thingy. Maybe I'll add that to the project too. 1 second. It had good stuff. Yeah, this one here. Because I had other blimps too. It's much I mean, it could have like a Cowboys and Indians type of thing, which would be its own fun thing. I mean, maybe same instantly add moving airships. You did the work for me? Wait a minute. Yeah, I think 3D is way easier for backgrounds and everything too. I actually think that it's just a mistake to do full 2D if you can avoid it. Unless you just can't, like, unless the target platform can't handle it. It's just so easy to put a bunch of, assets in the background and make it look cool while still using 2D characters in front of it, as opposed to having to hand draw everything and hating your life, or making renders of things that just like, okay, well, now it just looks less cool. So I'm less of a fan of 2D than I once was. I think it's fine. I don't know about that whole installing Unity thing. That seems like effort. Every time I see Unity open, people just like, oh, blah, blah, do code. I'm like, I'm not coding. I don't wanna. I never want to go back to anything but node-based coding. It is the only thing I need. I want to type out syntax. I look forward to the day when I don't ever have to look, when like everything is just like that. Because, you know, in the future it will be that way. Well, the popular stuff will be, because it's just slower and less efficient to have to type out code. I mean, at the end of the day, if they can replace that with something that does it way faster, just from a productivity standpoint, not much point in typing out code. Now, for now, there's still a point because there's engines that only use that. But 10 years down the road, do you think all these engines are going to be using typing out code? I doubt it. If anything, they'll be using AI to create code, but they'll probably have nodes that you can use for everything because it's easier and faster. Look at how much I can get done because of nodes in this. If I had to hand type out all this code, I'd never get it done. Terrible. Terrible. Waiting for it to install. Oh, we got a new person. New person. New person has joined Discord. Unfortunately, I can't see anything other than the first letter of their name, so I have no idea who did, but you know. The streamer mode on Discord like hides all the names. So you just go, okay, well, I'll wave at them. When I'm done streaming, I'll know who it was. I could probably look down the member list and figure it out. I'm almost certainly could. But just a funny thing. Okay, so there was an update to this. But a Wild West thing would make sense, you know, because if, let's say you're in like the 1920s, what kind of toys you gonna have? Probably some train stuff and all that too, but you know, the whole cowboys and Indians type of Wild West thingy wasn't very long ago. You almost certainly have toys from that kind of thing, or of that kind of thing. Because they'd be like the heroes of the era. So it makes sense. But what I really wanted, they do have their little airships. These airships aren't that great. Hey, Sinespiri, how's it going? I'm adding blimps. Not that blimp. Just wanted the particles from this because I'm a terrible person who snags particles out of everything else like a champ. Pretty good. I got sidetracked for doing the Empress stuff and redesigning an area. I was redesigning this room here to have a lot of lag apparently. We have way more water area, and then you have to use the Empress to get to various places. And I was going to give the Empress out over here, and then you got to drop down to get it. And then I was going to have you enlarge plants to get back. I've been redesigning everything. But then I decided I wanted a blimp. I was going to replace the crappy ghost form thingy with an airship and have airship combat. Well, toy airships fighting each other. That's the plan for the next probably hour or something like that, as I work on making Poppet's airship cool, because she can already use the airship thing, but I want to make it actually cool. And then I'll make airships to fight. Why not, right? I already had the assets for it. After all these things were waiting up here all along. I could also have balloons too. Super laggy. I'll show you in a second. I wanted to test out VFX on it. You know, just because. I'll probably attach it to this one then. Okay, well, that's a lot. It's on fire. Oh God, why is it on fire? Why are they always on fire? That's a lot. Also, it needs to be down here because this is actually where the engine is. This is very hard to grab for some reason. I keep grabbing it and then it ungrabs it. A lot. Like it's really hard to grab it for some reason. Well, the airship fighting won't be that complex. You might think it is, but it's not going to be that complex. It's going to be much less complex than you think. I don't know if this can actually be resized. It does look like it's on fire now. This is the Niagara particles, and this can't easily be resized. Some of them can, but most of them can't. Why I hate them. You gotta go through and edit them. I don't want to do that. Like many of Epic's replacements, they're not always all that good. Sometimes they're great. A lot of times they're not that good. No. Game type now, McCann's off the keys. Article. Yeah, we need to go through and adjust the little size and all that, but I think the simple reality is I'm probably not going to do that. Because it seems like a lot of extra work. What is it? Not really about extra work if I can avoid it. I just wanted the smoke puff thingy to be kind of going on here, like behind this thing. And then as I desperately try to grab this particle, I swear this must be a change in this version of the engine, because it's so much harder to grab these particles for some bizarre reason. It used to be. Whatever gets it done faster, right? Perfect. Maybe I shrink it a little bit. But still, I don't hate it. And these just automatically shrink too, so. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I've been switching mostly Cascade particles. I hate the Niagara ones, they're terrible. Oh, well I didn't make it not visible the whole time, so let me fix that. Kind of dispels the illusion if it's there all the time. Now doesn't it? Also, we need to add code for that thing too. For the Zeppelin. For the Zeppers. Zeppelin code. Oh, actually, we're not going to do visibility on this. That's not what we're doing here. We're doing activating. It's way better to just turn it off than to leave it on but not visible with a particle. Don't do that to yourself. No. Nah, man. Nah, don't do that. But yeah, it won't be that hard, because what I'm going to do for the enemies, I'm just going to have regular projectiles, right? And the enemies are just going to have, they're just going to be blimps. The only thing that's going to be hard is I'm going to have to look up how to do a flight AI. So for the short term, they're not actually going to fly around and attack you. They'll probably just maybe shoot at you, but I actually don't know how to do a flight AI because you can't use nav meshes. You can't use AI move to anymore. It no longer works when you're flying. So that's something to think about. Selector on these is so bad. Beep, 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 beep. Not really rotating though, it's just turning to the side, so it's like which is, I guess the rotation thingy just isn't quite what I want. I just want to change the entire actor rotation. So why is it not doing that? Because the actor rotation is negative 90. That's fine there. Let me check that it's not just if I want to rotate Poppet. I think I'm rotating the wrong one. Yeah, I'm rotating the wrong one. Wait, 15 makes it go down. Negative 15 is up. Got that backwards. For some reason, I thought it added 15 degrees facing up, right? But what I'm not really paying attention to is it's not the camera that it's adjusting for the most part, I think. That's like flight controls or something. I don't know. It's that thing that I disable in every single game ever. Where they're like, well, if you push the stick down, the camera goes up. Yeah, that's dumb. I mean, when you push the stick up, the camera should go up. When you push the stick down, the camera should go down. Why anybody thought it should be backwards? I know that originally in planes it was backwards, but we're past that now. It's dumb. So arbitrary. I would always change it every time. Now I realize that I have it set like that too. If I move the mouse up, I look up, move the mouse down, I look down. So I mean, like that's fine. Yeah, it still jerks. Now this is to the side instead. It only sets it once. It never sets it again. Why is that? All this because I just wanted to make it tilt when you do things. All right, so registering this, I want to see what it's saying because it's just, this doesn't make sense. It's being set by the other thing every time, so it shouldn't be a problem. I'm no longer doing this checking velocity thing. I'll let you turn it whichever direction you want. I don't care. That's fine. So weird because the active rotation is that, and the Zeppelin stuff should have the exact same as the active rotation. So setting it to this, I mean, it goes back to normal mostly, except this doesn't go back to normal at all. After 1 second, it should do that if nothing else happens, but I might do the forward velocity thing too. So if you're not moving, it also goes back. Also, I really have no idea why I didn't plug that in there like a smart person. Oh, also, I want to print string the active rotation because this is dumb. What is the active rotation? Clearly the number that I'm getting is, I think I should be getting is not the number that it's actually providing. Let's find out what it is, right? Let's just see what it is that I'm supposed to arrive at. Will dictate a lot more, I think. Actually, I'm just leave it 30 seconds. I'm gonna let it just continuously fill up the screen. It's better that way. I get a better idea, or I have time to look at it. All this because I'm gonna do things for like the sides too, so it'll lean to the sides a bit when you move. It won't be as nice as like, you know, car moving or anything like that, but it'll make it look a little better. Probably. I'm also gonna set like a little timeline thingy too for it, so let's do this. Active. Yeah, it's briefly changing things. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. But flight action value should be set every time I interact with that. But like every time I hit the button. Yeah, right here, flight action value. Every time this is done, it should do that. It shouldn't even move unless this is available. And it does the input movement there of the flight action value. And it's scaling value based on that. You can only assume that it's continuously changing. Somehow it's getting reverted to 0 in the time it takes to do this thing here. I can bring up both graphs again, so let's do double graph, I think. I don't need all this crap. I'll go into one of these and then I'll open up the arrow graph here and I can have them both. I don't need all this crap. Except for maybe Zeppelin. Yeah, it's setting it there. It just never switches off of 0 from that point on. It does set it back to here. Maybe this is just doing it. I don't quite get why this is causing the problem, though. I'm getting the active rotation here. There's also that weird flipping it's doing, too, which makes no sense. One. Well, okay. I have part of what I want. To the sides, unfortunately, but I have part of what I want. So, that's good. Unfortunately, it never goes back to 0, and I don't know why it's tweaking to the side like that. Like, every few seconds, there's a slight tweak to the side. And the slight tweak to the side is... the Y is negative 90 at this point. Well, let's at least do one slight change here that might fix things. It doesn't explain the weird jerking. It's only a few percent in a different direction. Kind of. Um, This is part of the stuff that came from the game animation sample. And so I did not make that. So what I might need to do, well, first test this thing here, is I might need to get the current rotation and then tweak it slightly. I don't know why it's doing that weird tweak though, because I mean, it's just, it shouldn't be. Because if you'll notice, Poppet's not tweaking out or anything like that. She's just standing there. Why is this tweaking out? It's got to be my code. Play it backwards somehow. Going down, I want to do that, and the other, so I kind of want to just alternate a little bit. Thing with the sideways ones. Why is it doing that sudden jerk? Because on the rotations there, I'm not seeing at any point where it's really changing those, but just saying one the whole time, sure. But if you look up in the corner, it's just saying -90 the whole time. Like, that's the same rotation. But clearly it's setting itself to 0. All zeros. Somewhere. And the question is, where is it doing that? -90, -90. There's no all zeros. No all zeros at all. Because what's the mesh actually that's being set? So what if I just change the mesh? Changing the whole actor kind of works. You know what I'm gonna do with these? Let's just make them all children of the same one here. So this way, I only have to turn one. Guess they're all being children of that one. Here. Fine. Right, what am I doing? Let's turn this on here. Rotation. World rotation. Guess I could do it off one of these. I thought I could just grab it like that, but I guess I could find it manually too. Freeze the one? Yeah, sure, just do this. Why I can't just grab set world rotation off that? I'll never know. Might fix the problem. I think it's just fighting with the game animation sample stuff. So, negative 90. Rather than try to figure out Epic's weird code that I did not account for, I'm just going to go ahead and ignore it. I love their code. It's very useful for what I'm doing, but this proved to be backwards somehow again. Some of this stuff can be really confusing for the directions you're facing on things. Ooh, true. That's okay. I will get this ability working. If I spend all night getting one of the 22 abilities to work, I consider that fine because there's only 22 major abilities in the game, right? So I don't need to worry too much about wasting too much on it. Like if I spend 1 month getting every single ability working in the game, that's fantastic. Most of them already work. Well, okay, half of them. Oh, most is them strong words there. Okay. This sets the world rotation to that instead. Yeah, 22's, I mean, you know. I mean, there might be expansions to the abilities. Obviously, the fighting weapon, the weapons are going to be more complicated because they'll have to do more, but let's see on that. You do relative. Wait, add relative location. Wait. What if we add it instead? We're just going to rotate the whole character, but you know what? This way I don't worry about beautifying anything because, you know, I end up tweaking all these things. So many components on her. Shouldn't be that hard, but for some reason I just have the wrong thing set up for these. I don't know what it is, but I do a lot of dumb, you know? I'm used to it. You gotta do some dumb before you achieve the greatness, and it's not like I know better, so when you don't know better, you just test it, and if it breaks, well, keep testing. It'll eventually stop breaking. Maybe. Well, on the plus side, we're close. The problem I was having, I think, was obviously this doesn't have any, it's it just wasn't adding to the rotation, but then if it goes to stop, it should actually Right itself, maybe? Does it right itself? Not really. Whatever the case, we're close. Hey, Blinded, how's it going? Yeah, YouTube is... Ain't no one watching on YouTube half the time. Like, it's pretty low numbers. Which has definitely been far kinder to me. Why is it still doing that? Going down works, going up should... So down is backwards somehow, again. Yeah. I mean, we're still getting people, but for the most part, actually there's like 0 watching on Twitch, on YouTube at the moment. There's been like 20 views on YouTube all night. Like, YouTube is just... I don't even know why I bother half the time. But on Twitch, oh my god, I've had like lots of people. I think at one point there was like 45 people, but the numbers are just so much bigger on Twitch and just... Pretty flat on YouTube. Pretty flat indeed. I posted YouTube and it was like, yeah, I'm streaming on Twitch and then stream on Rumble instead. I thought about just paying the restream out or stream to like additional platforms, but get 2 for free. So somehow going up, well, I see why going up doesn't work. But also like they were backwards again still. Why does it always seem like they're backwards? I have questions. Anyway, I'm trying to make airship battles. World rotation does not work. We've established that. That's dumb. Oops. Cleaning some stuff up here so it's not ridiculous. Yep, things are going good. I'm impressed at how fast I've grown on Twitch. Let's get people to chat with. I guess to YouTube's credit, occasionally I do get a chatter on there too, so it's not like it's completely 0, but Twitch is just like, there's so many people to talk to on Twitch. It's just so great. What a great community. I can't believe I didn't try Twitch so long ago. So long ago. I'm going to keep this, I might use it in a second. I'll probably start a counter if that thing is, you know, if the velocity is low enough before it puts it back to normal. So far, this has been a confusing mess. I still have to put the things in so they all materialize from the from nothing instead of just appearing. Up, down, yay! Up, down, yay! Oh, down, and then. Like what? We're down. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a... Actually... Do one more branch here. I don't care about the velocity. I don't think so. Let's branch this here. Equal to 0. Set the relative rotation of this. I guess. That might work. Does any point for that? Also, I want to, I guess, timeline. Should have typed add beforehand. Mistakes were made. Zeppelin. Zepper timeline. Or Zepper timer. We'll call it timeline. What are we doing? On timer. Zepper. Put this over like a second or something like that. I mean, what am I doing? Add a vector track. Do not add a vector track. Add a float track. 1.5, I guess. Well, just 1 second, I guess, to adjust is fine. You're going to be adjusting a lot, so we're going to make our airship actually kind of fly. New key will be at a value of 1 and 1. 1 and 1. E. Then we do that. Timeline there. Zero graph timeline this. Blurp. Rotator. I'm pretty certain we can just set relative rotation here. I don't need to add. I think. Sure. Might not work. Could just have it completely wrong. You about to find out. Here. Our value of 1. I just played it from the thing too. Whatever. We will split it up. Actually, Do I need to do that? I need to do that. No, I do need to do that because um I, is there a because in that? I think there is a because on that. Pretty certain I do need to do it. Okay, well I don't need that. Not even sure how I managed to accomplish doing that extra little hitting this comment when I don't recall hitting C anywhere in there, but I must have accidentally hit C. There's a lot of extra effort to make this look better. But it'll make it seem more alive, so it'll be way better to have it like move around where you when you move to the sides, have it tilt to the sides, or have it move up and down when it's trying to move things, like just to make it look a little more like an actual, like it's moving and not just kind of floating around with ignoring all physics. Okay, that way works okay, but it needs to stop and then oh, why did it do it this way? I didn't need to change these numbers at all, unless I wanted to do it the other direction. Could just play it. Well, I'm trying to get a different goal though, a different end number. What am I doing? 1 and 1. All right, so we've seen it does actually work, which makes sense. The relative is what I wanted in the first place, but I just was confused. Okay, so let's create a Boolean here. Want a Boolean, or do I want to? I could do an integer for which direction it's facing, of 0, 1, or -1. Do 1. It's actually an E and Zeppelin thingy. Get this? Okay. So if it's equal to 1, do not do this. Set it equal to 1 and move on. Play from start. Move all this crap out of it here. Heat it up a little bit. Do the same down here. Be -1. Cut to -1. -11, -1. Okay. This way it'll just track which one we're in, so I don't gotta do that. And then if at any point it does this, I'll set this to 0. I'm probably gonna have a branch on that in a second too. We'll see if I need some of this stuff here, but maybe I do. I possibly want to set this to 0 too after a second, just so it kind of realigns itself. We'll see. My flight deck. I'll have to give it engine noises too. Okay. I think because the flight action value always resets back to 0 at some point. That's probably it. Instead, I just had this as an option. That much there. And if that's not the case, do the greater than 0 here, and we'll smooth this crap here. Sounds like I need it. You're just uncertain what you're doing here. Move that out of the way so I know what's actually going on. I'm gonna leave it all there for a second just in case it proves handy, but I don't think it's making the cut, you know? I think it's gonna just be this code here. I'll come up with better logic for this later. I just really wanted to move when you move, and then it basically write itself after a little while. Because it doesn't need to be perpetually angled up to hover, it just needs to angle up if you're going up. If you're currently going up, oh, it's still doing it over and over. Tilting thing is so much harder than I thought it would be. Um, I'm just gonna see if I can find some quick code on how to do it. There's probably a better way to do this. What's interesting is both these are yielding the same result. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me here. Oh, figure out what's happening. Pull this right on over here real fast and get this value. Wait, why is that there? I just want this value here. And disconnect all this crap. Entirely what I was hoping for there, totally. With the Zeppelin information here. Make this green so there's something else to look at. So we're the Zeppelin direction here. Just gonna print it out so I can see it. If true, do this, and if false, we'll do this just to see if it's really ever changing. Even though it should be changing, you'd be surprised where sometimes it doesn't do what you think it's going to do. You might think it would, but then you would just be wrong. Why does it work like that? I thought about getting the current Z and then going again like the new Z, but the problem with that is then you've already moved. So I want to do it preemptively instead of moving. I want you to have the motion of the thing and then move, or along the way. But if I have to wait for the Z to change, then that's not going to happen. 0, 0, 0, still 0, and false the whole time. That makes sense on the other thing there. Because on false, it would do this. So actually, probably I need to do on that chain there. So there's a flaw I just revealed in my plan right there. First of all, it's setting 0 over and over and over. So let me figure out where. It's the momentum thing. This is velocity. I think I'm just going to set it back after a certain period of time. It makes the most sense. And it'll probably take its current rotation and move it back to that. So I'll probably set one more timeline for that in a second. I don't think I need this anymore. I don't care. Because we're already seeing that there, but what needs to be here though There's one additional branch. Oh, wait. I could have one up here that says does not equal 0 right here. That's probably cleaner, honestly. That's probably cleaner. Because otherwise, every time you're not at 0, it would just sit there and constantly put it back to the negative position, which is why it would always just stick there, which makes sense. I mean, I just didn't think about it. It's a logic flaw on my part. But, you know, sometimes you got to do the dumb. That's why print strings are great, because, you know, all too often I go, oh, yeah. I'm passing the logic going, what's wrong here? I thought there was the weird breakpoint thing I was looking at, but I was watching someone use it, and God, that would just bug the crap out of me every time. Like, every time it triggered, it would do it and go right back to the code, and I just want to see the flow of things, so I don't think I like that very much. Maybe that's just me, but I'm kind of twitchy and weird and a little disorienting. Still zeros, huh? Well, and we are not closer to the goal here. We were closer, kind of. All right. Let's space some of this crap out, shall we? I don't want this anymore. I don't care. So it's going to delay and hit 0 every second. What I could do, it quickly goes back to 0. So what could happen is this. Let's just put a slight delay here. Like, instead of a sequence, let's say we ditch that. That's not the best. Incorrect. I do need the sequence. But I don't want all this on the sequence. What I really want on the sequence is just this part here. This I want. I'm keeping the sequence. This stuff here. I'm going to put on this equal to 0 thing for false, and I'm going to put a delay here. Because it's going to be about a 1 second delay for it to revert back to the original rotation, the original thing there. And then I can add a timeline in a second, assuming I like what's happening here. One last branch, I guess. Don't do this if it's already equal to 0, you know? Like, we don't need to keep running the same set rotation every 5 seconds. It's fine. We're just gonna ditch a lot of this crap here because I don't plan on doing a velocity thing anymore. Seems unnecessary. This too. That as well. I will arrive at a logical nirvana on this one eventually. It'd probably be a lot faster if, well, one, I understood rotations better. But two, I thought I understood them okay, but if I actually had a real plan when I first started making it, instead of just going, I'm gonna make something, I just start making it, you know? But that's how the best stuff shows up. And it's like, when I first think about it, I don't know how it's gonna go. And sometimes things just turn out way better in testing. It's like, oh yeah, that is a better way. Is that 0? It hasn't gone back to 0 though. So it's almost there. Like, it does actually move. The problem is it reverts to its previous thingy, so what I don't like that. We can fix that though. I guess it gets it like that. That's weird. I was just thrown off by the little balls on it. But okay. If it works, I don't question. I mean, it might need to buy me dinner first, but otherwise I don't question. Because I copy pasted, it has an issue where it is like, oh, you can't move all those at once. I'm like, but I want it. And it's like, nope. It's like an issue with the auto size thingy, I think. So lip rotator, get the current and go back to 0. Play from start. I might also have a delay that puts it back if they're not actually moving, because it looks like it doesn't ever change. The flight action value never goes back to 0. And there's a reason for that, is because this only happens when you trigger it. And thus it would never change back to 0. Because it's not triggering it, so there needs to be a delay before it goes back. Oh. And adjust. You know, I could just call it the Zepper. Whatever. So we'll set this to be true right here on finished. But at the bottom here, so it's a little less weird. On each of these, we'll do this. Might end up compressing all this code too in a second, but that's a different story. Hit it, branch it. You compile and set this to default true. Because in the beginning you can, but then it'll quickly change it that. So if true, set it to false and do its thing. If not, no wait, and that'll make it so it goes all the way to the end and waits. I think it's turning into a bloated mess that's all down here and everything. We pick it up some, I guess. So it's not on top of the other one. A little better. $53 viewers, Jesus. Good times, I guess. All this to make the Zeppelin good. It'll be fun in the end. We'll give it guns in a bit and blow things out of the sky by the end of the night, because that's my goal. You know, if I'm not blowing things out of the sky, then maybe I'll fly over the city and shoot down other ones. Even though you're not supposed to fly over the city in the game. I don't care. Half the fun of being the dev. I get to do whatever I want. Whatever I want. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, so I have to have that anyway, but I might also have a sequencer. You know what I might do? At the end of this, just set the flight action value to 0. And then if it's never adjusted again, then, you know, it's fine. But otherwise, I just do this and just set it to 0. Since it'll never do it. I can also just extend this time. I don't have to do it here. The unfortunate nature of the beast on this one. We'll see how that pans out. We'll see if the movement's better in general from, you know, wherever it previously was, because there was that slight jerk to where it was supposed to be that nobody likes. Then we'll worry about movement to the sides. Actually, I'll probably do explosives soon, or like a projectile next. I'm bored of messing with directions. Oh, it's still at 0 now. Guess it sets to 0 so fast that it never does it. It really just set to 0 that fast, huh? How about at the end of these? This way it forces it to change. And obviously this one doesn't have to set to 0 because, I mean, just always 0. Already 0. But I have access to the left and right movement too, so I'll be able to cause it to bank in various directions. Make it sweet. Well, now you're at 0 every time? Are you at 0 every time? Because this is on a finish, it should do that, not on all of them. Period active goes here. I didn't break it on the movement graph randomly, did I? No. I made some change that was dumb. Well, it's not even reaching anything but this, which means it's failing here. Which is weird. This should be set to true. Can't adjust upwind direction. When those finish, you should be able to do that. Is this, well, is this breaking? That could be part of the problem. This could be breaking. It'll just say hello. I'm fine with that. I don't want to continuously do it. But okay, so that's where it's breaking. Fair enough. So somewhere there's a way it can break. And it's right here. It's on any of these ones here, where if it doesn't equal, it would break. So could make a custom event that just resets it. That's true. Or I can just set this as approved on each one of those things and just call it square. That's probably also fine. You know what? No. That seems like a lot more work than I want to do. How about when I go to move it, then I set it to false. Instead of, then I have to do it 3 times instead of having it at the end of every single one of the things where you're like, oh, nope, can't do it there, can't do it there, or not there, nope. The views on Twitch are wild. Bouncing up and down. Yeah, I'm like 2nd in the category. Nice. Very nice indeed. I mean, don't get me wrong, the top of the category is only 90, but still. Eh? Eh? It's also the middle of the night, so you know, no one expects the category to be super rockin'. Middle of the night, you probably should be in hot tub streams. Thanks, Lepus. And I know. Yeah, thanks, Lepus. Through. Goes back to normal. Up, goes back up. Going down. Still stuck at 0. Didn't move down. Okay, that's awkward. Goes up. That works. Back to normal. Goes down. Does not return. Nope, return over there. Goes up. Fly by light. It mostly works. There's a slight issue with going down, I think. Where it's now saying 0, but it's not actually adjusting. That one adjusts. So it's like if you move a lot down, it doesn't seem to adjust, right? Oh, it did. Oh. I think because it's in the middle of something and it gets confused a bit, right? Okay. Don't do this. There. I'm gonna want to. I'll leave it currently just sitting there as a disconnected because I might put it back, but no, wait. I want to add this after the fact. Does it matter that much? Yeah, I'll leave it as it is for now. I thought about it and I want to get back to shooting things. You know, I gotta give it projectile. I don't know what, but we'll just give it any projectile at the moment. It doesn't even matter because, you know, any projectile is better than no projectile. So let's make the chariot the right mouse button, and then the left mouse button for the chariot's going to be pew pew beam or whatever. Because who doesn't want a pew pew beamer? You know, something like that. I could, you know, cheap out and just have a ray trace, just fires an actual laser. That's not fun. I would rather it be like a real projectile thing because it's a steampunk game. I mean, I guess it could fire cannonballs too. I don't know what it would fire. I mean, I suppose you could just treat it like a boat and it just fires cannonballs. I mean, to fire it out the front, but listen, I mean, there's some limitations that are just going to have to happen here. It's not like I have really complicated Zeppelin models. I guess it could have little missiles. That's true. I could launch little missiles out of the sides or something. It's like pew, 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 pew. Probably only going to fire one shot or something, a thing like that. You won't be able to see the front of it anyway, so. Or I can put a little gun below it and it just fires out of that gun. Like a cannon or something. Maybe I'll do that. I'll put like a cannon below it and it just goes. So in reality, it does look like there's a little Tesla coil on the front of this thing. I'm just saying. That does look like it probably fires a laser. So maybe it is a Tesla coil because, you know. Yeah, Tesla coil could be a thing. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Anyway, let's make a duplicate projectile and get to work. Here I thought I was going to work on the Empress all day. Whatever. Ain't no one working on no Empress. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do they have to have any special on these? I don't think so, but I might have to have a special tag to make it work out. No, just projectile. Already gonna be on there. No extra effect or anything like that. I think there's an enemy projectile thingy on here. All right. This projectile. Oh, now I'm third in the category. I'm so sad. It can totally balances. Like, you know, it's like 32 viewers, 38 viewers, 50 viewers, all over the place. I occasionally refresh it. I'm just like, ooh. I think it's cool. One day I'll hit the top in there. Need a hot tub behind me to pull that off. I'm just saying. That's how you get to the top of any category. Mm-hmm. Make it look good. Have an OF where it's literally just me coding by a hot tub. That would be hilarious and stupid, but hilarious. I'm going to projectile carrot. I'm going to change this to probably a bolt of some sort, honestly. Or it could be a lightning bolt. Hmm. Pew pew beam? There is a lightning projectile. Ooh. Game VFX that in the world? What this? I did have a lightning projectile. Why in the world are those hiding in there? Because that looks like one of mine. No, it's their projectile. Well, that's lame. I mean, it's not lame, but dude. Not gonna lie, it's kind of weird. Do I even want to use the crappy ones like these? I mean, they're such garbage. Since you can't easily resize them, I've pretty much just started phasing them out completely. Watch, they completely remove them out of 5.5. I'd be so sad. Maybe it's just a cannonball. Maybe. Doesn't gotta be anything special. Could just be a cannonball. Is there just a cannonball already made? I mean, there's a cannon, but it's a clown cannon, so it's kind of lame. All right, cannonball. Ooh. That's a material instance, but where is the actual projectile so I don't have to make it? Why does it have a sticky thingy on top of it? The pirate things there. Actually, let's just do static meshing. Let's see what other ones I got. I mean, I could put a cannon on it. What does it look like? What do... I mean, it would kind of make sense if the little toy thingy did fire cannonballs. Okay. Why not? I come down. I don't get out much, so it'll work. Looks about like you'd expect. Um, I could put some sort of like fire on it or something. That's true. It's kind of hard to see otherwise, I think, but I don't know, maybe not. Let's just see. Don't mind changing that, but let's do this. Just everything bigger. I don't want that. I want just the static mesh. Um, I'm going to need to see approximately where I want this. Add an arrow. And this arrow can be yellow or something, just so I have an idea of which arrow we're talking about. Call it the Zephyr arrow. I'm tired of typing Zeppelin. I probably should just type Zeppelin. Because I typed it everywhere else. If I type Zephyr on anything else, it probably would have worked out better, but we'll get there. We'll make this thing look cool. I'll have to make Poppets one better in general anyway, but we'll get there. Alright, so I can make this not visible anymore because I don't need to see that shit. Right. Blocking the view with a woman. She doesn't look that great. She's, you know, bald and her hair's not actually in this, but oh, listen. It could look worse, I guess. I've seen her look worse. I've seen her bent out of shape because of the mesh thingies, but she looks like some sort of weird spider monster. I got pictures of that. I was like, what happened? I don't know. It's coming right for us. Best to take the shot just in case. An eldritch abomination. I might still change that. So this is going to be... Oh, this is all into the wrong thing. So many mistakes. Not that big of a mistake. I mean, it's pretty much life ruining, but you know. Some in the chariot, sure. Yeah, I guess the right mouse can do it. What's the naming convention I use? Let me double check. The Empress doesn't have two abilities. I just put it at the end of it, sure. Gotta make it fun. This will be left mouse. Left mouse. Oh. Sure. Because I didn't save the name there. I'll leave a knee off for a second because I don't understand. Oh, I'm supposed to make this the right mouse and dumb. Like, surely I did that. Oh, thanks for the follow, Zoot Slide. I'm working on firing cannonballs out of my little Zeppelin. Because, you know, I decided I needed a chariot ability and I needed little toy zeppelins to fight each other. This is an important thing that every game needs to have. Yes. Yes, indeed. Every game needs it. But I can do this here and just borrow straight out of here so I can make my life easy. I was working on the Empress, but you know, I'll show you the tour in a second. Space RPG, huh? Nice, nice. I can get behind that. So what's your space RPG about? These are important questions that need to be asked. I already had a whole projectile system here. I'm trying to remember how everything went. Ah. Oh, that's actually the wrong way to do it. We'll do a projectile as spawn, but that's fair. I mean, you know, I don't know. I'd almost want to be a bounty hunter in a not abandoned solar system. I mean, if I got to pick, I'm assuming there's more targets in the not abandoned solar system. Maybe. Fox, how's it going? I mean, you know, I'm just saying. It's just maybe. maybe. I'm a weird guy. Question it. Or do. It's fine. You can question people. They probably should question it. This currently selected spell. I haven't added a projectile to not a weapon in quite a while. Oops. Lower class people? Raiders? Yep. Like Pandora from Borderlands, but space. Maybe? Falling, no. I can see this. I got it figured out. I don't care about falling because you're flying. Let's do this. The chariot. Nice. And then let's just ram this into cast spell, I believe, and then output is fine, sure. I think that's all it's going to take. No, that's not. I have one more thing to need to do. Gotta go to system graph and then add in those as possible options when using the buttons here. Well, the chariot left is there, but system graph, chariot right mouse. This is chariot right mouse. So in theory, that should get the job done. That's fair. I could think of worse inspirations for things. I was a real big fan of the first 3 Borderlands games. Like, you know, I'm including the pre-sequel as the 3rd game. I didn't ever play the actual Borderlands 3, but I like the world. I like the world entirely. Okay, so should be able to summon it. On my little toy thingy here. But we're not firing anything yet. I know why we're not firing anything, because I forgot a whole bunch of code. I'm smart. We're not firing it because I'll look down here. Why did I ever even connect up to fire it? Nothing. Nothing at all. Smart. Probably need that. Probably need that indeed. We'll have some of it. That's like the first question everyone asks me, and it's just funny because I mean I do some of it, but not much. I mean only some of the characters really. Like I made Poppet. I made a lot of the female characters. I'll go over the story in a second, but well, the cannonball launches, but I need to put where your chariot has to be active, but oh, she shoots herself because of the location. Oh, yeah, it's just funny. I'm not saying anything bad. It's just really funny because it's like the first question that so many people ask. And it's like, I don't know, it's not the first question I would ask. It's just a weird thing, but I was just thinking about it. Yeah, I'll show you the actual thing here. Then I'll set up why it was hitting me. All right, I haven't that much down. Perfect. All right, give you the tour. Yes, yes, the tour. Yes. All right, so this is Poppet. She's a woman who was killed and her soul was put into a doll, and she's trying to escape this toy factory. There's a toy maker who kills lots of women, basically like Jack the Ripper, and well, instead of, dissecting them, he puts their souls into toys. Because he's like that. I'll use the dodge to burn a bunch of cursing. The curse is basically like her magic stat. It powers all the toys. It also powers her abilities. If she's in the dark, her curse comes back. It just powers her up. However, if sanity goes down. If her sanity hits 0, the curse takes her over and she dies. So, can't have that. If she goes back into light, her sanity comes back. You gotta bounce between the two in order to, have power, because if you're in the light, you don't get any power, but you don't get any curse, basically. But you don't want to die from being in the dark. Uses tarot cards as weapons. This is the Fool. It is in fact a giant sucker. And her first weapon she gets. This is Patrick. I don't have to say that anymore, but I'm used to saying it because I added a thing that says Patrick on there. Oh, don't you bite me. I'll bite you. Yeah, it's fun. This is the Magician. It manipulates objects in the environment, such as turning on lights. Or grabbing objects and throwing them. You leave me alone, Patrick. You're mean. This is the Star. It trades health for, sanity for health. Or if you're in the light, it just is basically a heal. It'll also trade health for sanity, in case you want to travel longer in the dark. Oh, no biting me. Mean. Ow. Yeah, he has multiple phases. In the second phase, he spits things and summons little helpers. In the final phase, he just mostly gets way more mobile and summons a lot more helpers, but he's like the first of the bosses. But these explode. The Fool has a super where it grows giant. have like triple damage on to make this fight go way faster. No. Back, Patrick. I think there's an ad break about to happen in 45 seconds, so maybe I can kill Patrick before that happens. Back, you suck. Got him. He fell out of the world. Oh no. No. Yeah, that's basics of the combat there. You can also photobomb from the menu there. How are you doing this? 11 seconds before the ad. Oh no! Get the explosion in the background. Oh, thanks. Yeah. And ad right now. Sorry. I'll grab some alcohol real fast with the ads running. Sure, babe. The ad's still running? I'll find out here. Oh. There's an ad break in progress? Didn't even click the button for that. That's so sad. Well, I'm not actually in control of these ad breaks, unfortunately. But, you know, I just said, yeah, I just set it on whatever, and then put up a warning so I could not talk. Not staring at that photo. "30 seconds. That was an unfortunate ad break right there. I don't have it set to control it. It's just running that whole time. I'm just like, okay, cool, I guess. Usually it's supposed to be like 30 seconds. Something I ran like a minute and a half or something, and I was like, okay. Anyway. If you're still there, as you tell you, after the unfortunate ad break, I will show you more stuff. More cool abilities. Yes. Yes, indeed. Awesome. Right, well, I guess I'll show you the world first, because, you know, it's a steampunk world, so you can see the world that I've built. I'm going to fly up. You can see zeppelins and things. Crazy city. I only built a handful of blocks. It's in the Whimsy Wonders toy factory. Currently building things. You know, kind of fun. I currently have it set that you won't be able to see the full distance when looking outside, so that's why I'm showing you the city now, because I'm testing out things for optimization, and I just haven't changed it back. Alright, so we'll go over the various mechanics. I've got new ones going in here. But we'll use the oldies and goodies because the oldies and goodies are, well, going to be at least in the demo. So the magician can manipulate objects in the environment, and that includes your drawers. Also cupboard doors, too. But there's no cupboard doors in this particular room. However, it does work for platforming. Tool can break stuff. And also open windows too. That's why I was saying where it hasn't actually loaded a lot. Oh yeah, thank you. I've definitely got some ideas going on. Yeah. There's no nav mesh down, so these things can't walk around at the moment, unfortunately. But here's some of the other random enemies. They can still attack me. If they want. Yeah. They can still attack. But they can't really move them on. Oh, no, I fell through. That's my bad. They're doing a lot of level redesigns because apparently I can't jump up here for some reason. Because I want half the areas to really feel like a human, place. Because I want you to feel tiny a lot, but at the same time, I want other areas that are kind of small to run through the little dioramas and stuff. You got areas that are more like these where you're just jumping around on other people's things to get to places. I'm running over here to show you the mechanic. So there's not all of the ghosts ended up in toys, not all the souls end up in toys. One of them got stuck in the paintings, and she lets you travel into the paintings. You get the kind of a liminal space that connects all the paintings together. And because of this, you can actually also rescue toys by throwing them into this place. Whenever you unlock a painting, they'll be floating around here so you can just pass through them. Not the ones out in the distance, those can't be passed through. This is Tinka, I made her too. She's my Discord's favorite, and therefore, their waifu of choice. She's just floating here doing her thing. She appears in all the paintings too, much smaller. But I'm still working on this location as far as what I'm going to do with it. Well, I know what I'm going to do with it as far, the plan is to put toys in here and have them have ability, like you'll save a toy and that toy will provide you something for having saved it. Maybe it's a shop, maybe it's just, a reward. Find them. These are collectibles. I just put them there for reasons. Oh, I also made this guy too. The teddy bears. We'll get to them later. He runs the battle arena, but the plugin that ran the battle arena broke, so I need to fix that. But there's that thing there, but we'll show you other areas that are with mechanics. Is there an nav mesh down here? There is. Perfect. Oh, I'm going to speed up the spawn rate on these. I want to brawl. I keep forgetting too for testing, so I use this room a lot to show off what's going on, and I don't get to brawl. I want to fight. I want to fight a lot of them. Perfect. This has one of the weapons that I have, and then also one of the mechanics too for puzzles. So the second weapon I have is the Hanged Man. And it's a bubble wand. It's not quite, production ready by any stretch, but it imprisons things in bubbles and has poor range up close, unfortunately. Ow. So mean. That's so mean to me. Yeesh. Anyway. Oh, take that and that. I like the pop noise. I don't get out much, okay? Don't judge me for my liking the pop noise. There's an issue with the relative height thing, so like hitting them the second time is actually kind of hard. Yeah, isn't it great? I love the pop noise. That's so getting in the final game. 100%. Exactly, Fox. Eat, sleep, dev, repeat. Alright, so these are the possessed objects. They don't like you. They aren't going to do anything for you. But the Hierophant makes them behave. It unpossesses them while the Hierophant's active. They're not unpossessed really, so much as they just will do what you tell them. For now. This is the room where you get the Hierophant, so it has the longest Hierophant puzzle so far. See, Ranger Curse, you gotta go to areas where there's the light turns purple to show you're in the darkness. I need to tweak the lights to make it seem more like you're in the darkness versus not. I keep going back and forth on just on how dark I want it to be for you, but you can see it becomes brighter when you're around those. I put the thing away. Where you can put the weapons away for some reason. I don't know why. From a gameplay standpoint, it really doesn't seem particularly useful to put them away ever. But you can. It's just a picture. I will put the model in there. I did make the model. She is waiting. She is creepy. She is going to be a problem later. Yes. Yes. I need to make the whole distance here. I tweaked this puzzle to make it faster. All that to get the key. If you have a key, you can open the door to the other areas with the magician. I really just like watching him explode. I don't get out much. Speaking of cupboards you can open, yay! Fun landmines, we love them. Step here, please. Ooh. Ooh. You save by jumping into toy boxes. There's a couple more there, but then the one I've been working on recently, and I like this one quite a bit, is the Empress. The Empress makes plants grow and shrink. Because that's what the Empress does. Does Empress things. So I don't know why I always put it on 3. I think it's because I find the Fool and the other one so useful that I just always keep those. I could always put it on 4. You don't have to stand on it. I just like to stand on them. It's what I do. Water kills Poppet. Actually, any liquid kills her, basically. She's a sack doll, so she pretty much just soaks up water like a sponge, or liquids in general. That's why she doesn't take fall damage, though. Because she's a sack doll. Would make her pretty soft. Don't ask why she can grab hold of things, you know, that there's certain levels of physics that just are different for animated dolls. Yeah, that's been the new one. She has a pot on her head for it. I might change it, but I don't know. I just thought it was kind of funny. I didn't have a good thing for the Empress. I was like, oh, it's a pot. Woohoo! That's actually how you get the key to Patrick's room. The boss I was fighting earlier. Yay! Double jumps over here too. Double jump is strength just currently makes you do double jump. That's I don't like it particularly. I'm probably gonna change it. I'd much rather have the Empress grow pumpkins here, which seems way cooler to me than double jump. Maybe I'm just weird for thinking that. I don't know. Oh, I didn't make that jump. Nice. So there's that mechanic. Oh, reload player. Did it break? Did it blend? 1 second. All right. Awesome. Well, thanks for swinging by, seeing all the weird things I was making. Pretty much stream 5 days a week, so, you know, if you're bored and want to see what I'm working on, or just want to chat about things, I'm here. Okay, so I was working on the chariot in this area. There'd be viewer drop off there. I wonder what's up with that. Would just be the time of day. Seems so random. Oof. So I'm casting a spell. I think I need to have a variable base location for where it is. Um, projectile. Been standing for so long, my feet are starting to hurt. Add a numerator. What the types I want. So the projectile tarot card, not so. Let's go like regular projectile. Tarot card. Probably I'm changing the name for that because it's not gonna be that, but I'm gonna have this as a thing you can just default set in there. And then projectile. Some things are probably getting some changes because this projectile system was made quite a while ago and I don't particularly like what it's doing. But I hide this chat. All right. I'll tap, I guess. Hmm. So we're gonna do this and we're just gonna switch on enum. Or this Boolean pile thing. Tarot cards here. That's just a projectile wave. Why does it say true? It's tarot card. Tarot card. Yeah, that's weird. Those are like the wrong things. Tarot card. Victim. Here. Oh. No, I should have copied this one. I'm dumb. Do this. And the only difference I really want is the Zeppelin arrow. I'm probably going to put a no animation though played, so that's true. That's a difference. Because it'll be the Zeppelin and not this. So I don't think I need to play that, but I'll leave it there just in case. Since, well, it's not actually a skeletal mesh, so I can't really just play an animation. I can just wobble it around. But it doesn't have a skeleton, so it's not really going to be that exciting to me. And then the Zeppelin are like way farther out. We're going to attempt to move the Zeppelin way far out. Fail. Sure. Then we go through and change all of our things out to use the enum instead, because, well, we live in a more complicated world, and the other one was just not gonna get there. Nope. Oh, I said it on the inputs themselves. Okay, okay, all right. That's gonna make it more complicated. I hate that I did that. Like a bad decision. Oh, that thing doesn't do anything yet. Grab. So, yeah, runs into make an attack. That's fine. Just under this thing here. Wait, those are cast from the weapon. It's not even a spell. Only a handful of things actually cast as spells anymore. That's right. I forgot about that. Because I tied them to the weapons instead. So the only things that actually still cast as spells are, I'm pretty certain, just a handful of the tarot cards themselves. Such as the moon and the star. This doesn't even have a thing. Interesting. But never mind, the star doesn't do that. The moon and the sun. There we go. I was like, wait, I don't see a launch projectile. Am I dumb? Yes. Yes, I am. This doesn't even use that either. Does anything actually use that? Did I just waste a bunch of time? I might have. I want to put everything into the same system. Instead of having, I guess I don't have to. I mean, I just had spells all put there and I didn't want to duplicate a lot of code, but it actually seems like I made it myself, made it harder on me. I really didn't though, because there's so many different attacks for the weapons. It did not make my life that much harder at all. I think I'm gonna switch to a sitting position real fast. 1 second. Like 5+ hours. My feet are starting to hurt. All right, let us continue. I do need to streamline some things because, you know, turns out that I made a lot of abilities for Poppet over time and, you know, they're kind of all over the place. And, yeah, they need to be less all over the place. Whatever the case, I can probably just set that there. It's probably just going to be make an attack where you can just change this thing here. Like I'll make an attack, just dictate um, oh, I guess just in here I can set it. I don't even have to change it. Set it here. And nothing special has to be done different. Like if I just set everything in the make an attack, and then just run it all through the same handful of things there. This spell thingy wasn't that necessary. I had all this stuff set up for, I think it was the devil or something like that. Yeah, the devil ones, but I was thinking of using some sort of fire thing for it. I just don't know what I would use the fire for. Anyway, that should be what I need to make it work. This room's getting quite the glam up here or something like that. Yeah, glow up. There we go. That's the term we're looking for. Later the room's going to show up and it's going to have giant, you know, inflated lips that look really stupid. It'll be great. Same room, but now with giant lips that look real dumb. Pew, pew, pew. I think I'm going to make it where it's just the direction of the arrow. I'm also going to speed it up and give it a cannon noise, but pew, 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 pew. But it's aiming the direction of the cannon, of the camera, so. Well, those are painfully slow. Like, I don't hate it. Don't like it either. So, Let's up the speed. Initial speed. Fast. Guess I can go a little faster. Yes. Actually, I want a cannon noise too. A cannon noise. There most certainly are cannon noises. That's hitting a ship, though. I don't want a hitting a ship. I want a shot. Oh, I don't even know what I'm just going to look on. Easier to scan through them. You over half walls? Nice, nice. Or like, what's down here? Like you're maybe lurking back there. Not very good at the lurking. Probably got up that stealth stat. Gonna have to stab you now. You're like, enemy is some big long explanation. You're like, what? When you fail a stealth check that badly, the enemy's just like, maybe we should let you try again. This is like a natural one here, you know, like that wall. The wall's got like holes in it. You're trying to hide behind it. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. I just wanted it to be completely, you know, just have them say really dumb crap. If you're just talking to me, it's like they're all walking by. This like, I wonder if there's someone hiding behind this wall. Wink, wink, and like the walls just got holes in it. They're just hiding behind. You can clearly see it. They're just like the worst thief ever. That's nice. Line traces are great. Traces too. Except for be really good when you need an actual collision. Otherwise, I guess technically you can still kind of do things. Angry waifu slurs. I mean, that's like the explanation of most of my girlfriends I've ever had. Like, oh, okay. How much alcohol has she had right now? Oh, God. It might be time to run and fast. The sound cue there. You might want to change it. Yes. Yes, indeed. I like this one. Sure. Destruction noise? No? Can't has destruction noise? What? Can has just no? Can't has? Can has? Can't I set a destruction noise? Oh yeah. I don't date anymore. I've had enough of that in my life. I'm good. I haven't dated for years. No thanks. No thanks indeed. um this whole going outside thing? Nah, man. Nah, we ain't doing that. What's next? Talking to people? Ew. Who does that? I need to change this so that it attacks from the not the camera, this should just be the Zeppelin arrow in general. Get world transformed, just break all these here. Recombine because I'm lazy. Recombine because I'm lazy. Yeah, it's just a regular projectile. And then I just gotta go to output. I forgot to do that. I've almost got my Zeppelin ready. It's doing this thing. It does the thing. I haven't had Zeppelin enemies yet. I need to come up with a flying AI. And flying AIs are great because you can't use the nav mesh at all. AI Move 2 does not work for flying. So I'm going to have to do some research on how to make a flying AI. Because I did it once a long time ago, but I have since forgotten how it works. Boop, boop, boop. Oh. Pew, pew. Why can't I, fly? Oh, I know. Because it's set in the movement mode. Don't set the movement mode. I want to fly around and shoot things. Instead, just unblock my actions. I'll put an attack delay there. We'll do that. Yeah. I mean, it's mostly all about understanding how the movement works like that, and you're basically just using set world location, I imagine, and just adding to the previous movement, or adding to the previous location, and just basing it on the movement, like where they're at, like the target's at, or just adding it, you know, getting the vectors and just adding it to the current thing there. Yeah, there's definitely some plugins to look at too. I don't know. I'll have to look into it. I'm really reticent to use plugins because then I can't use the newest versions of the engine. They break all the time. Like 5.5 is out, by the way. I don't know if you saw. Also, that breaks snap in like 15 seconds, unfortunately. Yeah, 5.5 is out, but I can't use it because I don't have my plugins yet. They don't put out new versions yet, so I'm sad. I'm like, no. Oh, I gotta. Beep, beep, beep. Pew, pew. Pew, pew. Pew. Pew, pew. Yeah, pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. I need something to shoot now. Think about heat seeking or something. That'd be awesome. Spawn something. No, let's spawn Voodoo here. I don't want her here. But you can spawn something stupid. Whiteys are stupid. Whitey. Spawn 10 of them. I mean, kind of hard to shoot them, but I'm gonna try. Also, I gotta make a gain share to the chariot. Paragraph. Dun 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 dun. If true, do this. Oh, cool. Oh. Where do you see you then? Enjoy your day off. I understand if you run as far away from the computer as humanly possible. I would. Sometimes I do. Really. I must shoot enemies though with my newfound power here. Aha! Do 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 do. Pew 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 pew. The enemies to shoot. Doesn't hurt them. Why doesn't it hurt him? I don't understand. I need explosions when they are destroyed too. When they hit something. Pew 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 pew. I have it set to aim with the direction of the ship, so can't shoot him though because it's not hurting him. But we're getting closer to what I want, which is terrible things like, you know, having mini Zeppelin battles. It'd be awesome. I have phone and tablet. I mean, I guess you could watch streams in those. I never have done that. Probably because I like to see what people are actually working on, and it's like for Unreal Engine, it's too small for a phone or tablet. Yeah, yeah. Your day off. I will be about. Yes. The toys do damage. Some damage. Trying to figure out what this projectile does not hurt things. Oh, the default collision is enemy. Wait a minute. I had made this so long ago, and there's so many weird things about them. Sure, I'm missing something stupid. An option to change things. Projectile. The full projectile. Collision enemy. This one hits enemies though. Why does this one not? Hmm. Hmm. I kind of want an explosion, if nothing else. The boring explosion. That's kind of fun. Okay. Like it's one of those kind anyway. Not. What's a cascade? That means it's a goodie. Not a baddie like the other one. Kind of huge. Explosion sound. Actually. Why is it not letting me set these? What is up with destruction sound? Being a pile of garbage. Sound base. No results. One moment. Hmm. Anything special about this? It's just a regular sound. On cue, maybe? I don't know what this sound base crap is. Hmm. I'm curious to know what a sound base file is. I've just never seen one. But that explains a lot of why I couldn't set it. Alright, well. Probably some weird ghetto sound effect that I just had never of. Like a default one that, you know, Epic provided, and I just said, okay. That's pretty satisfying sounding. Those are EMPs. I think the cannon hit thing was better. I don't want it to sound ridiculous because you're going to keep firing them, so it's going to sound really stupid. Why did it not put one there? Oh, so I probably selected a sound thing and not a cue. Or whatever. Now it has those going. Not auto activate. And then why doesn't it damage? That's the important question. It's missing something. Oh, enemy projectile. That's kind of obvious, you know. Just saying. Enemy projectile, therefore it can't hit enemies. A clever method of hiding things. Out. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew. Oh no. You were late. pretty hard to hit, so I might actually just go back to the camera thing because it's just pretty challenging to hit. On the other hand, the other thing is pretty, why can't I fly? Only I'm on the ground. Okay. So somehow, I guess being hit me. Okay, that's what it is. I didn't think about it. That's the thing that needs to be checked for is if I'm currently flying and I'm hit. I'm in the Zeppelin. Also need to have like some sort of different particle, like, you know, some sort of explosion thingy or something when you hit that. At least that's what I'm thinking. So go to the hit thing here, the system. New systems here. I need actually the tarot graph here because I'm too lazy to type this up. Show me. I actually might do this. I might do it separately because I think I'm going to want to, either way on interrupted, I'm going to want to check this and then check the other. If false, do this. And then go back to it, grab this and go to his hit like this. Migrate this over here. Here. That's false. Then we check to see that. And if falling, just set that. Otherwise, I move into that. Probably check here too, honestly. I don't think I'm setting the movement to none on this one. If false, do this. True. Just go to this one instead. Hmm. All right. Huh. And the right man break. A lot of head breaks lately. I don't even set them. I just do them anyway. Crazy. That's all I really need. It's just, do I want to make the attacks based on the camera? I think I do. I don't know, having to force yourself to actually hit the thing does kind of provide its own fun, whereas if you could just aim from any direction, it's kind of lame. Like, I'm already giving you the ability to shoot things when you wouldn't normally. So, hmm. Really hard to hit though. Yeah, I get lower. Hmm. One second. Do I have a better idea for this? I Oh, I know how to do this with the regular setup they had, but that doesn't mean a whole lot with their new setup. Desired gate. It really should be this, but sure. On landed, traversal event, event on jumped, sure. One of those things where I should have paid more attention to, actually I should have looked farther into how this worked. We need an action value Z, right? One second. Better way to fly this, I know there is. No, wait, this is the, are we using this move or that move? This vector 2D, and that's like, actually, I need to check which input context I'm adding. Part of that whole game animation sample thingy. Hmm. I'm adding the IMC Poppet, okay. So is there like a move 3D? Does it give a Z as well? Curious. Hmm. There is a Z. Right, so how this will work, I'm probably gonna have to look this up. Again, the whole flying thing is not something I'm super familiar with. That's okay. We will solve this mystery together. Yes. Probably. Problem is, I don't have a way to actually do a Z. So maybe I'm doing this slightly different. Let's. Hmm. I don't know if this will work or not, but we're about to find out. I don't like this. I realize that it's just no way it's not handing the information to it because it doesn't have a button that covers height. And all this time trying to do this to make it like a slight tilt thingy, but in reality, this might have just been the smarter way the whole time. No? No weird ghetto flying, just better flying. That's cool. You know, like, better to find out now. Might be a really early night tonight. I don't know. Ooh, look at that. Yes. How much better is this? Kind of blocks a bit though, but unfortunately it just goes forward. It doesn't go back. Like holding back on there actually causes you to go forward. That seems wrong. Maybe I do need to split this. Okay. The rotation I clearly want. First I don't want the pitch. And then for these ones here, I just want everything. I want it all, and I want it now. See? What's the scale value? It needs to be adjusted. No, actually, that might have been the problem right there. The scale value. Probably, right? Because it can only ever add positive. Why is pitch though? I guess I want forward and backwards. So forward and backwards would be Why? Okay. Well, if that's the case, it probably is just normal. I just was missing that. Also, I guess I want some sort of thing to show where I'm hitting. Seems like it's going pretty crazy on ad breaks, and I don't understand it. Looks like they're gonna do another one pretty quick. Maybe they were running all this time. I just never realized how often they're running them. Well, it does what it's gonna do. Perfect time to take a bio break anyway. In 5 seconds. I'll be right back. All right. There we go. Now this little thingy telling me the ad things. I didn't realize how often they were. I mean, I just have it set to the default. It didn't change anything, but it does seem to run quite a bit of them. And it's like, well, pre-roll ads. I'm like, pre-roll ads. So I was going to test this here. See if this even worked. I don't think there's anything else I was going to change. I don't need this. This is dumb. I also don't need the other, the thing here with the extra thing there. The 2D was perfectly fine. I save everything, actually. I don't need this. I just need forward and backwards of things, and otherwise it just moves in the direction of the camera, so that's all I need. I have to resolve this issue eventually. But, you know, I'll get there. There we go. Pew, 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 pew. How are you going down? Oh, I know what's happening. I'm gonna get rid of that thing I made earlier that was just stupid. I spent all that time making just to discover that it was just the worst way to do things and nowhere near as fun. Because that's how it usually goes. You know, you just make something, then it's stupid, and you're like, nope, I made a better one. Okay, well, I don't need to have 9 million lines for this. I can just combine it all together so it's less of a mess. And there was that whole system down here that was just thing that I had. Actually, was it on camera? It might have been on camera. It might have been on this actually. No, it was on the movement graph. Hmm. No, it wasn't a tarot graph. Dumb. Oh, I do want to take something off the movement graph. I no longer need this whole go up thing. This is just unnecessary. This can just always adjust the length of the camera. As I don't need to have movement input up. Not when I have a thing that just lets you go in any direction anytime you want. Well, I did arrive at something better. Eventually. Indeed, indeed. What is going on here with whatever is going on here? Okay, I have no idea. And the character moving off of that, I don't know why there's a M key. Sitting on top of crouching. Crouching's not that useful, but geez, it's not crap. At least deserves some respect. I think I took out the camera mode thingy because it doesn't work with the new movement system very well. Oh, this mouse cursor experiment thing? Yeah, okay, we don't need that crap. That was dumb. Clean some stuff up a bit here. Not really using this, but maybe it's useful somewhere. What is this? I don't know, but it doesn't need to be as spread out. This just literally has nothing on it. I guess for sprinting, I was going to conceivably have that. Yeah, let's just put it up here and keep it for now until I figure out what I'm doing. Dodge thing you can probably use some work too, but we'll get to that. Kept these separate because they're from the game animation sample. All I really have to do is just, you know, put them in a thingy so I can keep track of them. Sure. This literally does nothing. It doesn't even have an actual thing to start anything. Double check, it's literally nothing. Okay. Probably because jump got replaced with jump over here. Okay, well, clean up these thingies. You got a targeting reticle now? Probably she's the same one. That'll make something different at some point. Funny, Twitch is slowly removing all the fake followers I got by banning those accounts, and thus it auto removes the followers, so I have to do anything. Like 100 of them, so I think my actual follower count is only like probably 9. No, it's probably like 100 or so. I think there's like 90 fakes still or something. That's okay. Got what I was doing for a second, so I was like, trying to remember, but I just need to make an actual I mean, I could have a targeting reticle that appears on them, or I just have one that appears on the screen. Wrong one, that's the widget. Right. Gotta add on the thingy so it what's a targeting reticle? All too often, I'm just kind of using it on all of them, but you know. Eh. Oh, that's right. There's no weapon yet for this, so it needs to be arranged. It definitely can. Only making all of them. This is for overlay states. But that only matters for exactly those things and nothing else. I'll add some of this stuff in a second. Help immensely. Oh. Yeah, I don't care about that notification. And power out on the phone. I need to plug my phone in a second to get more power, but let me test this first. Phone's at 2%. Not even hitting him. Let me put the phone in there because it's gonna die. So that's no good. Going for a while? Probably. Can't hurt. I guess it could, but probably not gonna hurt. Call me crazy, but it was up to 38 members. You know, like 3 weeks ago, the Discord was at 8. Slowly getting the. It does seem like. Hey, Marcus, how's it going? Yeah, the Discord's getting way more people's. Pretty good, pretty good. I was working on the Empress stuff. I'm rebuilding an area, and then I decided to build the chariot instead. And it needs some work still. I need a better targeting reticle for it. And the projectiles, still not great, but we're getting there. So, what I have going on right now. Oh, try again. That selector. You got a little blimp. I can zoom in on it, but to fly a little blimp around. Ooh. It does fire projectiles, but the projectiles seem to hit a very weird spot. The little cannonballs. Targeting reticle is not where the cannonballs fire from, so I need to fix that. You can hit them, but I don't know where it's firing from, so I can't seem to hit them, no matter how hard I've been trying lately. It's like I can't hit them at all. Okay. So, yeah, it's firing from a weird area. It makes it hard to see. But I'm going to have, you know, random ship battles. It's obviously super laggy, but that's just how it is the longer I go into a stream. Yeah, I'm reworking this room to have Empress puzzles. Can you pick the Empress up from over here? Yeah. By falling down from up above. And then we'll end it real fast here. Wait, picture. Armed with the Empress. I mean, you get it here, but I already have it quick. You're supposed to use this to go back. Theory. Does the Empress break now? Because I can't seem to use it. That's interesting if this breaks that. Huh. Oh, well, now it's broken, but... Okay, the pot wasn't on her head, that was the problem. I forgot you can turn off this stuff. Bit of lag going on right now. Maybe all this crap I have open. Do a quick change of something real fast to maybe help out. And then after that, I'm should be okay. I just got rid of a thing this I don't need like 90% of this stuff I just made. I spent like an hour messing with this thing, and it's just unnecessary entirely. This whole thing here that I made is unnecessary. Because I just discovered a better way of doing things. Apparently I'm not on the thing. I mean, I'd rather it be unnecessary because it means I did a better way, but still, it's unnecessary. That's so sad. Right. Let's close all those because they start to, you know, introduce a lot of lag. I want to reboot the engine. Yeah, I was working on this and then I stopped because I was like, I'm gonna do this and have like, you know, Zeppelin battles, but that's not even in this early in the game, so I don't even know why I'm even working on it when I could be working on something that actually matters for the demo. Yeah, I'm gonna make this thing like that, and you gotta make these things big to get back. That effect might take a little too long. I might need to speed it up. Like, it seems just slightly too long. It's kind of annoying. Also, that light doesn't really protect me. I put a light in here because I was fully dying to sanity problems, and yes, this effect is too slow. I can see that now. I don't like how slow it is. That's probably too far to even jump. About to find out. Yippee-ki-yay! Yeah, it's too far. I haven't actually done a complete test of this jump thing yet. But yeah, that's what I've been up to. Just dicking around with these things. It has been a thing I have been doing with my time. Yes. Yes, indeed. I'm going to put this closer because it's got a protection thingy on this here, so you get a little time. And I'm going to put another one over here too, just so they provide some light. You hate your life a little bit less. I think I'm going to tone down that Empress particle. Like, faster. Anyway, how's your, how are things going with you? You up to exciting things, or are you just killing the day like some of the rest of us? I suppose it's fair. I had this working theory that, you know, in the time I could have done all that, it's already done by just simply dragging things in the places I want. And I'm going to make them various distances and things like that, but overall, I'm probably going to put things like different things in place of these. It's not just going to be only these. I was just like, I'm just going to put things in place and kind of go with it. Because I definitely have over-engineered more than a few things myself, too. And it's just like, why did I do that? Like, literally, I didn't need to do that. It's already done. I will call it the for loop thing. It's like, okay, well, are you going to make some complicated for loop thingy to make up for having to, like, copy paste the command twice? I mean, you could. You just copy paste the command twice and move on. If it's like a lot of times, obviously you would do it, but it's like, where is that amount where it's like, maybe this is a bad idea? Yeah, exactly. Definitely done that a lot. I'm just like, well, that was a waste of time. I'm real bad about it sometimes. I've gotten better. I used to make a whole bunch of really complicated plugins to do things too. Back when I used to do RPG Maker to, it's like, in the future, I want to use all these things. So I want to give it all these functionality, and I wasted so much time. And it's like, why? Just like with this, it's like, what, do I need something specifically? No, that ain't gonna do it. That's what it's come down to. It's like, I don't want to do it if I'm not gonna use it immediately. Because too often, I would just waste a lot of time and it got really awful. It's like, well, That's thing I did with my time. Or was it a good thing I did with my time? I was just in service to the game, whatever gets it done. The faster, the better. Uh, I ain't using any of this crap. Speaking of over-engineered crap, all this stuff obviously is over-engineered crap. Because you'll see it ain't connected, so clearly I wasn't using it. Or the over-engineered crap that was my blimp direction thingy, and in reality all I had to do was just, attach it to the camera for movement when active during flying, and it would have solved all my problems. But did I do that? Nah. Nah, man. Nah. Oh, never mind. It's on the Empress plant. Yeah. No idea how to fix, huh? I've been there. Most of the time, my plan for fixing a lot of bugs is I just go and I play telephone effectively, where I just take print strings and I put them at strategic locations to see what the information is that it's handing. And at any point, if that information is not the right information, then I know that somewhere was in, between the print statements is where the problem is. And I'll start putting more in there to get more down into it to see where the problem is, where the telephone is, the game is just breaking and, someone's handing the wrong info. Fixes the vast majority of problems. It's not always the best way, but fixed a lot of problems that way. Some people use the little the breakpoint thingy, but I don't like them. I watched someone else use them and it just seemed weird. Just every time it would just kept flashing back to me every few seconds. It was just like disorienting and weird. Like, nah. And the edit it works, yeah. No. So what are the bugs? Oh my god. Not that I think I can necessarily help without having seen much of any of it, but maybe I magically know the answer. Anything's possible. Oh, those things. Oh god. I hate those things. My knowledge of the actual system for it is terrible. They're so hard to scale. I've grown to really hate. I like the Cascade ones so much better. I realize those are the defunct ones, but the defunct ones are just better than the new ones. Like the Chaos Cloth simulation thing all over again, where the Chaos Cloth is so much worse than the old one. But Epic decided to get rid of the old one. But yeah, I need to look into how those particles even work so I can scale up a whole bunch of blood particles and things to make, really cool stuff, and I ain't done it. This is just so long. 2 seconds. Let's cut this down. Let's make this like 1.5 seconds. Or 15. That's like 1.5. In a not really kind of way. Same digits, I guess. Trying to be cognizant of the fact that the player will get annoyed if I make him wait too long for things. So I really don't want to make him wait that long. The whole system's neat and all, but it's not that neat. Have a texture when you fresh open the editor, it doesn't show up. And you open its folder, and then it suddenly works. So it doesn't show up in the world? Or is it like... Because I remember an H-load issue where I would delete a bunch of things, change things, and then I'd go to play the game, and there'd be a bunch of stuff that was in the game that was no longer in the game. I'd taken it out. And that was because I had to rebuild the H-loads, because the H-load was remembering all the previous stuff that was in there. So I had phantom objects, and it took me a while to figure out that that's why I had phantom objects. Huh. I mean, sometimes it gets really weird with its redirects. You can like right click and tell it to update redirect or references, and sometimes that'll fix a lot of bizarreness with the file system. Not always, but you could try it because it doesn't hurt anything to do it, because all it does is it puts all these redirectors every time you move something, and until you click that, the redirectors just kind of point all over the place, and this will remove the redirectors and make the things actually where they're supposed to go. So that causes a lot of problems. You might look into that. Like, you know, click the button and then click yes or something. I didn't think I have to click yes. I need to click the button. Oh, I'll click it. You just clicked it. The editor has a lot of weirdness. The file manager especially. If you just drag things places, like you move one file to another, I've seen some real problems occur because I did that. More things linked to a file, the more you really don't want to move that file. But thankfully you can move it and then update the redirector references, and then you can usually delete things, and it kind of works most of the time. I don't know. Some files even it'll just crash the editor entirely because there's too many things linked to it. We're going to try the 25% faster method here. I'm also going to change it so it's not all these because I don't like it's boring. I've come to the conclusion that green is a boring color. Like, I hate looking at green on average. Like, it's fine if it's with other things, but I saw someone's project and the dude just had like mountains and green everything, and it was so hard to look at. I was just like, why? Please use at least one other color anywhere. That's when I learned green's boring. We'll call it the golf course theory. Golf courses are boring to look at. That's a little better, but it still feels like not great. Yeah, I want that faster. Ah, yes. Packaging versus not. I only have words to describe how bad packaging stuff is in this. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't understand the particle systems well at all. Like, I know how to use them, but when it comes to editing those particles, I've messed with them a little bit. It's been a thing I did. But not a thing I did well. Just a thing I did. Yes. It was a catastrophe. Things did not turn out well. I'm gonna shorten this even farther. Yeah, Every time I ever package things, I end up having to spend like a bunch of time just scouring the internet for the answers to why it can't be packaged, why something breaks. I love Unreal Engine until I have to package a project. Ain't nobody like Unreal Engine after that. Oh, she put her thing away. Well, that's the chariot. That's not the Empress. I don't have a pot on my head. How am I supposed to use the Empress if I don't have a pot on my head? Yeah, that jump was really bad. What did I even hit? I guess the edge of it or something? I guess that is a thing you can hit. I didn't even notice that. There's a ledge to it. They did not build these with the intention of someone using them as a platform. Yes, yes. There's definitely some stuff in Unreal Engine that just makes no sense, and I just see it and I'm just like, why would you ever make your engine do things the way it does? But that particle just goes for a while, doesn't it? Now this is a hard jump. I also kind of want to break it up and put something else in the water. Yeah. The other time I tend to dislike Unreal Engine is when I have to deal with all the bugs that come from updating to a new version of it. Got a lot of problems with those. Lost a lot of maps too. Landscapes are notorious for breaking. So notorious. What was really funny is it took for a while for anyone told me that the that in all those cool samples, Epic wasn't even using the landscapes anyway. Apparently they weren't memory efficient. Yeah, I'm hitting the lifted border of them, and it's causing me to not jump as far, and it's really hard to see that border of those plants, which makes me not want to use them. Because, you know, that just feels bad. Like, you don't even see what you're hitting, but there is tiny little borders that are here that are enough to cause a problem. But when you're running along, you don't really notice the little border. It doesn't look visible. Like, this looks flat. It's not flat. It's clearly not flat, but it looks flat. To the point where I didn't even notice how not flat it is. And they're all that way. I'll have a little bit, like, edges here that, you know, when it enlarged becomes a thing. I thought they'd be a great jumping platform. Now I'm wondering if I should flip it upside down because it's a better platform upside down. I can't with this one though. So basically I have to not use them. Oh, nope. Okay, well, apparently there was an ad break going. God, it's gotten feisty with those. I didn't even know how often it ran them, but I get a little notification saying that's running one. Well, there's no good simplified collision for this shape, though, is the problem. For a circle? Always like a capsule or something, which are terrible. A box, which doesn't fit. Like this, please. Oh, this chaos doing chaos things. So yeah, I mean, that's true. I could turn it into one of those. That's the thing. It's seems like I should make everything in a blueprint. Wait. Yeah, it would just be literally a cylinder. Yeah, it's so weird that there's no collision for a cylinder, but you can just add a cylinder. Like, really? Really? Unfortunately, these are Empress plants. I'm going to have to make a child of the Empress plant that has the cylinder just for those. There's lots of weird little things in Unreal Engine that make no sense to me, where it's just like, why would you do this? Like, there's just like so many better ways, or so many weird missing things. My theory is that the people at Epic have a lot of really great ideas, except for they have no stick-to-itiveness whatsoever. So they like 40 or 50% make an idea and then they move on. It's like, oh, so we get a lot of things that are like sound good on paper and, you know, are pretty good kind of, but seem like they should have been worked on a little more and never get worked on. Very common. They're just right on the next feature, like, oh look, no feature. They're gonna have a, you know, here with there. I was going over all the features in 5.5, going, yep, but what about all the features you didn't fix in 4.4? Like all these animation things you just added from into 5.4 in the first place. Didn't fix any of those. They're all still experimental. Cool. Maybe 5.6 will fix all your new animation system that you thought was so cool that I'm using. I'm just like, Hmm. Can't we try out nanite skeletons and um well, I tested megalites in the preview. Unfortunately, I need the DAS to Unreal people to update their plugin. Yeah. Yeah. Little dumb things. I've been trying to get child blueprints, their variables for a while. Because you can like put child blueprints on something. Like, but that's just the most savagely awful thing I've seen in ages. Like these. Like, you know, each of these little cabinets, you know, if you interact with them in the game, great. But I haven't found a way to actually easily grab the variables on them in game. Well, actually, so the parent can use them. Or shit, I wish I could use them for the construction script so that I could actually select which drawers were open from the construction script. But the only actual way to do that is to just simply have just simply direct the whole blueprint to move. But what I really want to do is each of those little drawer blueprints actually has instructions on how to move itself and keeps track of where it is. So what I really want to do is just have it do that. So, okay, well, open the drawer by, you know, sending this information there and run the open door thing. It does not work. I haven't found an actual way to do it, and so it works in the construction script. Besides literally having this do it directly, move its children. So you can't really send information that well easily. I mean, I found a way to get information over to it, but it just... No. Not in my testing so far. I love my interfaces, and I'm just like, yeah. I never knew this was a thing. I was like, I hadn't really used a lot of child blueprints. I mean, it works great in the game, but like I say, I really wanted to just have certain ones that are open. And I also wanted to dictate, you know, have this thing dictate if something had a prize in a drawer. But I want the prize in the drawer to be dictated by the drawers themselves, because I want the prize to move with the drawer when the drawer moves in and out. But now the only way I can really do it is I just random the prizes on the drawers, and, you know, that's cool. But otherwise, I can't really dictate if it's going to be automatically open or anything like that. Well, I mean, the drawers are used in other things too. They're just kind of all over the place. They're just their own little blueprint. I mean, it can send information for it, and it could, I could make each individual, you know, like the cabinet be the thing that moves every individual drawer. That is true. I was mostly just hoping to be able to send information to the drawer I wanted and have it open, but it might come down to me actually having to, instead of having the drawers do the thing. But then the problem is yeah, okay, that works, but now the magician has to open the drawers too, which then it's going to have to know which drawer is being targeted for the magician, and then tell that to open. That's going to be its own fun. Because the way the magician right now, it just looks for an object that has the ability to interact with it, and it just says, okay, do your thing. That's all it does. Like, these things know what they're supposed to do. So I'm going to have a much more complicated system where the thing is going to have to go, okay, which drawer did it hit? Yeah, about that. It's going to be... There's a lot of systems working here. It's going to be pretty tough to make it all happen. Like, by itself, like, if it was in a vacuum, it'd be a lot easier. It's just the interaction with everything else is just a lot. The farther this gets in, the more complicated it is, so... What will probably happen is I'll probably end up doing a lot more designing where I don't do that. Where I just don't make the drawers open. And where I just random the things based upon the actual, you know, just drawers themselves. And the drawers will all just be closed. I mean, them being open doesn't make a big difference. It's more just a visual difference thing that's just kind of nice. Like some of them can be like, you know, just left open. But if I just, you know, random the prizes into the drawers anyway, I don't have to do that. Also, technically, wait. Oh, I see. I'm curious here. Wait a second. Okay, it's just a child that... Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I was trying to follow me again. I was all excited for a second there, and now I'm not. Because you can access the children now. But what if it actually had, you know... I was kind of hoping that by accessing the children, you'd be able to do that. Because I've accidentally clicked the children over and over and over on these things. I mean, technically, I'm just saying, I could do this. But there's one problem with that. When I go to use the magician on it, it's going to look at itself and go, okay, well, am I open or not? And I haven't adjusted that variable. So it's going to think that it's closed when it's not. It's actually on a flip-flop, so... But even if it wasn't on a flip-flop, well, actually... No, because it's open. This one here is like set as a thing, so those things should show up on the on this if it was a viewable thing, but it's not. Though technically you can manipulate it that way. Is open on the instance. What? True. I don't think it works though. The way I want it to. Let me double check here. Maybe I'm dumb. I would prefer to be dumb in this instance because if I'm dumb, then it just works out better for me. Let's outline on off, but Is there an actual is open already? Is that why there's a 0 after the fact? Because that's weird. Could be on construction. Okay, is open is here. That's fine. Yeah, sure. So is open is a thing on construction. Let's say I click drawer 4. I select. Actually, technically, it's already selected. Unselect it. Nothing happens. Still doing this thing. Door 3 open. Nope. So basically, it ignores the construction. I think. I made some random changes. Let me do some things here. Did I? Oh, it just runs the construction script on those. It doesn't actually do the rest of it. Let's not run this. Because it's just not running those, as far as I could tell. Wasn't sure I could actually even look at that, you know, for certain, but let's say I do put a bunch of is opens here. Let's do that here. This door is here. Oh, I need to do it by this one alone. It has to be this instance. Oh, that doesn't work. Right? Because yeah, from in here I can select it, but oh, that's not what I'm thinking. This one I can select it, sure. I remember doing some of this now. I got around doing something different. Yeah, you can go after the child actor. You can cast to the drawer to call upon the drawer itself. Connect. Yay. Open drawer 1. If so, that's cabinet drawer. Set true. If not, set false. I was trying to interface thing, but I don't think interfaces check in the construction. I'm pretty certain they don't. So it does that, and this is cabinet open drawer 1. So let's load drawer 1. Yeah, see, it doesn't do anything. However, if I start the thing, it won't work because it's the construction script only runs in the editor. So that doesn't work. Well, obviously, I mean, I can set it directly in the blueprint itself. That's true, but I haven't found a way to do it by each instance here is the issue, right? Because that's what I'm seeing. It won't run the construction script. I haven't did an open thing for that. Yeah. That is what I'm seeing. Yeah, yeah. I'm doing that on that other. DCG the cabinets, yeah. The big problem is a lot of my furniture has to be interactable. I don't get to get away with a lot because I have to make all these interactable crap, so a lot of it just has to be outright blueprints. Which is kind of tedious, but so much of my stuff is just what you got to interact with. It's the environment is the puzzles, so I'm becoming more and more square with the fact that everything is just going to be a blueprint by the time I'm done. I'm putting all these plants, and these plants are blueprints too. I have to replace all these other plants, so I'm going to do all the small ones. Anything giant, I'm not going to let you adjust. It's going to be things that are of like a certain size, so this way, you know, I can have things that are big and not have to deal with, you know, other problems. But yeah, I mean, even these are blueprint spine thingies, blueprint plants, blueprint, you know, tables. You got to grab them. And I was originally putting just the tables and putting these like traversables on them, but that gets really tedious. I have to do it for all of them, even if I'm just copy pasting. If I make a change, I got to change it on them all. It's annoying. The lamps got to be things because they got to, you know, provide a light source that affects Poppet. I mean, it's just the only thing in this room that isn't a freaking blueprint is this couch. This couch is it. That's the only thing in this whole room that's not a blueprint. The windows are blueprints. It's just so much. I was sitting there going, wow. Yeah, exactly. I want a way to bounce on them. That'd be kind of cool because let's just be real here. That would be fun to bounce on a couch as a doll. But I don't really know how to make that a reality. Like, I would need the couch to deform to you hitting it. Like the cushions to deform. But these cushions are not separate. They are just part of this couch. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the idea of bouncing on top of these things. That sounds so much fun. But yeah, it's probably possible. I mean, I even know how that would be possible. I know there's a deformer plugin. Cloth deforms. I mean, let's say you had slice the model. How does one slice the model? These are things I do not know. And slice a model? Or do I have to do that in like Blender or something? In Blender, sure, I can break everything apart if I want Blender, but I don't know if I want to do that. Huh. I haven't looked in the modeling mode, but you know, if I had a couch and curtains that were separate, what I could actually do is make it so that the when you touch the cushions, they actually compress. They just, you know, scale themselves a bit on the z-axis, axis, and then rebound, and you get launcher. But so it would just be a weird launcher. I would do something. You don't have to look at the modeling modes thing. Probably not gonna do it right now because I don't know anything about the modeling modes, and I'd be sitting there forever when I could just look at a tutorial on how to do it. like how to use the model modes. I don't mind experimenting when I have at least some idea of what I'm doing, but when I have no idea, I usually find it saves a lot of time to just skip the middleman and go straight to the, this was a better plan. How badly do I want these silly pads? I don't even like them. I was just commenting how much I hate things that are just green. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll have to look into that whole slicing the model thing. Because I didn't even think about that. Because if that works, there's a whole bunch of crappy models that I have where they are just built in a way that sucks. And that would be like the Sika Mansion stuff. Like there's a bunch of really cool stuff in it and it just doesn't work. I have no idea how to do that deformation thing. That like I haven't figured out how to deform the meshes at all. I know it's possible. I don't know how. I mean, maybe. Looking for those meshes I was talking about, like how cool they would be. Like something like this would be awesome if I could actually remove the door from it. I can make the door openable. Instead, I can't. Also, they didn't put it back on them. I hate, like, this asset pack is so cool and crap at the same time. I'm about looking at the deformation and slicing models. Because I could, improve a lot of things. And I don't want to have to buy new models because I'm not that rich. If I'm buying models, it's characters at this point. For more enemies. Probably. My problem is that I freely admit I don't know anything about Blender and haven't had the time to learn it. And I could find the time to learn it, but then I'm not doing the game itself. It's like, how much time do I really want to invest in something that is a fun idea, but not like so important that I add it in, Like, I mean, if it was like a core to the game, like just that important, sure, whatever. I'd do it. But this is me bouncing on cushions on a couch. I'm like, hardly the most important mechanic. It's funny. It's like having a piano. Like, I don't want any pianos in the game unless you can actually run across the keys and the piano and have them make noise. Because it would be depressing to run across it and not make noise. But then I got to sit there and adjust all the keys so you can do that. Now, I'm not saying I can't do this. I might even make my own piano at some point just because there's actually someone in my Discord who's making one, so, Was it? No, these. Uh. Can't even check because of the fact that it's hiding all the names since I'm streaming. Ah, good old Discord. Hide all the names while I'm streaming, so I can't tell anything. But yeah. Well, that's the thing, is a lot of these things aren't that hard. I mean, I can make things happen. I could get all the sounds for it, but again, is that worth your time? Is that worth my time to do? It's a neat idea, but I have a lot of things I got to get done before that idea. I've been arguing with myself on that. Some of these things, like, I might try the whole make the cushions, just, shrink them on the Z and then launch the player or something. Yeah, I'll go, bro. How's it going? Follow? I'll think about that. You're just in time for our important discussion on just how much value is it to make it where the cushions are bounceable. We were talking about how every single asset in this room is a blueprint, except for this couch. This one couch. It's not a blueprint. And that was the cushions are fortunately part of it, but I was hoping to make the cushions where you could actually bounce on the cushions. Because you have a tiny doll character and, you know, it'd be fun to bounce on the cushions. But we're talking about, you have to slice the models and, like, you know, do all this crazy things, deformations. It's just a lot of work. So. Jiggle physics to the couch. Oh, we've truly hit rock bottom. Talking jiggle physics for a couch. Yeah, this couch is depressing. It could use jiggle physics. Oh, jiggle physics for a couch. My night is now great for this. I've got to write it up, but I like writing it up. Or I can do that instead. I put something on these things too. This room is still like half finished. There you go. I gotta put a custom animation for a lot of this stuff. And just imagine if you could jump on this couch. I'd move it closer so I could make that jump. Just to launch myself super high. Ah, wouldn't that be a beautiful world? Launch yourself way up in the air. I don't even know where you go. This room's suddenly becoming way more fun. This is like one of the most boring rooms in the entire game so far. Oh, the waiting room, for God's sakes. I mean, how boring does it sound, but it's becoming more fun. I mean, it's really not as exciting as these giant rooms by any stretch, but you know. The other thing I talked about like earlier is flying blimps through the pipes. Okay, the pipes suck. I don't like running through the pipes. It's just not that fun. Like, you might think it's fun. It sounds fun on paper. It ain't fun. But if you're flying like a blimp through the pipes, that's just so weird it might be fun. Because yeah, you just run through the pipes and it's like, that's so cool. Look, I'm running through the pipes. Yay, pipes. Still running through the pipes. Cool, man. I'm almost there. Ran through the pipes. Okay, I guess another guy. Let's keep running. I thought running through pipes would be way more fun than it is. It's just not fun. Like, oh look, there's pipes. You go this way. Look, you're right into a room. That's so cool. I'm gonna jump on this to make up for having to do that. Besides, it says it's fun, so why would it lie to me? So that's not fun. That sucks. But it's slightly more fun to fly a blimp through the pipes. As weird as this might sound, it's slightly more fun to fly the blimp through the pipes. And that's probably because you have to try to fly the blimp through the pipes and it's not actually that easy to do, whereas walking through them is actually pretty easy. You're just like, I'm gonna fly the blimp through the pipes now. I know what you're thinking when you woke up this morning, that you were going to see a blimp fly through pipes. Of course. Right? It's the only logical thing to do with a blimp. Pew, pew, pew. Boy blimp, yay. That's what I'm hearing. I think in the model city areas, I'm going to have the blimp fights be a thing. Like enemies and blimps, and you'll be able to shoot them and stuff. I mean, It's so late in the game that it's not like this is an ability I even needed. I don't even know why I'm making this right now, because it's like, it really is like end game type of, because you can't give out flying in a Metroidvania anytime soon. That is not okay. You just go, oh, blimp through the pipes. Yep, yep, going through the pipes. I could make it take damage crashing into things. You can shove boxes out of the way. I kind of wish it would do like a lean rotation, but when it moves to the sides. This thing has like the best movement ever. It can go in any direction. It's got like hover capabilities. But I guess to be fair, it does have a giant balloon strapped to it, so it's not like it actually has to be traveling in a direction to fly. It's a balloon. It's literally just can fly in all kinds of directions, I guess, in theory. Like a hot air balloon, really. I do kind of like flying around the rooms, though. I thought I would like it less, but I think it's just because the blimp is fun. The blimp being fun makes a difference. Yeah, when it was just regular flying as like a weird little ghost thing, it was not fun. But as a blimp is better. Oh. Okay. So I'm tempted to take out these pads. I don't like them. I could make a special thing for them, or I could just have you jump around a mushroom. Some other plant. The other problem is a lot of these things have no detail because they're intended to be really small. These, however, are trees. They are supposed to be trees. They can be huge. Actually, you know what? Let me think about something here. Feels like I started way earlier tonight than the previous one there, because like it says I'm almost like at 7 hours and 35 minutes. It's only like 6:12 a.m. here. Oh, an ad break. Geez, they're going ham on their ad breaks today. Maybe I just never noticed. So, came to this map to look at these. And, okay, I can't see. Like, I could use these things. Are any of these like a good like shape for this? Maybe. None of them are very flat, but they actually look pretty good big, so. I guess that's probably the best one for being flat. These are both not bad for being flat, I guess, but. Hmm. Okay, I break ended. Good. I came to this map to check out it's like which of the mushrooms would probably be good for just jumping on. Because I could just do mushrooms. Because the mushrooms are all colorful and cool. And those lily pads are boring. Just so boring to look at. But you know where the Empress could be sitting on? It could be sitting on a giant turtle. I'm just saying, you know, it could be on a turtle. It could be rocks. I could just steal the whole turtle thing here. Oh, well, I'm not stealing that. Like, let's just say I steal the turtle. I don't want to steal these rocks, though. But maybe. Oh. Did you freeze? It died. Pick and choose. Let's go. Oh, there we go. Well, I came for the turtle. Turtle Liberation Front. Important. To be fair, it's Unreal Engine. It has been going for 7 hours and 38 minutes. And the stream is also going. So at some point it does get pretty heavy. Yeah. Well, it shouldn't actually be that heavy because not saying that Streamlabs is really using that much, but from what I've noticed, the longer the stream goes, the laggier Unreal Engine gets. Even if Unreal Engine crashes and I reboot it, it still gets way laggy. Anything else I want from this? I took the... Actually, this is just a regular landscape. I considered putting a landscape into my own thing, but I've had so many problems with them. But it would look way nicer. And, you know, the pumpkin moon, of course. I've got the pumpkin moon. I like a... What is this? It's just literally a moon. Static mesh actor. Wait a minute. Moon. Whoa, 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 whoa. Huge. Little moon. Huh. I thought it was just some crappy, you know, 2D thing. It's not. It's actually just a giant moon. This makes me weirdly happy. And now I'm imagining this glorious game where you're, you know, a jack-o'-lantern moon. And you just roll over cities, just killing random people. It's just that's the whole game. You just roll right over them. It's like that Katamari game, except for instead of collecting them all, you're just squishing them all. Be so much fun. I would do that for hours. Just roll over people. You're just like, see all their screams. You're like, maybe give it a special move so it can like leap up in the air and land on them. Just like, you know, jump on them for no apparent reason. You'll never be so excited to push a jump button in your life. Like, they're not dead enough yet. I freely admit that I'm why we can't have nice things. Yeah, exactly. Nobody wants to build a stinking zoo. We want to watch the animals eat the people. I'm gonna keep this. And I'm gonna keep this. Like them both. I'm gonna keep them. Come with me to the other map. I guess there's a whole city with this too, which I could make use of for something. Or like a little stupid map thing. I actually don't really like the city at all. I actually just like some of the weird little extras. I guess it's got some docks that are kind of... I like the smoke. And I like the weird pumpkin moon. The bodies are weird because they're funny colored. I don't know if I like those. Yes. That's okay. We'll just, you know, pick and choose things from all sorts of different maps and just drag them on over. My own bizarro little world. I should play a game on stream or something at some point. I haven't done that in forever. And you know what? Making fun of dumb things in games is so much fun. I'm such a jerk when it comes to games. Just make fun of everything in the games. I'm the worst person. Crack jokes about everything. Unreal Engine, I'm too busy making my own stuff. Yeah. I don't know where this moon's going. You know, why isn't it just an enemy? Just an enemy who tries to roll over you or just roll into you. Like, does it need to do any more than that? This is a Metroidvania. Like, Metroidvania enemies are, like functionally retarded. They have one attack and they try to use it on you, and that's all they do. They have nothing else. Like, only the bosses are even remotely interesting in Metroidvanias. Okay, every once in a while you get a weird one. Like, was it like Bloodstained had the one chick just sitting there, she's like, looks like she's in a heavy metal band and she's just playing a guitar. And she just does this whole solo thing going on. And it eventually starts firing all kinds of like fireworks everywhere and it can do damage to you, but it takes forever. And it's just, I've actually sat there and watched her just do her whole solo. So I was just like, wow. Slot everyone into this enemy, but that's all she really does. So she's technically still boring. And then her attack pattern, I still found it hilarious. I just watched. I was like, I'm watching this happening. Moon, giant moon. I mean, it's now going to be an enemy that rolls after people. It's 100% going to do that. You know, it's going to do that. I mean, just look at it. It wants to roll at people. It wants to squish the player. You're going to deny it its opportunity to squish the player? That seems rude. You know what? This thing could also just be a platform moving around that's holding the Empress. Nothing's stopping it. I don't need any explanation for anything. This place is already established that it's just weird. I just get to do whatever I want. There will be those who try to think that, I'm beholden to their foolish logic. They are all incorrect. Not beholden to anything. Yeah, it's fun. All too often, I just want to have fun with things. The stupider it is, the better. Can't I enjoy my stupid things? I think I can. I guess I can put this in a blueprint. I kind of don't like it, though. I could use rocks, I suppose. Reestablishing rocks are a thing in this that I want to put in here. I guess I established rocks are a thing that I put in this. Not this room. This room. So if that's true, I guess I'm doing it now in this too. I'm at least going to get rid of this crappy one. I don't like this one. It's so weird to move around on. It just doesn't feel right. Like, I don't like it. Wow. What I'm hearing is Turtle Monster. It is kind of bright, though. I'm not sure how much I like it in this particular light. I think it's because it's next to these, and these give off a lot of light. Okay, well. This is just one of those things that just has to be done. I don't expect others to understand. You take this on here. Give a nice, you know, big thing here. Let's go ahead and move this out of the way because, you know, got to be sitting on here. Then we got to take a little tiny version of it. We can have our very own little Lion King moment going on over here. Why is this going on? I don't know. Why not? He's just literally going there showing off all the other ones over here. So, you know, the area. We'll call it our bizarrely wholesome moment in, you know, our weird place where this guy just kills people and puts their souls in dolls. Listen, it's fine. I need some wholesome in here. Sure. Then we put the Empress right on top of it. Because why not? Right? Why not? Got my circle of life going on here. Maybe it'll sit on the back here. I like the little gifts where they just eat the Simba right off into the cliff. They just go just throw it. The edited ones.
And then the bad end of the movie happens. Or maybe that's the good.
Other people can tell me whether or not they think it's one or the other. I'm willing to accept either or on that one. Let's just get rid of it. Some things are not fun to step on. Oh. Oh, this floor is actually surprisingly much lower than I thought. Okay. I thought it was close, but nope. No, sir. I think I might have to jump on a mushroom. I could have springy mushrooms. Yep. I think you confused shortest with best movie ever. I'm not gonna lie. I go to a theater. I don't know why I'm there to see a remake of The Lion King, but let's say I am. I get in there and like 10, 15 minutes in, they just lob him off a cliff and say the end. I'm just gonna laugh. Like, especially at the reactions of all the people in there who clearly didn't see this one coming. I was just like, well, that happened. Okay, I'm into it. Best Lion King. Bonus points if the credits are longer than the movie. How does this play out? I'm probably going to leave an opening over here so you have some idea to jump on there. Maybe some sort of thing to signal that you should jump down here. That's super easy to get down to. I'm not even sure I'm going to include an opening. I might just go, yeah, you can figure it out. Yeah, well, I can't jump on this, so I can. How much better is this than that crappy lily pad? I mean, let's be real here. Now Poppet is part of the circle of life. Woohoo! He's like, what am I standing on? Just kicking that little turtle right in the face. Yeah, it's right. All right, you talked me into yeeting the baby turtle. 1 second. Oh my god, look at that lag. What in the world? Jesus. Whatever, you still talk me into eating the baby turtle. It'll happen. Because I have the mechanics in my game already ready to do this. You might have thought, oh, he wouldn't do that. He's not a terrible... No, I'm a terrible person. It's fine. Don't hate me. It's probably this thing. You're the fault. Also, you should be smaller. Oh god, it's huge. It's so emissive. So emissive. Fine, fine, fine. Let's just set this here. Just put a block right here. Go ahead and select this thing here. Oh, yeah, sure. Yep. Then we're going to go ahead and shrink this down because, you know, I need to do that. Get down. Oh, new scale. Wait, 1. Too small. 0 out of 10. Do not like. Yep. All new verbiage. The emissivist. Just remember, this is your fault. This would never have been in the game otherwise. And I thank you for having suggested it. I'm just saying. It did not occur to me that this was something I needed in the game until now. And yet here we are. Gonna be in the game. Haha, yeet! Not yeet? Really? Why didn't you yeet? Yeet! Yeet? Not yeet? Why can you fly? I have questions. I have so many questions. Oh, okay. Oh, I get it. I get it. I gotta... It has achieved a new level. It has become the Yeetless. Immune to the consequences of, you know, internet memedom. Cannot be yeeted by mere mortals. Hey, Public Float, how's it going? Thanks to follow the Shadowy. Right now we're reenacting the Lion King, but with turtles and dolls. That about sums it up. Do not question our genius. Or do, you can question if you want. You probably should question it. It could be madness too at this point. Who knows? I'll show you what I'm talking about in a second. I need to adjust the collision on this because you can't apply physics to complex collisions. So for purposes of yeeting a turtle, It's important. So you get the Empress here. Yeah, I found this turtle thing and this other thing like that, and we're like, oh, I was like, I'm gonna put it on this mountain thing here. Do like some Lion King circle of life things. Then we're like, oh, have you ever seen that gif where they yeet Simba instead of just raising him up, right? Well, now I can just yeet the turtle too. Like, bye bye. What happened? Came back. It's the unyeetable. How are you unyeetable? What is going on with you? I have so many questions. Shouldn't be possible. It doesn't want. It refuses to be yeeted. What's even going on here? I don't even know anymore. I've decided to kill my character in sadness. What? How is it uneatable? Also, this needs to be like way bigger. Maybe not that big. That's so weird. There's not even an error. It shouldn't be uneatable. Or it should be eatable. But somehow, it is beyond the... Oh yeah, the floats in water thing, yeah. That's true, there is a floats in water thing. I need to maybe add it again. So the other ones can be thrown, right? All I did was copy pasta one of these other ones and change the mesh. But there should be no reason why I can't eat it. And yet it returns, immune to the eat. Oh, I know why. There was a protection I put on them. So that if they would be destroyed, they would return to their original spot. And this was because these blocks were designed so that you could use them to get places. So if you got too far away or they were destroyed, you would do that. Because otherwise, some puzzles would have been impossible. Admittedly, I've taken out all the puzzles that involve this stuff, so... Yeah. Oh. Anyway, I might as well show the new people thingies. Since we had like... Well, a couple people show up that were pretty new, though. One of them was like 33 minutes ago. I'll show public float stuff if he's still around. If you're not still around, well, okay, fair enough. So for the new people, this is Poppet. It's a doll. She was killed and her soul was put into a doll's body, so she's trying to escape the toy factory. And she's powered by a curse that permeates the toy factory. When she's in the dark, this curse power fills up. Her sanity goes away. When she's in the light, her curse power does not fill up, but her sanity comes back. If her sanity hits 0, she dies. Uses tarot cards as weapons. This is the Fool. Giant sucker. Unfortunately, it gets really laggy the longer I stream, and it's been 8 hours of streaming, so, you know. It starts the evening at 40 to 50 FPS. I think it's at about 20 now. It's the Magician. Controls objects in the environment, such as, you know, these things that you can lob, or turning lights on and off, or manipulating doors. Oh, you... I never get tired of photobombing. Mhm. Ow. Hurt. I'll be up. The star, it trades sanity for health or health for sanity. If you're in the light, it's basically just a free heal, but you gotta stay in the light. Not always easy, depending upon where the boss is at. Like the Vu fight where she's so ridiculously hard to get away from. Ow. The fool has a superpower where it gets huge. I gotta work on the Vu fight, check each other Vu fight off instead. I'm back at fight. Ow. So much damage. I wonder if rebooting Unreal Engine will help this. I might try that just after this. After being defeated by a baby turtle, being unable to eat it. I feel as though I need a victory somewhere. So laggy. Too laggy. Got him. Harry. Average FPS is like 20 or something at best. Oh, it's terrible. I'm gonna try rebooting Unreal Engine. I think it's been enough hours where I'm like, you know, maybe, just maybe, it needs a bit of a refresh. Takes forever to boot though. Rest in peace, Patrick. I mean, you know, he's getting pretty good. I mean, he needs I need to figure out the exact amount of damage things do and maybe tweak his middle phase a little more. I might also make his first phase last longer. I weakened his last phase quite a bit because it was just not very fun. That wasn't even fun. It just seemed like it was a lot for the first boss. He was summoning like 10 of the dolls every single time. As of now, he's summoning only 5, which I think is probably better. Kind of a lot. Yeah, kind of a lot. I'm out of alcohol. Drop. Wish I'd. It might really just be the longer the stream goes. Very possible. Very possible indeed. We find it out. It prepares a million textures. To be fair, the longer this goes, I have to add things to the H load. I haven't done that yet, so every new thing gets added, and it's just more things that are perpetually loaded. Thing. I had a lot of problems with OBS. I just didn't like it very much. It was okay, I guess. I did use it for a while. But I mean, normally Streamlabs isn't that much. It's just over like enough hours with this going, it just kind of adds up to when it becomes a problem. I'm gonna run into this room again and see what the FPS says, see if it made any difference. Oh, I may try it out. Who knows? But I'll just also just be the engine being dumb too. It's pretty bad. Oh, is it that bad? Let's see. I think it's better than it was by a bit. Because it was literally hitting like, you know, barely over 10 FPS, and now we're sitting at like, you know, comfortably in the 20s. With the occasional hits just causing it to drop quite a bit, but definitely something. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll try OBS at some point, but who knows? I just remember it not being that much better. Oh, like it wants to do yet another ad break. Really had no idea how often those things ran, but now I just keep seeing the incoming ad break message. It's like, I mean, it's supposed to run 5 minutes per hour, which is like the minimum so that you didn't end up with like pre-roll ads that nobody wants to ever see. Seems like it's so much longer than, so much more time. I told it to just, you know, figure it out for me. And it kind of does. Huh. I don't know. I don't see it anymore. Did it opt not to run it? I have questions. Anyway. Do I take double jump out and instead just make this an Empress puzzle? Where you make bigger pumpkins? Because I mean, giant pumpkins are cool. Hmm. Well, I don't really know which I would prefer, honestly. Actually, that's incorrect. I'd actually prefer longer ad breaks because a long ad break means that I can just go get like, you know, something from the fridge or, you know, use the restroom or something. Whereas a short ad break, I guess you just kind of sit there. Yeah, it just seems like if I got to pick, this seems like it makes way more sense to me. Oh, yawning. I'll probably make it to about, well, we'll see. I'll go a while. A bad break in progress. I'll be right back then anyway. I'll take a power break real fast. Yeah, definitely that. The longer ads just seem better to me. Because, plenty of times I'm just like, well, lately it's like, oh, I see an ad going. I'm going to go use the restroom or something. Like, I got a moment, or go get a drink or something. I mean, I've only got 4 subs, so, subs are around and want to keep chatting during a break, sure, but otherwise. All you need to do is need to make a giant Twitch Prime, Amazon Prime logo. And whenever I go on like an ad break thingy, or whenever I need to go, like, take a brief moment to like look away something else, I just leave it staring at that this way. The advertisement for it. 1 second. Sorry, audio's dead. Sorry, I went to go do an ad break thing and I was just doing things and yeah. Do not question, or do you can question? You probably should. I mean, thanks for pointing it out. Yeah, I can turn it on off. There was like an ad break. Well, that's fair. Well, thanks for letting me know, June. I had no idea. But I had some alcohol earlier. It's 8 hours and 24 minutes in the stream. It's 7:01 in the morning here. You know, thanks for the follow too. You know, mistakes have been made at this time of day. Yes, some mistakes have been made. I think I need to set this for physics. See, there was this Halloween map though, and they had a giant pumpkin moon. So I wanted the pumpkin moon to try to roll over the player. Why not, right? Why can't I simulate physics? And now, can I do it with that enabled? No. Maybe because this is a character. Oh, that's probably true. Yeah. I was just gonna build it right on top of the enemy things here. Because I have apparently those would like to be over there now. That's fair. I mean, we all have our things that we like doing in life, so you know. I ain't gonna judge much. Okay, I'm gonna judge a lot, but people occasionally suggest meme ideas, or I just come up with meme ideas, and I need random dorky little toys to fight. Important. And so I made these are my checkers, and they have like emoji faces. They're the chess pieces. I get angry. They don't have any attacks yet, but there's a giant checkered floor on like the first floor that's the great board, and they are literally they worship it like it's their god, so they fight over it. And someone from the chat's just like, I told them about the chess pieces fight, and they're like, oh, what about checkers? So I had to make a checker too. I did some of it. I made the checkers. Yay, checkers. Woohoo. I did not make the chess pieces. I made Poppet. I guess I can get a better look for it. I built the Tesla towers and the vats and the blood pumps and the clock thingy. Yep, made her. This is a ghost girl that haunts this place. She doesn't have any of her effects yet, but I made her too. So she's... I gotta make her hair and dress move and things. I'll get to it. At some point. Huh. Let's see other characters I've made here. The story of the game is that you were your character was killed and her soul was put into a doll, and she's trying to escape a toy factory. But there's one character who got killed and her soul got stuffed in the paintings, and you can use the paintings to travel between various places in the toy factory and also to here, which is like a liminal space that connects it all. Okay, I'm just gonna get annoyed by looking at that FPS counter. The longer I stream, the worse the FPS gets. I made her too. She's just floating in space doing her thing. She's my Discord's favorite character, so I gotta make her hair do things and outfit do stuff, but yeah, we'll get there. So I've made that character. I've made oh wait. That's right, I was working on the chariot earlier because I decided I needed a blimp thing, so we're gonna fly the blimp over there. It's still under construction. Fire cannonballs though. I don't want to walk. I made this fine dapper gentleman here. Yeah, sure. I was just gonna pull people from the Discord, you know? The link's up at the top, so whenever I go to test it, the alphas are gonna be in that. The game's actually farther along than you think. I've got like 1.5 bosses figured out, like 8 enemies, and about, I want to say about 25 to 30% of the actual layout of the game done, and a bunch of mechanics that are pretty fun. I'll show you some random things if you want. Give you the tour. A different tour than the one with Patrick, because I'm tired of fighting Patrick. I just fought him like, I think, 10 minutes ago or something. So we will show you the other boss. And by we, I mean me. I count as multiple people now, apparently. Oh yeah, it's a steampunk world, so, you know, check out my pretty steampunk world. Zoom up. And the moon. Can't never get the moon. Everyone loves the moon. I only made like a handful of blocks, so, you know, it only goes so far. Mostly things you could see from here. This is my Whimsy Wonders toy factory. The game's called Poppet Quest. It's not called Whimsy Wonders, but writing Poppet Quest on the front of the toy factory would be a little weird. Do I have a nav mesh down? Kinda. Let me put a full nav mesh down here. So with the nav mesh, I end up making a lot of the female characters because, well, the game's kind of largely based like on a Jack the Ripper type of character, and, well, he only kills women, and instead of dissecting them, he puts their souls into toys. Just one of those things. Like, probably mostly only kills women. I made a lot of his victims, not all of them. The ones I did buy. Thank you. So this fight has a mechanic in that Voodoo there summons a mini voodoo doll of you, and you have to protect the voodoo doll throughout the fight, because if the voodoo doll takes a hit, you take the hit. She's decided she really likes hanging out there for some reason, so oh yeah, the voodoo doll got hit again. We get hit a lot. The main mechanic of the game is that if you are in the darkness, your sanity goes down, but you fill up a curse stat. And the curse stat is what powers you and all the other toys in the place. It lets you use abilities too. If you go, however, your sanity goes down. If your sanity hits 0, you die. The curse takes you over. So you have to, but you don't get any curse back if you're in, you know, the light. So you have to go between the light and the dark to basically be able to do things. Oh, what, weapon out? Weapon? Yeah. Uses tarot cards as weapons. The Fool is the default, oh, the first of the weapons. It's a giant sucker. Gets the job done. Get launched. Wall, use a cheat thingy to avoid taking damage temporarily. This fight is not complete very well. Like, she's got some problems. Like, randomly targeting something that isn't there, and I haven't figured out why. No. Yeah. Huh. Well, normally she's more exciting than this, but sometimes she breaks, and that's why I was working on her. Like, now she's just broken, and she's just standing there. Okay, well, anyway. Fine, we'll go to the backup fight. Fine. Half the time she just outright breaks, and I need to figure out why. It's her second phase that breaks, and I haven't figured it out. Let's do this one instead. She had a bunch of different things too, but that's a tomorrow thing. Today I got to working on other stuff that was not as relevant to fighting. Yeah. I guess technically I made a ship that shoots things. That's true. It's her dodge mechanic. She's supposed to light up when she gets hit, but for some reason the dodge is also doing it. The game's only like 20% done at most. More like 17%, but... Is it Patrick? Wow, how come you took so much damage, Patrick? I don't know why he took damage there like that, but I'm cool with it, whatever. I'll let him show off his attacks. Anyway, the magician here manipulates objects in the environment, such as turning things on or picking up objects. You can throw them. These alls are fun because they explode. Ow. You can also photobomb in the menu, it's kind of fun. He takes pictures of whatever she's currently doing. I try to get nukes in the background. I don't get out much, so, you know, I do whatever amuses me at any given time. This is the star. It trades sanity for health and health for sanity. It's probably going to become Wheel of Fortune at the end of the day. But currently the star. A lot of damage. As you can see, as her sanity runs down, it gets much darker and harder to see things. I'm still messing with the mechanic on it exactly. I don't know why I did like 1,000,000 damage to him, but that's okay. So there's those things, and then I can show you some of the mechanic thingies. As we go on a little trip here through the land of, I'll just do the generic tour. I need to make a video of all this, because I run the tour all the time, and I changed it up with various things, but... It'd probably be better if I actually had a tour I could just show people. So yeah, the magician can also manipulate things like drawers and also cupboards. Make platforms to get up to stuff. I can also fall off it. Oh, you know. I'm using a keyboard and a mouse, so, you know. There is controller support, though. I just usually am too lazy to grab the controller. That's my explanation. It's like, I'll just test it right now, and then I don't ever grab it. Professional here. I could use these drawers too. There's nothing stopping me from using the other drawers. I usually use the same drawers over and over because it's just the fastest way up, but I could go the opposite. Just to add variety. Fool can also break things. You can get to other rooms. You can also open windows. I have this thing on so that you can't see as far as you should be able to. I'm just testing, so it'll probably go back to seeing farther in a second. Oh, turn the hat off for some reason. There's no nav mesh down, so they can't move. Come on. Oh yeah, definitely Alice Madness returns as inspiration. Ashton, Jack and Daxter, Ratchet Clank, they're all Ocarina of Time. Yeah. All those things, just, you know, just a fun game of, you know, a bit of silliness. With no nav mesh, they can't actually move around. They can still stab me, though. If I want. You can easily fall through those. I've done that a few times in testing. Yeah, about that. Yeah, I haven't heard Ratchet and Clank and Zelda Ocarina of Time. I feel pretty good about hearing those, though. That's for certain. The more the merrier, you know, when it comes to great games, right? These are more enemies. They leap at you. Usually you collect keys to get to places. Oh, there's a hole there I need to fix. Haven't done it yet. I always say I'm going to fix it. I have yet to fix it. This just doesn't happen. Bathrooms are very toy-like, and other ones are, you know, not as toy-like. There's a lot of stuff already in the game. Most of it just comes down to balancing things and making it where it's, you know, more, like, a better feel to some stuff. But yeah, you can open doors and get to other rooms like that once you have the key. I'll go down the list of other things. I think there's already a nav mesh down here. There is. There most certainly is. I'm going to switch these up to the bites. Just because. I'm also going to switch these ones up to something else different because I'm tired of fighting exactly the same ones. What do we got? See which enemies I've already made. I've only made a handful of them. I could do the drummers or something. These ones haven't really done anything yet. They don't have a thing. Yeah, we'll do the drummers. They're not particularly great yet, but we're getting there. I got me swapping their thing. Okay. This room's good for showing off like 2 of the mechanics. Oh, 2 of the tarot cards. The first is the Hanged Man, which is a bubble wand. Makes a satisfying pop. I need to make it so that the bubble actually encompasses them completely. That's just, this weapon is not quite that ready yet, but we're getting there. These are like fodder enemies. Yeah, it's supposed to imprison them and then they just, you know, will eventually float back down if they don't die. Mostly it just makes a satisfying pop. You can climb on any of this weird substance here. Oh yeah, these things launch chickens. They look like little undead chicken thingies to me, so I made them launch chickens because I thought it was funny. Yeah, exactly. I love the pop noise. The chicken noise is not that funny to hear. It is funny at first. Those enemies are like super not ready for anything yet, but I'm almost dying. No, go find some light quick. Oh, light right here. This is where you get the Hierophant, which is the thing I'll show you here. Okay, those things are very annoying. I didn't realize how annoying they were. Okay, I kind of knew a little bit, but listen. At the time, I thought they were funny. Part of the problem is like the collision on this particular weapon is terrible. You'll eventually get upgrades so that you, like stat upgrades, so you don't have to always run back and everything. I don't have any upgrades, I just go with the basics. The next mechanic are the possessed items. Possessed items just kind of do whatever they want. You can hit them or whatever, and they're not going to do good things for you. Let's about my sanity back here real fast. Oh, leave me alone. This is the Hierophant. If the Hierophant's active, it unpossesses them as long as it's active. Like, they behave. Turning them into platforms. Boing, boing. Wish you had to go back to the darkness if you want your curse back, but I actually made this a lot easier than the previous version. The previous version, you were almost entirely in light, so your cursor would just run out. You had to be really fast. But this is the room where you get the Hierophant, so I don't really want to make it the hardest ever for the... It's already kind of a long puzzle. This is my fun Annabelle reference. I haven't put the model in. I did make the character. There is a real model for her, but... you know. I just haven't got to it yet. I did make the model, though. She is here. Yeah, if you know anything about Annabelle, that is the warning that is on her box. Warning, positively do not open. That's how you get the key for this room. Hope everyone was paying attention. No, you. Yeah. In the Warren Museum, it's the exact thing that's written on the box. I just thought it was fun. These are my friendly landmines. I would like you to step here, please. She saves by jumping into toy boxes. The lid's a little finicky, but you can close the lid or open it. For some reason, the first time it closes, it closes really fast. I'm going to put collectibles in here, so as you find the collectibles that will appear in here. Just because they're like little homes for her. There's that mechanic. One I've been working on recently, and it plays out in this room. It plays out in other rooms too. There's a big room for it, but we'll get to the big room in a second. This is the Empress. There's a plant on her head. The Empress makes plants grow and shrink. Well, side-scrolling doesn't make a Metroidvania. Like, side-scrolling's not really the same thing, because you can have, like the Batman games, like Batman Arkham Asylum, those games are like that. The Tomb Raider games are also basically Metroidvanias. A Metroidvania is just a game where there's, It's basically exploration where you have to try to find things that open up other pathways to explore more areas. So like, you know, it's like you'll travel through an area and you can't go through an area, and you have to come back to it with a specific ability that lets you go into the next area. Whereas Souls-likes are largely just fighting, but you're not picking up new abilities to, you know, go places. Like, you're not looking for double jump, because double jump's not really a thing that you need, you know. In this, like, you come to this room and you can't get past these areas until you come back with the Empress that lets you grow the plants. So that's kind of the difference between a Metroidvania and not. Like, there's combat, and that's kind of Souls-like, but Souls-like's also designed to be, like, difficult combat. And this is mostly designed to be... Oh, I better hurry up, because I'm on a clock here. My sanity runs out. I'm not in the light. Yeah, the combat is designed to be, like, way more in-depth and everything like that, whereas Metroidvanias are... They're combat centered to a point, but I mean, when's the last Metroidvania you've ever seen that say it lets you block? They don't. Like, the combat's not like that usually. It's usually more about like platforming and dodging things than it is about strategic fighting and dodging of things. Well, I mean, those are what a Metroidvania is. Like, being a side scroller is not part of being a Metroidvania. There's plenty of Metroidvanias that aren't, and they're 3D ones. It's just, you know, it's the same concept. Exploration, stuff that opens up new areas to explore, backtracking to get those things, you know. Like here, if you didn't have double jump, I have it set down there for purpose. You can't get up here. So you'll have to come back later to find it to explore new things. That opens up new areas. And that's really the gist of a Metroidvania, is new abilities open up new areas. As opposed to, you know, a Souls-like, which is... you just don't even get new abilities to do that. Like, they're not even, like, in the same genre. So it plays way different. Yeah, there's plenty of them. We'll start with, you know, the 3D Metroid games. Like, there's your Metroid. Does a Metroid count as a Metroidvania? Like I say, the Batman Arkham games are all the same, like, in that they're also the same type of thing. They lock out areas until you have the right gadgets to get places. It's just a Metroidvania by a different type of look. And the Tomb Raider games are the same way. It's like, oh, I can't climb these rocks until I get this special type of pickaxe. Yeah, well, I mean, like, that's pretty much what it is. It's like, you know, there's certain things that make a Metroidvania a Metroidvania. If you don't have them, it's a different genre, and you can boil it down to real specific stuff. But being 2D is not one of them. It's just they're super rare to make. Like, nobody ever makes them. Because, well... it's a lot easier to make a 2D one. One of the biggest problems you're going to encounter when making a 3D Metroidvania is verticality. I mean... that's like 2.5D. Like, the background can be 3D, and that doesn't really make it necessarily a 3D game. You can also do 2.5D, which I've tried, where you're using kind of like a 2D character in a 3D world. The Bloodstain games have like 3D backgrounds, and there's some maps that actually rotate as you run around. Like one of the fights I remember against that old guy in the robes. I can't remember his name, but like that would rotate as you were going. But that's not really a 3D game. It is a side scroller with 3D backgrounds, which is very different, because at that point you're still a side scroller, and all you've done is put the illusion of 3D in there without having the mechanics of being 3D. So, I mean, you can do that. And don't get me wrong, I love Bloodstained and things like that. I mean, I love the 3D background effect. But it still plays very much like, you know, a normal Metroidvania at that point. Like, it's a 2D game at the end of the day with just a neat look to it. Whereas this, you know, I have to deal with all the different directions, so you find it plays very differently. There's definitely there's some similar concepts, but oh, it's going pretty good. I don't know how much of the tour you just saw. I've been working on some mechanics, including the Empress thingy, which is like 22 tarot cards and I have quite a few of them made. I was recently just making the blimp thingy, or the chariot, which is going to be a little zeppelin. Yeah, I definitely spent a lot of time thinking about it, and especially dealing with the big problem. Because I had someone come in who also, they had a team that was going to make a 3D Metroidvania, and they ran into the same problem that I've spent a lot of time dealing with and trying to find creative ways around, and that's verticality. Oh, thanks for the follow, SK Vertonic. So the problem is in a side scroller game, you can just kind of jump up. Like, you don't have to worry about these things like that. Like, there's no, like, you can't like bypass things. There's no secret way around. Like here, because it's 3D, it's very hard for me to stop you from just falling down here if I want, you know? Or what's to stop you from just jumping on this crap? You can just do it. There's nothing stopping you. How's it going? I'm getting there. I am probably about, I'm gonna say about 20% done. Like, the game is done. Well, it's a steampunk game, so here's my steampunky world that I built. And all these thingies, yay! It all happens in a toy factory. You were, you know, you're playing as a doll. You're a woman who was killed, and your soul was put into a doll, and you're trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy factory. The game's called Poppet Quest. It's not called Whimsy Wonders, but you know, that thing there. As far as where it's at, I guess I'll just do the fight again. Show off. I'll go with mechanics. So this is Poppet, and the main mechanic of the game. Oh, aren't these great? These are my favorite pumpkin. The toy in here carves them because, you know, he was put in here on timeout because there's a 14-year-old ghost girl who runs the factory, basically. Like, she's haunted at night and when all the toys come to life. And he's trying to prove that he's been a good boy. So he carves the same pumpkin over and over and over to show that he's, you know, not bad. He was eating the dolls, then, you know, upset about it. I make lore for the thingies because it's funny. Anyway, I'll use it for curse. This is her dodge. It uses a curse ability. So curse basically represents almost like our mana, really. All the toys are cursed and everything like that. It's what powers them. And it powers your abilities. However, you get it when you're in the dark. However, when you're in the dark, your sanity goes down. If your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over, you die. If you go back to the light, you no longer regain curse. You don't lose any. Yeah, for a lot of them. I don't think I've been able to find all of them yet. Anyway, you get your sanity back in the light. He uses tarot cards for weapons. Oh, by the way, for as far as lag goes, the longer my stream goes, the worse the lag gets. The game runs about 40 to 50 FPS when I'm not streaming, and it's not even that optimized yet, so if you're worried about speed, don't worry too much about it. Anyway, I'm about 9 hours into a stream. Yeah, this axe is like the first of the weapons. It's pretty much just a beat stick for all intents and purposes. This is Patrick. Leg spikes? Oh, leg spikes? Yeah. He tries to bite you. This is the magician. It manipulates objects in the environment, such as lights. You can also pick things up and throw them. I have my damage set really high for this fight because I do it all the time. He spawns little helper minions. This is the first boss, so he's not like the most complicated thing. He's got like 3 phases, but the balance is all over the place in this game at the moment. That's why I think it's not the most done. This is the star. It trades sanity for health or health for sanity. Of course, if you're in the light, then you basically just gets to heal you. No downside if you're in the light. Also, photo bombs, very important. It takes a picture of whatever's happening behind you. I'm gonna let you save it in, you know, the actual game release. Maybe you can put little titles under them. But I try to photo bomb periodically. See me get Patrick in a photo bomb. Hey Patrick, I want to take a picture. Ah. I put fun things in my games because I think it's amusing. I'll make it where you can save the photos. It just takes a picture of whatever's behind you. So the photo mode is trying to position yourself mid-combat or whatever. I don't know about that. I mean, I am a solo dev, so there is a certain limit to the amount of time I can invest in something like that, but the fact that you can take a picture of whatever's directly behind you means you could position it mid-combat or mid-game. The plan was to try to capture funny moments in the game. We'll see how the rest of it goes. Like, maybe that's a possibility. I won't say it's not. There's a super mode for this where it grows huge. I'm actually thinking of replacing it with a giant rubber chicken when it grows huge, and then having it, you know, flop around because it's hilarious. That might happen. It is called the Fool, so... Oh. It just has a little bit of health left. Ugh. Got him. He fell through the door. Oh, the wall. Whatever. So. Yeah, we're getting there as far as those things go. And then... that's definitely one of my major inspirations, the Alice Madness Returns thing, so I'm definitely aiming for exactly that kind of thing. And so far, a lot of people see that in it, so I've done well. Yes, indeed. We'll show off some of the other mechanics. I guess I can start with them again. Not a bad idea. I have like 2 of the biomes worked on pretty well, and then there's going to be like 5 biomes, maybe 6. Potentially there's a secret 7th one, but we'll see on that. The magician can manipulate drawers and cupboards as well. I mean, this game it's not even remotely like Alice Madness Returns. People are just reminded by it, so, you know, I'm not really concerned about that. Like, it just has that, you know, feel to it that, you know, people like. So I'm just aiming for that. Maybe with Little Nightmares, Toy Story, I mean, you know. Yeah, a lot of people do, so do I. So it's just like, you know, I've got that macabre feel to my world. It's also somewhat related to the same time period. I actually made it about 1928 that it's happening, so I was originally going to be Victorian steampunk, but the issue was I just couldn't find the right assets to make it happen. I pushed it out a couple decades, so now we're more like BioShock Infinite World Fair type of time. Which works just fine. This can open windows too. I have the low distance set really low, so you can't see the full city. I'm going to change that, but, you know, whatever. Get there. Yeah, you can use these to get to various places in other rooms and stuff. You see more of the enemies. With no nav mesh down, they can't really move very well. I mean, these ones can still leap at you, but... Definitely missed that jump. That's okay. Where'd I land? No. Did I find a place you can't normally reach? It's cool if I found a bug. Almost dead. Nope. I think there's candles over here. Quick! Candles! Candles! Go stay up by the candle. Okay. I should actually do this. So you can actually, there's a reverse version of the star. Nobody ever sees me use it, but you can spin the star the other way and it starts trading your health for sanity, and I should have just been using that. There is a the sanity thing can be very stressful. Balancing that's going to be its own fun thing, because, you know, like, a lot of the mechanics are in the game, it's just that the balance on them is not there yet. That's also the lag. That's why I say the game is maybe only like 17-20% done. Like, it just, I need to make a lot of extra things happen, and they just aren't there yet. They'll be there eventually. Running over here to show another mechanic. So, well, most of the girls ended up in dolls. One of them actually got stuck in the paintings, and you see her float around in the paintings and watch you. And she lets you travel through the paintings to a space that, like a liminal space that kind of connects all the paintings. It's the painting world. And one of the mechanics in the game is that there's toys that can be rescued, and you can take them and throw them into the painting world in order to save them, in which case they open up little shops or do things in the painting world. This is the ghost in the painting world. I made her too. I made a bunch of the random characters. This is Tinka. She's like my Discord's favorite character. She floats in space because that's what she does. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not saying there won't be things that are Souls-like in here, though. I lack the punishing difficulty of being a Souls. So I hesitate to call it that, because then people will be like, well, your game's really easy. Well, it's mostly about exploration. The environment itself is often the problem. Though there are some hard fights. I mean, the bosses will get progressively harder, but I guess to be fair, though, there is some Souls things in that some of the bosses are often much larger than the character. I mean, this boss is like only works some of the time. Like, her first phase works great, but her second phase seems broken, and her third phase, I don't even know. But you see the size difference on this boss versus you, and it does have a Souls-like feel in that regard. But she's like way bigger. Her mechanic is that she makes a voodoo doll of you. And then that voodoo doll can be attacked, and if it takes any damage, you take the damage instead. So that's makes the fight way harder than you would think. Because, well, like, she'll launch it, and it's like, bummer. The fight's cool if it actually plays all the way through, but there's just a break in the second thing. Oh, I can dodge just as nope, I find it wrong. No, don't die. Ow. It's not very well balanced. You're supposed to have way more health for this fight, but I can also dodge at just the right time to avoid taking damage. It's pretty funny. She does a lot of damage, as you can see. But I'll show you some of the other mechanics rather than do that. I have I think about half the tarot done. I'm doing all the major arcana. There's 22 of them. The Hanged Man is the second weapon. It's buggy, but it works. It's funny, at least. I need to make the bubbles larger that appear on them, but doesn't hit up close, unfortunately. Yep. as I was saying, the longer I stream, the more it lags, and there's also a lot of optimization things you gotta do too. Like, this game is not optimized, but like I say, it gets 40 to 50 FPS when I'm not streaming, or even at the start of the stream, but 9 hours into the stream, it just gets laggy. I mean, most of them are, but yeah, not all of them are. There's a lot of it's graphical things. There's LOD things. I mean, don't compare this to like a AAA game where they have all the ability to optimize when I don't. Because, like I say, this game is not that far in, so I'm still building. So it's a long way to go on the optimization. But like I say, it's mostly just the streaming thing. That too, Marcus. The game's, you know, the fact that it's just, you know, I have to run the engine, I'm running streaming software, and I'm playing the game, it's a lot. Anyway, this is the Hierophant. These are possessed objects, they just kind of bounce around. Oh, there's a lot more optimization than you think at those game companies. Like, there's just, like, the models themselves get optimized, the textures get optimized. I mean, there's a lot. You'd be really surprised how much... Because when you have to make the game yourself as a solo dev, you start to see all the optimization that you have to do. And you're like, oh, okay, well. Okay, those things are annoying. I find that chicken noise, I thought it was funny at first, it's just annoying now. Like, it's... Yeah, like, I haven't done a lot of the optimization things, so... Oh, I jumped off. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, like, that's what that one does. Well, like I say, like, the streaming thing, and there's just a lot going on the computer, so... Don't take the performance to be how it normally is. If you show up at the start of the stream, it runs great. Yeah. That's true, yeah. And nanite is not as good as you think. Like, you can't use nanite on, you know, transparent things, first of all. Like, I mean, in 5.5, I think they actually add the ability to use nanite on transparent stuff. 5.5 is out, but I don't have the plugins necessary to run this game. There's like 4 of them. I already explained why it's lagging. I mean, like I say, that it's literally that streaming thing is cutting about 30 FPS off of it by the end of the stream, because I've been going for 9 hours and 11 minutes. But also, I mean, it's just not optimized. It does not. In 5.5 it does. It will actually give you an error saying it's not to use it on those. So in 5.5 they fixed that. But otherwise it will not work. When you go to build your game, it will yield errors, and when you go to package your game, it will yield errors too. Well, yeah, it does it on both. Yeah, they fixed it in 5.5. That's what they said. They said they fixed it. As with all things Epic says, we shall see if it has been fixed. The Megalites is already really good. Like, now that that's out, like, I tested it on the preview and it gains like 10 to 15 FPS just off that. That's because Lumen's hot garbage in 5.4. I mean, it gives errors. I don't know what to tell you. They literally state in the 5.5 that nanite now works on transparent things. So I don't know what to tell you, but even Epic's like, nope. So you can enable it on there, but it will cause errors when you try to package and, you know, build and all that. Which is why I had to disable it. Yeah, this stuff here, all transparent things here is what I was saying. Like these windows and stuff does not. No. Well, that's what I said. I was saying transparent stuff there, pointing to the windows there. Translucent stuff, that's not the same thing. That's a different thing entirely. Not what I was talking about. Yeah, I never said translucency. I'm saying transparent stuff. Things here. maybe it wasn't easy to hear in there, but I never said translucency, and that's perfectly fine. Transparent things here that are the problem. And that's why they aren't enabled on those, but they will be in 5.5 whenever I'm done with that. Or whenever I get the, not done with that, whenever I get the plugins for it. I need, I mean, I don't think the translucent, is there a translucent material that looks like glass? Because, but also there's like 0 point in optimizing right now because I'm still building the game. All this stuff could easily be changed later. It's like, I optimized just enough. And for the most part, like I say at the start of the stream, it runs really well. But the longer the stream goes, it's just an issue with the computer being only so powerful, or something with the NVIDIA codec for streaming. I don't know. Take your pick. But by the time this many hours go by, the lag is way worse. And it is what it is. Well, I mean, I haven't seen one that translucent thingy that works for it. I mean, usually they're all just transparent, which is like every glass material I've seen so far is one of those. But on the other hand, there's exactly 0 point because 5.5 is out, and in probably a week or two, I'll just have access to the ability to just use nanite on it. So I'll just turn nanite on. So it's like I could do all these things, but it's not even a point. They're literally providing the solution for me in a handful of days. At some point. Well, okay. Epic already provided the solution. The people who make my plugins, they're going to provide whatever. The only ones I actually need, though. Yes, I was saying earlier, 5.5 is already out. But the plugins are what I need. Those are not necessarily out. And the ones I actually need are Daz to Unreal. There's a 5.5 for the preview that works great. Dialogue Tree, the guy decided to announce he's discontinuing it, so I need to replace my dialogue system. But it was broken at 5.4 anyway, so whatever. I was originally using Paper ZD for Tinka and floating in the paintings, but I'm probably just taking that out, so I don't care. I do need screen fade, but whatever. UI navigation I absolutely need. This is how I can easily set up controllers for menus and things. So I'm waiting on this one and basically this one. The rest of them I'm just going to throw out. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll install those ones when they're available. Yeah, and Dad's assets are pretty much the easiest way to have really cool looking customized stuff. However, there's a lot of problems with them. Well, I mean, I did try opening on 5.5. I mean, I did it with the preview originally, but I'll start with the new version. And it definitely just said it was the wrong version, but the guy's so fast at fixing it that I kind of don't care. Yeah, well, I mean, the old and bad art's a thing. Like, you can customize things really heavily in Daz. Like, my characters, a lot of them made in Daz, and they don't look anything like Daz. Yeah, like, they'll fix the Daz plate. The guy fixes it so fast. But he also said something about them changing how the bones were set up for 5.5, so we'll see on that. I mean, it worked great for the preview, so I imagine he's already found a way to deal with it, and it already works great. But I'm not sweating it because, I mean, in a week or two. Oh, that's just not true at all. Like, I mean, with the amount of customization it does, it already becomes basically my own art. It's so different from anything else. But doing everything from scratch just takes longer. Like, you're never going to get the job done. Because games like this take forever already. You hand make everything, you can't do it. You can't. You literally never get it all done. Because, I mean, I'm already using hundreds of assets alone. If you hand made all your characters too. But most of the time, there's no point in hand making like everything. Like, you don't have to use all unique stuff because plenty of assets are sold that nobody ever uses. Like people buy them all the time on these markets, but they're almost never used in games because almost no game ever was released. You could. And it will take you like 20 years. You will have to spend so long making every single individual character, every individual asset. And what will you have accomplished in that time? Making a game that looks basically indiscernible from mine that I spent 9 months on? The players aren't going to care. They don't care if you handmade everything or not. Oh, it would take a long time. Like, you're really underestimating how long it takes to make models of things. Especially good models. Especially of characters and things. Like, there's a reason why, you know, games like this are usually made by teams of huge amounts of people. I mean, keep in mind, Alice Madness Returns was made by 111 people over multiple years. Yeah, well, I mean, you're basically making the argument that you could somehow accomplish all this, what, the work of hundreds of people in the short period of time, and that's what I'm saying, is you can't. You're one person. So hand making things is why it doesn't really work. Like, you know, I mean, you're going to have to basically rely on other assets made by people, or your game's going to look nowhere near as good. I haven't seen Kenshi, but an indie team is still more than one person. I mean, I'm assuming they're using some sort of AI thing to pull that off. Because otherwise, it's just no way. Like, literally, you're making, I mean, how good are these assets really here? You got your 5,000 of them divided by your 30 days, which means you're making almost 167 assets a day. You see, I just don't believe that statement. Like, that's just not an actual possible thing. So I just gonna call bull on that one. Like 167 assets a day. I mean, let's bring it back up there. So 167, and that means that in 24 hours, every hour you're making basically 7 assets. And you're gonna call them all realistic and beautiful? Don't buy it. Yeah. And in your average Metroidvania, you're gonna have between like 50 and 100 enemies. So, I mean, that's just the characters. I mean, if you're going to make all your stuff too, like every individual thing, you're going to never get it done. I mean, if you're using all these other things like that, I mean, the thing is, building an asset library also means that you just spent a disgusting amount of time to build the asset library in the first place. See? Yeah, like, a lot of these people tell me these things, and then I ask to see what they've made, and they can't do it. It's, yeah, then that's like one whole scene in a month, you know? Good thing you have to make a whole huge game with all the different, you know, coding too, because let's say you make your graphics. Cool, now you still got to make your game. You got to code it. You got to make all the AI. Still got to make all the mechanics. Still got to do all the level design. So even if you successfully make all your art, which is going to take way longer than you're saying for anything good, you still got to make a game, which takes a really long time. So, I mean, like, I think you don't understand the time frames that are realistic for this. You're going to probably take like 20 years. You're going to have to make a lot of stuff. You're going to spend a lot of time. You're going to be well at it. These games are quite long, and I'm not even, like, it's going to probably take me 2 years to make it with the help of other people making a vast majority of the models. Just from all the, you know, game design testing and all the, you know, various, you know, making all the mechanics and things like that, AI things. It takes a really long time to make games. Thanks for the lot, Cool Hearts. Well, I mean, make your cool game, Arclight. That's what I'm saying. You know, show me I'm wrong. Show me the entire industry is wrong. Because Yeah. Oh, I break. Oh, yeah, break that, man. Whatever. Minute long. Where was I on this? I was gonna do. Maybe I'll just use these. Hmm. Don't really like those. Is the thingy done? Nope. No. Let's do these instead. Probably more fun than those. Just remove these. I hate them. Under the water, isn't it? Yep. Okay, the ad thing ran off. Yeah, like I say, you should definitely make your own game archetype. Show us what Show us what you can do. That's fair. I just stopped talking during it because I don't know if people are still watching. So there's exactly 0 point in me. Unless I know in advance, there's no reason to talk until it's over. Yeah. I mean, every time anyone tells me they think they can do all this really fast, I just say, prove it. Do it. Prove the entire industry wrong. Show all those, AAA devs that they have hundreds of people making these games that, they didn't need all of them. They just need one guy, apparently, who can crank out models at 7 a day, every day for, a year. Make these things. I mean, and then program all them. Just do it. I mean, if you can make all that, make games, just do it. Make a bunch of money. But been around the game dev community for quite a while and seen a whole lot of people say they can do all these things, and they usually just don't know what it's really like. How much time really goes into things. Yeah, that's true. I'm here. I haven't seen a single one. All these people spend years on their games. They have teams and they don't make all their own stuff. Not usually. Sure. Their games don't usually look like this. They look like, well, not that great. But they usually make all their art themselves, and you can have stylistically your own art, but if you're looking to make like AAA models yourself, it's not happening. But yeah, by all means, make some games. Prove us all wrong. I have never seen it happen. Why all the credits of these games are usually really long. I mean, I've seen some indie games that are okay. They cut a lot of corners to try to make things work. And I'm going to cut corners too. I have no idea what the day before is. But did he make the full game? Did he copy the whole thing? I mean, like, or did he just make some little mock-up thing where it's like one scene or something, Like those people like, made God of War and Unreal Engine, blah, blah, blah. And they made like this tiny little thing that's not even close and is missing all the particles and sound effects and all fluid mechanics. And it looks like crap, but they're like, oh, I totally made this. And you're like, did you? Did you really? These things suck. I'm just taking them out. I hate them. Yep, go ahead and just make something. Do it. I never said people don't work on themselves. I'm saying the time frames you're talking about are unrealistic and silly. For making graphics like this AAA stuff, like literally entire hundreds of people make these things, and it takes them 5 to 6 years to make these AAA games. And, you're talking about making all these models in moments and all these things like that. And you just got this, just crank them out real fast. And that's just frankly BS. Yeah. Well, I mean, one scene from a game is hardly making the game. It doesn't prove anything's a scam. That's the thing. If you make the whole game in that time, but however long it took to make that one scene, now magnify it by the entire game. And that's how long it really took. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it would take you like 20 years to crap out all these models to make all these things. And this isn't even a AAA game. It's really not. Like I say, like, you really underestimate how long it takes to make things. And just the game alone. Maybe you managed to do it in 15. Woohoo. But the players are going to look at your game and be like, well, it looks no different than this guy's right next to it who also did these things. So only difference is that guy managed to do it way faster. So it's one of those things where you're just kind of doing a lot of silly things that it's like you don't live in the real world when it comes to how long this takes. I kind of think that you haven't really ever made any games. And that's really what I'm seeing. There's a lot of people who aren't part of the industry and go, oh yeah, just super fast. And they just have never done it. But as I always say, I could be wrong. Prove me wrong anytime. Make the game. Do all your custom assets. Just do it. You can make it that fast. I mean, go ahead. Yeah. Like I said, I can't even take him seriously at this point. It's just this. Because, I mean, I've been part of the community, like the game dev community, like especially the hobbyists. He sounds like a hobbyist where they've never had to do it. So they just seen some things on the internet and they're like going, this guy did this thing, this little small thing, and therefore it's like a whole game. God, so much involved. Well, you tried. How long did it take you? You see, I mean, there's a lot of things like, don't trust what the internet tells you. Just sit down and make a game. Just really do it. Lost half your portfolio. Yeah, see, that happens too. Welcome to game dev. Things break. Stuff gets corrupted. Like, problems arise. I've had plenty of problems. I had 2 years of health problems. I had to stop game dev for 2 whole years because of health problems. Life exists. You're not going to sit there the whole time making it either. Well, you're talking like you know all these things and like you can, saying that all these things are possible and you can't even prove it. And we all know these aren't possible because it just simply takes too long to do these things. So that's why nobody believes you because, well, we can all do the math. Yeah. Making a AAA game for a person is an impossible feat. Like, to get the level of AAA where you get all the cutscenes and everything, people underestimate how long cutscenes take. You think your game takes a long time? Your gameplay mechanics? Make a cutscene because all you've just done is you've essentially made animated movies. Animated movies take studios years to make. Yeah, well, the character they modeled in 30 seconds isn't any good. That's the thing. Like, it's not going to be a AAA model in 30 seconds. I mean, you could AI something. And the AI models are getting pretty good, but that's a different world entirely. That's not you hand making anything. That's the AI making stuff, which, I mean, that's the same as me going to like a market and saying, okay, I buy this model and this model, this model. I didn't make it, so it's not unique. Oof. Oh yeah. Like, cutscenes are such a bad decision for solo devs. You should really try to cut them down. I'd like to just feel free to link me a video of that, Trill. I don't believe that one bit. Because if that were truly the case, then AAA companies would do that and just shoot out models, and it would save such an unimaginable amount of time. Of course they do. The industry does. I never said they didn't. In fact, I've been saying they do the whole time. I'm saying, like, it takes a long time to make this shit. So I just don't believe a lot of these numbers because, I mean, I've never seen it proven. I've seen it proved time and again not, but yeah, Obsidian has hundreds of people on their team. So, I mean, you know, that's why it would take you 20 plus years to make Fallout New Vegas. It just would, because you have to make all that stuff. They have all those people. So they get to split up all that work. You're one person. You don't have all those people. Now you can, you know, cheat in some ways by simply buying models, and that will save you time. But you still have to program all the quests, all the mechanics, put all that in. I mean, just typing in every single thing, that a message that was said would already take you a disgusting amount of time. I'm gonna say, feel free to link me some of these videos. I want to see this, Shrill. I mean, you can, if you can do that. Thanks for the follow, WBNBX. Because I mean, I'm interested. Like, I want to be proven wrong. I want to find out all these cool things like that. That, you know, it's just show me it can be done, please, and not with AI, because that's not the same. What am I even working on? I don't even know. I was going to put Rails up and I didn't finish doing that. Yeah. Many people don't seem to have any concept of things. It's adorable to watch. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, if you've already reusing assets from another project you made, you still invested the time to make those assets. So for whatever project you were willing to make, if you were going to make from scratch, you would need to add in that amount of time because that's how long it took you to have made those assets in the first place. I don't know anything about East Shade as far as what it's like, but I'm willing to bet it's not loaded down with, you know, multiple hours of cutscenes and the true like AAA graphics type of thing. It's probably very corner cutting because I'm sure that person recognizes that there's this thing called reality. Yeah. Like if you really look, like put it up against some sort of AAA game, like, you know, like God of War or something, the new one of that. Compare it against that. Like, I don't know what East Shade is like as far as a game. Maybe it's a different genre. So pick something from the other genre that's AAA and compare it. See where they cut the corners, because I think you're going to discover, and I'm sure that person will tell you that they cut corners like crazy. Because it's stupid not to. Why wouldn't you cut corners? If you're solo dev. You gotta be careful not to have any things like that. Yeah, it just looks like a. I mean, it looks like they took a bunch of assets from the marketplace and put it in a thing. Okay, they didn't hand make anything. Like, that's what this looks like. It looks like you literally just took a bunch of stuff and took it from the marketplace and built.
Hi everyone, I'm Danny Weinbaum, lead developer.
No, I'm streaming on YouTube as well, so no copyrighted sound. So I can't listen to it with the music in the background, unfortunately. Like, I don't see a bunch of cutscenes or anything like that, you know, the story things. Like, be surprised. Like, there's some good things here. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I definitely see a lot of well, a lot of assets look like someone else made them, but as far as, you know, setting up some of these things. And how long did he work on this game? So I'm pretty certain I've seen a bunch of these assets already, so I don't know how much I buy some of these. I mean, plus he doesn't have very complicated mechanics, so this isn't exactly a AAA game experience for doing much of anything. It looks very simple. I wouldn't compare this to a AAA game. It looks just like he, you know, took some previously used assets and maybe... Yeah, well, as I say, it's not really a AAA game. Like, you know, if you're trying to make some quality thing there. How long did this take? I mean, you know, his mechanics look like he takes pictures of things. It doesn't seem like a very complicated game. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the game is a bad game. It might be cool. I have no idea. But it definitely looks like an indie game. Like a double indie game, maybe. I'll give you that. But I mean, you can see how rough the models are and things, and how crappy the trees look, especially those pink ones. I mean, not trying to shit on the guy's game, because like I say, you know, for a solo dev, I mean, it looks like he took a bunch of cool models and made some decent environments in Unreal Engine. Not a lot of gameplay, but he put a lot of something in there. Yeah, that too, reuse things like that. I mean, yeah, it just doesn't, don't get me wrong. I mean, I think it's a cool thing that he made. For a solo dev especially, kudos to him. 5 to 6 years for a game that's not even a AAA looking game. I mean, like I said, don't be wrong. It's very cool looking for an indie dev. I think he could have saved a lot of time by just, if he handmade everything, he could have just picked some assets up off the market, because one set of trees is not so different from the next set of trees, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, well, it's the same way we talk about making a, you know, AAA game. You want to make everything look like AAA. It takes a long time. And he got like 5 to 6 years for a guy who's already done it before. We'll say he made everything himself. It doesn't come out looking AAA, but I mean, he's just missing a lot. It still looks good for what it is. I mean, it does look like he probably had more than a few assets from other things, though. But, all in all, I think it looks cool for what it is. I do. I swear I've seen someone play it before. It looks familiar. No, I never said there was. I just said it takes a long time to make good custom assets. And there's not a lot of benefit. Yeah, I'd say, like, here's the thing. The average player couldn't tell you if you made the trees yourself or not. They look like a lot of trees. Maybe they saw it in another game. Probably did. But maybe they did. But for the most part, they can't tell. Those plants, can't really tell. They're just plants. A lot of buildings and things, you'd be surprised. Like, unique stuff. Like, you know, if you have something really important in your game, you make it because it makes your game look unique. But a lot of stuff is just like, okay, did you make your own water texture? Is that different than the next water texture? Sky texture? You making all that yourself? I mean, you could, but why? Is it different than the other ones? Yeah, you know, at some point, like, I think you should spend time making your own custom characters to a point. Like your hero, your main character, sure. I mean, there's already like versions of every style out there for all these assets. Like, you name your style and it exists. So there's really not, like, there's nothing wrong with making your own stuff. And I think, you know, it's cool to make some of your own stuff. And I do make some of my own stuff, but not all of it. That's fair. And so, like, I mean, that Ishe game looks like the guy used a bunch of pre-made assets. Did he? I don't know, but at the end of the day, they look like they're, you know, not very good pre-made assets. Do I know for certain? No. Yeah. You can go out of your way to try to make things consistent and put things together. It's true. And that's, you know, fine, you know. But like I say, it's just a question of time. And for the most part, people don't really care. But like I say, that guy spent all that time, and at the end of the day, I still don't know if he even used all custom assets, because it doesn't look like they're custom assets to me. I've seen plenty of stuff just like this. Except for like the people. I think he probably recycled some of the bodies, but he put different heads on them. But a lot of this other stuff, I've seen this stuff before. This could easily be out of an asset pack, and I wouldn't. Yeah. Like I say, I'm not saying anything wrong with it. The only thing I was saying was wrong was your ridiculous belief that you could make a AAA game in under 20 years. And this is not a AAA game, and this took this guy 5 to 6 years. He doesn't even look close. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you're underestimating the time. That's all I've ever said. And I'm not saying you shouldn't make your own stuff if you don't want to. Just saying you want to make a AAA looking game, you're going to have to buy assets. Yeah, like, so, I mean, that's really what it's about. It's just a question of, I think your time frame is ridiculous. I think that game is cool for what it is. Like, no shade on that guy. Well, okay, there's some East shade on that guy. Couldn't help myself. But as far as, you know, the game looks good for what it is. I just think you need to look at realistic time frames for everything you're doing. Just coding alone will take you forever on these things. Believe as you will, then. So far, I've seen zero evidence to the contrary. And a whole lot of evidence to not. And I build myself some rails because I was intending to do this and I forgot. I didn't forget, but I just keep getting sidetracked. Yeah, but you see, what are you even saying in there? Literally, it takes hundreds of people that many years. That's just proving my point. Like, yeah, you're literally proving my point. Actually, you're making my point even worse for you. Hundreds of people making these games, you were one person. You won't even be able to make one of those games in 20 years. Because you're assuming that you're more able to do the work of more than 20 people in that time. Like, you know, you can't. No, AAA is used to identify the actual quality of the game too, like how it looks. Like, there's things people expect, graphics and things. Now, the budget, there's a AAA budget. That's true. But AAA is not just the budget. There is definitely an expectation of quality and things that are provided. And like I say, you're just not realizing that you're one person, and one person can only accomplish so much. And you're most definitely not better at whatever you're doing than the industry professionals are. Like, that professional artist who does it for a living is going to shoot out art way faster than you ever could. They're one person on a team of hundreds. You aren't equal to hundreds of people. If it takes 300 people, if it takes 100 people 4 years to do something, do you think you're going to do the work of 100 people in 20 years? I doubt it. That means you're going to have to be significantly better than all those people. World will collapse. Yeah, pretty much. No game dev. World collapses. Over. I did not see a big game made by one person in 6 years. I saw an indie game that looked like it was not AAA, with assets that looked like he pretty much pulled them out of an asset pack. Not many mechanics, nowhere close to AAA in any kind of anything, and it took him 6 years. You've essentially proved my point many times over, and that you would not be able to do a AAA game in like 20 years. Like, you couldn't do it. But like I say, people who aren't in the industry like to really say these things, and you're going to need to provide some evidence. And once you provide me some evidence, I'm going to go talk to that person, then go talk to the AAA company and be like, hey guys, I can save you hundreds of people working for you with this one easy step. Pay me money. Oh, I like the AI thing. Yeah, like AI is going to make a big difference. Like, you'll be able to produce way better stuff by that point. But then you're not hand making anything either. It's the AI making everything. And that's just, you know, I have no problem with AI making things, but I'm not going to use it because it's divisive right now. In 10 years or something, I'm pretty certain I'll be using it, but that's 10 years. In 10 years is a lot can happen. And you're just backpedaling everywhere. I said you couldn't do it, you know, in yourself in 20 years. And then you try to cite a guy who says he's solo, and then he's not solo, and it took him 5 to 6 years to make a game that's not even AAA. And he didn't even work on it by himself. So now you're talking like, you know, multiple people. So you're not even remotely putting your argument forward as provable. Like, you're just proving my point. Like, oh my God, thanks. Jesus. I don't know what your goal is here, but it's getting pretty adorable here. You're the one who told me it took 6 years. What? Oh man, you should probably just stop talking. You're just going down a rabbit hole here. Like, if you're trying to prove your point, this is like plead the fifth time, buddy. What? Yeah, I'll give him on it like that, but I don't know what he's trying to prove with this, because so far he's only proven me right on every occasion here. Like, what? Yeah, like, he's lost me on this one. Just completely lost me. No, you're totally allowed to say you're wrong, and if that's what you're saying, and you're admitting that, you know, you're wrong on that, then I took it the wrong way. Because, you know, I said it would, and then you said it wouldn't. What are you even saying, man? I'm just going to stop responding. I don't even know what you're saying anymore. It's just weird. I don't understand. Like, yeah, definitely high. Like, what? Holy crap. I knew I was drinking earlier, but damn, share. Seriously. Oh, yeah. Let me show you the thing, Bam Bam. Sorry. I'm now summarily confused. So confused. I'm just trying to figure out what you're saying, Arclight. Like, we're all trying to figure it out at this point. I don't know, you've been calling me wrong on plenty of occasions, so you definitely said all these things, and yeah. Anyway. Whatever, man. Whatever. It's all good. Anyway, for Bam Bam here, the theme of the Metroidvania game. Everyone loves the pumpkins. Pumpkins are the best. Okay, maybe not. They're cool. These things are awesome. Whenever I carve pumpkins during Halloween, this is what I carve. Anyway. So, The game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as Poppet. She's a woman who was killed and her soul was put into a doll. Basically, there's a serial killer who does this, and he, you know, does this to all his victims. And you're trying to escape this toy factory. The main mechanic of the game, I'll use this upper curse thing here, is that when you're in the darkness, you gain curse power, and that's what powers all the toys in there like that and gives you abilities. However, your sanity goes down. When your sanity hits 0, the curse takes you over and you die. However, if you return to the light, you get your sanity back. You no longer regain curse in the light. You don't lose any, but you don't gain any. So the main mechanic basically forces you to go between the darkness and the light in order to have abilities, otherwise you're pretty worthless. Oh. Sorry, I've been awake, I've been streaming for now almost 10 hours, so. She uses tarot cards as her abilities. This is the Fool. It's a giant sucker. It's her main starting weapon, I guess, or the first thing I give you. Yeah, exactly. This is Patrick. Pardon any of the lag. I'd say it's the longer I stream, the worse it gets, so. I think after this tour, I'm probably going to end up calling the stream, though. I work like 8 hours and then a 10-hour stream on that to like an 18-hour day. Oh, God. A lot. So, anyway, this is the Magician. It lets you pick up objects and throw them. It lets you manipulate things in the environment, such as lamps. He summons helpers. These ones explode and they're fun. Oh, no, you. Ow. Now I'm getting clocked. This is the Star. My voice is starting to get hoarse. It trades sanity for health or health for sanity. Are you talking about yourself, Arclight? Did you read what chat was saying to you? Like, no one knows what you're talking about. I followed the same point the whole time, saying you could never make a AAA game by yourself in all that time. And it would take, 20 plus years, And I never changed that. And then you've gone from solo game to, I never said it would take 6 years, even though you said that. You've been backpedaling the whole time. You need to pay attention to what you're saying there, buddy. Like, everyone just knows, no idea. You've been backpedaling what a AAA game is, like, just, you haven't been consistent yet. But you've largely made a fool of yourself. And that's awkward, because you keep talking, trying to pretend like you're... I don't even know what you're doing anymore. I didn't know you were admitting defeat. It sounded more like you were arguing these things like that, but then you're not really admitting defeat, because you're saying I did all these things that you were doing, and you're like insulting me, and yeah. We don't need him anymore. Some people are a problem. And I don't want to be... Didn't want to have the first ban person, but... Life is too short. That guy is freaking weird. I've been at this for 10 hours today, and... After an 8-hour workday... Nah, man. Nah, I'm good. I'm great. Anyway. So, the Magician also can be used to open drawers and things, to create platforms. Do my platforming with a keyboard and mouse. Tool can be used to break stuff. Unfortunately, I have set the load distance really low, so you can't see the world. I'll show you the world after I do this. There's no nav mesh down, so these guys can't move at the moment. So, sorry about that. They can stab me, though. So, they can get a little revenge that they can't move. Oh. Oh yeah. I mean, you're still stuck within the range of the building, so if you try to leave the distance of the building, it will kill you because you're powered by the curse that permeates the building. But you can run around the pipes outside. When the curse starts to run you down, you really start to have issues there, like it causes the light to vanish. I'll show you another mechanic. 1 second. Character's kind of broken, apparently. She should be floating in there, but she's not. So, oh yeah, there's going to be hidden stuff everywhere. I love secrets. So that one of the characters, her soul got trapped in the paintings and not the dolls. So she lets you travel between the paintings to get to this like liminal space that connects all the paintings. And one of the mechanics is that you can actually rescue toys by throwing them into this painting world to unlock stuff. Whenever you unlock a painting, they appear floating around here. This is one of the characters I made. This is Tinka. She lives in the painting. She's the Discord's favorite. She floats and watches. It's Discord's waifu. They love her. Like I say, link me some link me some video of Shrill in the Discord for that. I'm curious to see it, honestly. So I was working on this today. This is currently not particularly that far along, but for the chariot, I was going to have a blimp you could fly around that fires stuff. I'm going to have blimp fights and everything like that. But I just made this today, so it's definitely going to need some polish. I'm just using it to fly over here. Oh yeah. Well, I'm doing all the tarot cards, and the chariot's one of the tarot cards I need a vehicle. I made this guy here. He's one of the rescuable NPCs. You can carry him around. Throw him places. So I'll show you the Empress. I got lots of random little mechanics to show off here. I guess there's an nav mesh here. So the Empress lets you grow and shrink plants. Oh, apparently I can't jump on this couch. I should be able to. Almost missed it. Turning on lights, very important. Oh, wow. How'd you get up there, buddy? I have questions. How you get the key to the patches from here? So we get you in this bunker, right? Like, hello there. Currently, strength is just double jump. I'm probably going to change it, but technically it is a thing in the game currently. Get you places. I missed the jump. Sure. Oh. Oh. Sure. The alcohol's running out. I was drinking earlier, and it was glorious until I stopped. Yes. Yeah, lots of people just, you know, keep thinking they can make a game real quick, and reminds me of my favorite quote I ever saw, and it was actually in the RPG Maker community on their Reddit. I'm hoping maybe like, I don't even know on the demo, probably spring. I'm gonna try to have the game released by October of next year, so it's a thing. But I would say just check back because I'm not that far off. Thanks for the follow. But yeah, I'm not that far off. I think the issue is going to be like the story portion is going to be the hardest part that I'm not sure on yet. But anyway, like there was this person in the RPG Maker community on their Reddit. I laughed because they said that they just wanted to make a little game like Final Fantasy IX before they made their own game. Now, first of all, he's talking about making RPG Maker, but second of all, even if he wasn't, just a little game like Final Fantasy IX, not a problem. Little game. Totally fine. I got a chuckle out of it. So this is the the Hierophant. That's not the Hierophant, the Hanged Man. It's a bubble one. It was so funny. Oh yeah. I'm not saying they can't do it. I want to see these videos just because it sounds cool, but I'm not looking up right now on stream because, well, I'm just afraid of copyrighted crap, honestly. Because YouTube. I had to make it so that the bubble actually is bigger for these things. Oh yeah. Well, here's part of the thing here. Makes 30 seconds here pretty much. Part of the thing is that well, one, I need open areas for fighting because you can't really fight on top of all these platforms. It won't work. The enemies, the AI is really difficult to deal with. But also, it's a place designed for humans, and the point of it is that it's to make you feel small. Because I'll show you here. Oh, I didn't even show the Hierophant. We'll get back to the Hierophant in a second. We'll give you a prime example here. In this biome over here. So now there's these areas here which are, you know, clearly human sized. And you feel tiny. But then you go to these areas here that are like little model sets. And you no longer feel tiny. You now feel normal sized. Which kind of takes away part of the fun of being a doll. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Because now, see, like this feels normal. But if you look over here, you feel tiny. Because you are tiny. But yeah, I definitely, there's definitely going to be a lot more added in to make the level seem more full of things. Lots of collectibles, lots of fighting. Much of the puzzles will be just tarot cards. Yeah. So the more human areas are going to be a lot more open and probably just have a lot more toys to fight. Much of the more intricate areas will be smaller, like the models. I've been sitting too long. I'm gonna jump in the water now, apparently. He died. Water kills her. There's the Emperor Tarot makes you immune to water. Ooh, sorry. Um, yeah, I'll have lots of little secrets and things like that. It'll be interesting. Like, for instance, I'll turn the lights on because I don't have lights under the water yet. Ugh. So I do multi-tiered levels things, so they might seem like a somewhat barren and like that because there's pipes thrown around up here. There's these things here. There's areas down here, but also there's stuff under the water too, like weird little like fish tank type of things, you know, fake castles and stuff like that. Sounds about like me, Shrill. I have no idea on these things. So there's a lot of things to wander around the room, but it is, these bigger areas are largely going to be dictated by enemies. Then you have stuff like this, which this might seem normal, but the thing is Poppet can fall through those, by the way. Like, those are big enough for her to fall through. So this is actually platforming disguised. So I'll be hiding things in there too, and that's kind of what I try to do, hide in platforming, so you might not see it at first. But yeah, I do agree though. I'm going to put more in there. Even though I am hiding lots of things, I do want some rooms that are a lot more like that. Also, it's a steampunky world, so if you haven't seen the steampunky world that I've been building, my toy factory, in Whimsy Wonders Toy Factory, I might as well show that off too. I only built a handful of blocks. Let's be real here. Because, you know, at some point, Other fun rooms, like I'm building this room here. Oh, this has some fun things there. This is good for a chuckle. At least I thought it was funny. Maybe other people don't. I have no idea. If you don't, well, okay. It's fine. I still think it's funny. Yep. Just be everything. Everything you can be. Be all of it. Be all that you can be. Be a speed everything. So we're making chess and checkers, and I made the checkers. They have emoji faces. I haven't given them attacks or anything like that yet. The chess pieces do too. There's a giant board that they're fighting over. The great board. It's the first floor. I was just testing them up here. It's out there up here. This is the 14-year-old ghost girl that's wandering the place. Charlotte. She needs more effects on her, but I made her too. I made the Tesla towers. And the vats of goo. And the weird pumps. I was replacing the heart thingy because it's just not that great yet, but we're going to make something better. I made the steampunky clock. So making things in this room. The toy maker's lab. Yeah, I definitely agree though. I'm definitely going to add more to these things to make it, well, some rooms not so much. Like this room I don't want to add things to because I want the majesty of it. I mean, there is things to do in it because you can go up the stairs, you can run around on the pipes and things and go on top of all these things. Like, I'm not going to stop you ever. Like, my theory with the game design is if you can get Poppet to that location, you can go there. No problem. The restrictor is usually that I try to keep you in rooms. Just like, well, you don't have the key to leave this room, so you can't unless you can find a way out, but not every room has an alternate way out. There are occasional holes in walls, or occasional pipes you can run through depending upon to get to certain rooms, but much of it is largely going to be these are rooms designed for other people, for humans, and you're exploring a human world as a doll. And I really want to incentivize exploration and hide a lot of secrets and things, so you know there's things out there to find. So That's kind of about the things like that. Oh, I didn't show you the Hierophant. This is the last one. I'll do it in here. This room's... I'll do the short Hierophant. There's a long version of the Hierophant where you have to jump your way through a bunch of things, but you get the idea of the mechanic. Oh. Always a landmines here, but... So you can merge the mechanics here like this, so... I don't know why I always go in this direction. It would probably actually mathematically better to go in the other direction for this particular one, but... I'm a creature of habit. Pretty much, Mike. I've been at it for a while. And I'm probably not going to go terribly much longer. As much as I'm enjoying doing this, work day plus this day is long. So yeah, for the new people, the Hierophant takes possessed objects, which if you jump on them, you'll get thrown. I'll show you later what happens. It makes them able to act as platforms. Just letting you get to places. Such as this room over here where you could run around on pipes and stuff. But just to show you what the things do if you try to jump on them, they'll just throw you. I don't know about striking gold on Twitch, but it's nice to have the people to talk to. Well, most people. I've definitely had the occasional weirdo, but you know, overall, just having people like what I'm doing has really encouraged me to just keep working at it. Oh, there's something up there I hit. Anyway, so yeah, like, it just makes me want to stream more. Oh, the battery's running out my thingy. Okay, I don't specifically this. Yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, most of the time I am just talking to myself because there's no one around. But the joke is that because I'm streaming, even if no one's watching, people will walk by the room. They're like, "Oh, he's just streaming. He's not talking to himself. He's not weird at all." Hey, right? Totally normal. People who make toys, games about like the dolls fighting to the death is normal. No one tell you different. Totally normal. It's not normal. So, yeah, it's just nice. Like, I mean, why? Like, there's like 21 people watching me right now. Yeah, well, pretty much real. I think that's kind of true too. Like, I hide a lot of platforming, so they're deceptive for what the platforming is, except for the obvious crap like that. But the actual plan really is just to put all kinds of mobs in these flat areas, and I need big areas to fight. All right, well, thanks for dropping by, Mike, and saying hi. Sometimes I need a reminder that YouTube exists. Oh, with the 4 concurrent on there. Not exactly as exciting as the, like, 20 people watching me on Twitch right now, but, you know. Gosh, like, was it, I think it was like the last Friday, I had like 55 people watching me when I logged off. I was like, wow. So the stream just kept going and going and going. So it's like, there's so many people watching. I guess I gotta keep going. But at some point, I can't go forever. Well, I can go for a while, usually. Someday I'll do a 24-hour stream. There has to be a lot of people around for that, though, because I pretty much am fueled by people to talk to. Like, if there's no one to talk to, it just gets really challenging to just go the whole time. Yeah, I stand in, yeah. I mean, you know, having an AI that you just talk to the whole time would probably be pretty good. AI Tinka, she just sits there and talks to you the whole time. Eventually, the people would be annoyed that I even bothered to show up and just they could talk to her. I could see it now. Like, all right, well, I've been supplanted by the AI. AI waifu wins again. You know, it's fine. Listen, who doesn't like an AI waifu? Who doesn't like a waifu in general? Do we even need to qualify waifus? That seems like a weird thing to have to qualify. Everybody likes a good waifu. And if they don't, no one likes them. That's my theory and I'm sticking to it. Everyone likes a waifu. I guess for women it says bondos, but whatever. To play the bendy game where you bend the splines and try to make them look not terrible when they bend. Yeah, it's just going so fast, there's no way I can do it. Also, the lag isn't helping. A lot better. But yeah. Worst part is I just really like streaming for the most part. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are things I don't like. Not many, though. For the most part, it's often just that I have to work a regular job, too. That's what I don't like about streaming, is I like, because if I didn't, I would just stream even longer. It'd be like 12-hour streams every day at that point. Be like, I don't have anything better to do. I don't go outside. I really don't. Actually, I do sort of, but do I really? Doesn't feel like I do. But I already kind of obsess over building on game stuff anyway, so I was doing this anyway without anyone watching. Now I can at least talk to people and, well, some people. Yeah, outside's the thing I hate, exactly. You're super right on that one, Shrill. Outside is just, I mean, that's where all the bad stuff is. That's where all the, like, you know, responsibilities are, and the sun and disgusting fresh air and just you. There's no monitor radiation out there. How will I survive? I think I just live with doing this here. That's gonna look terrible though. I'm okay with it being kind of bent and weird anyway. There's a slight macabreness to everything in this anyway, so it can be bizarre. Thankfully, I actually switched my work now to, like, I was meeting clients regularly. Like, I had like a certain time period every day where I would meet them. But I realized that a lot of time I was just kind of sitting at the office waiting, and now I've decided to kind of go by appointment instead. So that might free up more time for streaming. Electronic Reds, without that I'm drained and feel like I'm dying. There. Kind of just run on caffeine, hopes, and dreams pretty much. I mean, you know. Making a game is kind of like, you know, just a dream, basically, you know. Making the game I want to make, I should say. There's plenty of games I could make that I don't want to make, but just making, you know, this game's just a goal, a dream, so that helps power me quite a bit. Just enjoying what I do. That and caffeine and the lack of sunlight, monitor radiation really helps, but no, those things too. My bizarre world things here. It's like, yeah, yeah, just fun. I also make a point of standing in the early portion of the stream, so I'm not just sitting for a million hours too, though at this point I've been sitting for 5.5 hours almost. That's a long time, but I stood for, actually I've been sitting for 5 hours. I stood for 5.5 hours, so. That was a bonus. I've actually, since I started streaming on Twitch, I've lost 6 pounds. It's a weird thing, but someone told me that, well, I looked on the sites and apparently you burn more calories standing. I was like, I'll just stand the whole time, or just stand a whole bunch of time. And what I found out were 2 things were true. 1, standing does in fact cause you to burn more calories. But 2, I also don't eat while I stream. Or I might have like a little tiny snack and that's it. Not a full meal. Well, I've been streaming for 10 hours and 24 minutes. You know, that's a big portion of the day where I just didn't eat any food. And I'm not like starving. I'm not going, oh, I gotta go eat right now. Yeah. Eat before the stream. It's fine. But I'll eat like maybe 2 meals, maybe 2.5 meals at most, but mostly 2 meals when streaming. Just a weird added benefit. I was like, huh, cool. Streaming's a weight loss program. I bet you didn't know that. It also has sped up the game development hugely. Because, you know, I've largely just sat here for most of, 10.5 hours working on the game. And each week I've been spending between 45 and 50 hours working on the game on stream, so obviously that's just going to speed up the game's development incredibly. It's going to put a real damper on my sleep schedule, but whatever. Secret is you just never sleep. Problem solved. Oops, I don't want to go. Going down, not up. Important things to note, we are in fact making the stairs go down, not up. Up is a different direction. For the stairs to go, a different portion of the room. Actually, I don't think there's any, well, I guess I could just be going the opposite direction on this and be up, but whatever. It made more sense until I started talking. There were words involved. They might have been intelligent when I thought them, they just didn't come out so intelligent. Lines are so wonderful. Just makes splines go everywhere. I should use them in more design. I don't use them as often as I should. Basically, if there's any point where you could use a spline, you should just do it. Just give in to the spline. The spline knows best. I actually don't know why I'm still going at the moment. I need to stop because my voice is getting hoarse anyway. If I go too much longer, what'll happen is I'll not be able to stream tomorrow because I won't have lost my voice or something. I mean, I could stream at that point, but it'd be less interesting. Maybe I'll run this down to the bottom and then I'll find someone to raid. Spread some traffic love around so people can get affiliate as well. Unless I know someone who's streaming. You know anyone who's streaming at the moment? Maybe. Yeah, some people. Well, people I've raided before anyway. I follow every person I raid, so. I usually can't remember the people I've rated very well because by the time I rate them, I'm so tired. I was like, what did I see? Oh no. It's probably cool. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of reworking of these things here. I don't think I'm gonna move the paths though. I don't need too many paths. Like it's already good enough because it just needs to have paths for the humans to get places, and then the other paths are going to be the plants in the water there, using the Empress, because now that's just an option that I didn't have when I was originally designing the room. And I like the mechanic, though I need to speed it up a bit because it doesn't play well if you have to do it a lot in a row. Like it's fun if you don't have to do a lot of it, but it just the effect takes so long to go through that it's just not that exciting. So I speed it up. That's fair, yeah. I mean, well, I guess to be fair, well, there's downtime when you're a solo because you have this thing called a life. You know, you got to eat, you got to sleep, I guess. You probably need to make money because game devs don't tend to make money. Some will, but most don't. There's definitely downtime, health problems, you know. Just life, maybe you get tired of looking at it. Whereas the AAA people can just hand it off to the next person in the team to do it too. So like, you know, you show up the next day and something's done because someone else in the team did it. And let me tell you, I wish there was like some sort of, you know, like gnome or whatever that just lived behind the computer, and I would show up the next day and it'll have done all the really terrible bug fixing for me or something, you know, it just shows up out of nowhere and does all that and then runs back to like some sort of lawn somewhere and I don't even know what's really there. Like it just sits there waiting in the front yard to program for me. Be nice. I'm sure I could find someone on Fiverr to dress as a lawn gnome and do coding for me. That's true. Like I need you to code for me, but I need pictures. Really? What kind of pictures? I need you to dress as a lawn gnome. I'm sure there'd be more than a few people like, nah, bro, no, I'm good. But there might be someone who says, okay. Not to a point. I mean, they do plan it better than that. I mean, they break the things up because, you know, multiple people work on the project on different things and they just merge it together, you know, like people working on the art, people working on the coding, people building levels, you know. There's definitely things that have to wait on other things, sure, but there's a lot that can get done. You could be writing things, you could be making cutscenes while you're waiting, you know. Some stuff like voice acting has to wait on, you know, the story being done, that kind of thing, sure. You can plot out cutscenes without having the real characters, though, because you can just use, like, you know, the mannequins to do it and then just put in the characters later. So there's not that much. I mean, there's downtime, but I think a lot of the thing that they have is not necessarily downtime so much as there's bureaucratic bloat, because you'll have to deal with all the politics involved with everything, and that slows it down. You know, someone who thinks they know best, someone who's not pulling their weight, you know, people not showing, someone just, you know, deciding they didn't want to do something a specific way that doesn't work for everyone else, you know, just weird crap, personality problems. A lot of these things that just you don't got to deal with there. But at the end of the day, you also get to not have to do everything yourself too. So there's that. Kind of nice. But I would definitely like a world where I didn't have to do all the work. Problem is every time I've ever thought of involving someone else, it just leads to maybe not the best decision. There's actually a running gag going on. There are women who will decide they show up and want to like date me. I don't know how they find me because I don't go outside and I go out of my way to avoid a lot of them. But they do. And more than like, so far I've had like 3 of them who've wanted to like voice act Poppet. And I'm like, oh, maybe, you know, like that. And then they'll just leave one day and they won't talk to me again, or something will happen, or they'll just, you know, yeah, something. It's just like, I didn't want to date you. Just look at my game. It's cool. And they're just like, they're weird. But it's a funny thing that, you know, for some reason they show up and they want to voice Poppet. Now, I admit that my budget for this game isn't that great, so whenever I get the voice acting figured out, it's going to have to be probably not the most expensive voice acting out there, but I don't think I'm going to take a random, you know, female who shows up and says, yeah, date me. By the way, I'll voice your character as the right choice. It's pretty funny. Time and time again, it has happened. I was thinking of AI voices. At least for the demo or for like the test versions. We'll see about it. I mean, the problem with AI voices is they don't sound great. I mean, I'm not a pro voice actor. I could probably come up with something, but they still don't sound that great. They lack a lot of inflection. They don't, you can tell that there's something off about them. People aren't going to fall in love with that voice. So that kind of sucks. But besides that, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I did find an AI voice thing, but like I say, I don't really want to get caught in the divisiveness either. Yeah, most of them suck. What is there like ones like voice.io, I think is the one I was using that's actually pretty good. Oh, voice.ai, there we go. I was testing it, but the legality of using those voices is also up for debate. So I don't know if I'm gonna, we'll see. I mean, I'm probably gonna pay someone on Fiverr to do most of the voices. We'll see if I can, you know, get away with voice acting the male voices myself. We'll see. I don't have that many male voices to worry about in the first place. So it's mostly women, and I can't voice act that. Not gonna work out. No. Oh. Oh. Good. That's true. Female streamer. I mean, you know, maybe. I'm open to anyone who can get the job done and do it well. I didn't go to all the trouble to make this game, put up this effort like that to you know, half-ass that. But it's not that expensive to get voice acting for a character. I probably just need to find like 4 or 5 women who can, you know, do all the various voices, or maybe just a couple women who can do a lot of voices, you know, and just kind of go from there. Did you? That's cool. I bet people, like random people, offer, but they always, I mean, I think it's nice that they offered, but they're not very good. If it comes down to, hey, Sophia Shot, how's it going? Battery's running out my other thing, you need. Second. You need help, huh? Not sure I can help you at this point, but getting close to ending my stream. But you can always ask, you never know. Maybe someone knows. What's the place, Trill? I mean, I don't know if I want to spend a lot or anything, but you know, maybe. I might get a budget, you know, if someone I get a publisher or something, or a Kickstarter. Or I make the Twitch big bucks, but somehow I don't think that's happening anytime soon. Yeah. Maybe. Got 2 sets of earbuds because charger's bad on one of them, so I had to buy a whole nother set of earbuds just to get a new charger. Yeah, I mean, if the script's good, maybe. Yeah, we'll just see. I don't know. It's the last step. Because I can ship a game without the voice acting, and the game will be fine. So I'm waiting until the very end with that. And I have the story beats figured out. I used to put more specific story in, but then I kept making all these changes and having to change the story. So I mostly just have kept the major story beats, and I'm just going to toss in more dialogue as I go. There's not going to be a huge amount of dialogue, though, because most of the toys are insane. So I don't really know what kind of conversation they're going to have with you. It's a Metroidvania. You're supposed to explore, beat things up, and collect things. That's what they do. But there'll be the NPCs that you can rescue. You'll be able to talk to them. You'll obviously be able to talk to Tinka, who will largely be the lion's share of the dialogue in the game between her and Poppet. You'll be able to talk to Charlotte, but there won't be a lot of in-depth conversations with her. There'll be some. A lot there. I've definitely figured out that I probably want less, not more story, because I'm not a pro writer either, so, you know, let's not lean heavily upon a skill that I'm not a professional at, right? Or maybe I could. Oh, I said, like in horror games, you get a task where you have to find a fuse, go to the office, install it in the circuit board. Only then the light will work in your house. And you want to know how to do that? Is that what you're asking? Is that what I'm reading? Yeah. Well, Shrill's got it for you. He's explaining it. Like, the way I currently do collectibles and how the doors work and everything like that. This is my system that I use. Let me open up a door in her. Oh, Actually, just pull up a door. Let me remove this so I can pull up a door. And so the way I do it is I have a ray trace that comes off of Poppet that looks for various things and then sends a message over by an interface. And then it runs a have key, and it's asking the player, you got the key? And I can really ask for anything, or do I have this item is another one I like to do. It runs an interface over there, and then on Poppet, she has a system graph that goes, okay, well, where are the collectibles here? Actually, do I have this? Or have key? And it just takes the key name and looks at this, you know, key map here. Oh, this map variable here. Tries to find it. If it finds it, it returns true, and if not, it returns false. And the door takes that information and just says activate or not. And then as far as how the keys work when I collect them, I turn my thingy up. Find a key. I'm too lazy to find it manually. Oh, too lazy to find it in the thingies manually. I think I just do I have this or something like that. Let's see. That's stuff for floating. Yeah, I just have it on interactive. The character, she has the tag Poppet. Is it? I'm checking to see if it overlaps the capsule. Then just do once. You can ignore the move towards play. This is just stuff that this is fluff. It moves towards it, and then once it does that, it runs collectible destroyed over here, which largely just says this. It does name of item collected and then sends this information over to Poppet. And then from there, he has a name of item collected ability thing. He just feeds that information there and the item collected effects, and it just adds it to whichever of her various thingies has it to check from. Door keys, arrow cards. These items just do things. So basically all I'm really doing is whenever I pick up a thing, I add it to usually a variable map. And then the object just asks, it uses the interfaces to go back and forth between the two, and it just says, okay, do you have this item, Poppet? And it goes, if she has it, it returns yes. If not, there's no. That's like the logic behind it. But I think there's a free thingy that might just interest you rather than me trying to explain how to do it, because, well, I'm fading fast on my like almost 11 hours streaming now, right? 10 hours and 47 minutes, and my voice is starting to go. So I think this is free. It is. Find the product. My library to find the product. They have a thing called Horror Engine, and it actually has all that stuff made for you. I think it's free. Check and see if it's really free before I recommend it. I don't see a sign in for it. Hey, you might like Horror Engine. It's got like made all the stuff to pretty much do all the interaction and everything. But yeah. I'll let Shrill cover all of it. Um well, yeah, but I mean the logic behind the things is very similar, so everything's all about, you know, saying, do I have this item? If so, do something. I'd make a system to show you right now, but yeah, I'm probably gonna find someone to raid and call it a night. Because yeah, I've been going way longer than I thought I was going to go. And yeah. And there's still work to do. So, you know. It was a oh, thanks for the follow. Yeah, hit me up tomorrow or something. Because I stream every all 5 days a week, basically the weekdays. I guess for most people it's actually Tuesday through Sunday. I'm in California, so I start really late. It just turns out to be kind of like the next day for a lot of people. But yeah, check back then when I'm not nearing the end of my stream and I can help you more. Or you can, you know, Shrill can tell you, or you can talk to people on the Discord who also can help you. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna find someone to raid because my voice is starting to hurt. My throat's starting to hurt in general from all the talking, and I don't want to lose my voice because tomorrow I'd like to stream too. There's so many people programming during the day. Hmm. I see some spaghetti. People said my stuff looks like spaghetti. They don't understand anything. Let's see what this person's game looked like. Show me your game. Someone else's game. I prefer to rate an Unreal Engine dev because if I gotta watch anyone's stuff, I prefer to watch Unreal Engine. I don't really want to see more Godot or Unity. I just don't. I don't want to watch someone type code. I don't like watching people type code. Oh, one person's got like a million thingies. Oh, this person's making. Oh, okay, it's got like weird ninja thing. You know what? Sure. Let's rate this guy. And I will be back tomorrow to do way too much game dev. But definitely time to call it a night. So I will catch everyone later. And get the raid thingy to appear here. Yeah, sure. Everyone's ready to raid? Let's do it.